The last thing I saw in my old life was a girl's face through the windshield of an Audi, and she was laughing. I had my hands at 10 and 2 on a stolen steering wheel. The engine was screaming. She was sitting in the passenger seat of that Audi with her head on the shoulder of a rich kid named Nobody Important, whispering something into his collar, and she was laughing, and I remember thinking that was the exact same laugh she'd used in the courtroom. She had that laugh on file. I'd heard it once before, at a company party 2 months earlier, in a hotel with too many chandeliers, right after somebody put something in her glass. She was down on the carpet of that corridor and couldn't get up, and a rich kid named Nobody Important was crouched over her, going through her bag, taking his time about it. Every employee in that hallway found somewhere else to be. They didn't scatter, they evaporated, all at once, like someone had rung a bell only they could hear, so I stopped him. That's the whole crime. That's it. I got between a girl on a floor and the man robbing her, and I broke his nose doing it. 4 years of scholarships gone. Expelled for assault and theft. Evidence conclusive, they said, and it was, because the girl on that carpet stood up in a courtroom and identified me as the one who put her there. She pointed, she cried a little at the right moment, and then she filed a civil suit alongside him. A man with no money and no name doesn't fight a case like that. He waits to find out the number. 8 years, maybe 10. Then out at 30-something with a record and no world left to rejoin. My grandfather raised me alone. He worked himself into a body he stopped taking to doctors so there'd be tuition money in a tin. He held my acceptance letter in his hands, said my name once, and closed his eyes for good 3 days later. That was the inheritance. Tens of thousands of yuan, and one instruction I never got out loud: change your fate. So I sat outside that courthouse and did the math on my fate, and then I saw the Audi, and inside it was her head on his shoulder, and both of them laughing. I found a car. I don't want to say how. I put my hands at 10 and 2. And here's the part nobody believes. I wasn't angry, I was smiling. The whole way across that intersection, I had this bright, stupid, floating feeling, like a man who has finally stopped carrying something. 2 faces turned toward me through the glass. Both of them went ugly at the same time. Fear does that. It takes a pretty face and shows you the wiring underneath. Then noise, then nothing, then a ceiling, not a hospital ceiling. Wooden beams, dark and old, carved along the edges with little clouds. A silk canopy. Air that smelled like cedar and medicine. Sunlight coming in through a lattice window in long, clean bars, and one of those bars landed directly on my face, which is how I learned that the very first thing this new world wanted to do was blind me. I lay there and worked through the possibilities in order. Coma. Afterlife. Extremely thorough hallucination. Then somebody else's memories arrived, and they arrived the way seawater arrives when a hull gives out. 15 years of a life I never lived, all at once. A city called Yangzhou, a family called Chen, a father, servants, a courtyard with stone pillars in it, a sect on a mountain, a cousin's fist, and a name that was also mine. Yang Li. Same name. Different everything else. He was the young lord of the Chen family, which sounds impressive right up until you learn what the Chen family thought of him. He'd gone up the mountain to the Yunhai sect as an outer disciple, which is the martial arts equivalent of being enrolled but not enrolled. And there his cousin, a young man named Wei Jin, had taken him down into a canyon where the rules got thin and beaten him until his ribs moved wrong, and then had him carried home like a delivery. Half dead. Everyone said, half dead. Nobody said it out loud, but the word they meant was leftover. He died. Somewhere in the last few days, in this bed, in this body, he went out, and a gap opened, and something got pulled through. So I lay there in a stranger's ribcage with 2 lifetimes stacked in my skull, and I felt the last thin thread of him still hanging in there, refusing to let go. Not fighting me, just refusing. I understood the feeling. He didn't want to be the boy who died for nothing. All right, I said out loud, to nobody, in a voice that cracked from disuse. Deal. From here on, you're me and I'm you, and nobody is ever putting hands on us again. The thread let go. Then my soul detonated. That's not a metaphor, and it's not an exaggeration. 2 souls finishing a merge feels like standing inside a bell while somebody hits it. My vision folded. My hearing turned into a white roar. I went out again like a snuffed lamp. When I came back, the light through the lattice had moved across the floor. So hours. My head was clear, too clear, uncomfortably clear, the way a room is uncomfortably clean. I sat up, and then, because I was still sorting through 15 years of donated memory, and I brushed against a piece I hadn't opened yet, something behind me moved. A shadow stood up off my back, not a shadow on the wall. A shadow with nothing casting it. A black shape hanging in the air behind my shoulders, roughly man-shaped, roughly the size of me, blending into the dim part of the room so smoothly that if I'd blinked at the wrong moment, I'd have called it a trick of the light. Cool, great, wonderful. I have been awake in this world for approximately 90 seconds, and there is a person-shaped void filed under my name. Hey, did you hear? The Chen family's good-for-nothing still isn't awake. My money's on dead. I turned my head toward the voice, which was a mistake, because the voice was not in the room. The voice was outside, across a courtyard, behind a wall, and going by the fuzzy geography in my borrowed memory, it was a couple 100 meters off, and I could hear the man's teeth click on the last word. Huh, trash like that should just hurry up and die already. He's an embarrassment to the whole family. Nice. Very nice. Warm welcome, guys. Thanks for coming. I stayed very still and listened, because now I couldn't stop listening. A servant scraping a pot. A bird landing on a tile, water going down a drain in the next building over, somebody's sandal turning on gravel 4 courtyards away. It came in layered and separate, like the world had been mixed down badly and someone had just handed me the individual tracks. My eyesight had done the same thing. I could see the grain in the wood above me. I could see dust deciding which way to fall, and underneath all of it, quietly, something worse and better. My head was faster. Whole knots of martial theory that the old Yang Li had banged his forehead against for years came apart in my hands while I sat there. Not knowledge I didn't have. Knowledge I had and had never been able to hold all at once. That black shape behind me was doing this. All of it. Which meant it was a martial spirit. All right. Quick tour, because in this world, you cannot understand a single conversation without it, and I refuse to be the guy who nods politely for 3 chapters. In the 9 heavens, everyone worships one thing, and it isn't a god. The weakest real martial artist can put a fist through a stone monument. The strong ones split rivers and cut hills. And at the top, there are martial emperors who walk out into empty sky like it's a corridor. Every martial artist is born with a martial spirit. It's not a weapon and it's not a spell. It's closer to the shape of your soul standing up where people can see it. Fire, ice, wind, lightning, sabers, spears, swords, white tigers, mad rhinos, dragon snakes. It grows as you grow, and it decides, before you've done a single thing with your life, roughly how far your ceiling is from the floor. The old Yang Li had one. I called it up, because apparently I now could, and behind my shoulder, alongside the black man-shaped void, there appeared a snake. A very small snake. A curled-up, palm-length, faintly transparent little snake, so unimpressive it looked apologetic. That was his. That was the thing the entire Chen family had built 15 years of contempt on. Not a fire spirit, not an ice spirit. A tiny snake that amplified nothing, sharpened nothing, and, as far as anyone in 3 generations had been able to determine, did absolutely nothing at all. I looked at it. It looked at me. If a thing with no eyes worth mentioning can do that. No offense, I said, but I get why they were rude. And then I laughed, because my brain caught up. 2. There were 2 of them behind me. Twin martial spirits. That's not a thing that happens. That's a thing that happens once in a very long time to somebody who ends up with a statue. And every single person who's ever had them has been filed under genius, immediately, permanently, no argument. The family joke, the certified waste of food, the boy they were already ordering funeral rites for, was sitting in bed with 2. I didn't have a good name for the black one, so I gave it a bad one. Dark martial spirit, I said. Congratulations. You've been named by a man with a concussion, because I could see what it did now. It didn't hit anything, it didn't shield me. It took every dial on the machine that was me and turned it up. Eyes, ears, nerves, and the big one, the one that actually mattered, comprehension. The speed at which I could look at something complicated and simply have it. I got out of bed to test that theory, and my legs held, which after a week of dying was its own small miracle. The courtyard outside was a training yard, and it was in bad shape. Wooden posts chewed up, stone pillars, 2 meters thick, standing in a row like a very ugly orchard, all of it installed for a boy who had beaten himself against it for years and gotten almost nowhere. I put my hand on the nearest pillar, cold, solid, absolutely uninterested in me. Then I stepped back and threw a punch. Now, the old Yang Li had exactly 1 martial skill, and he had it badly. 9-layer wave. The idea is simple and cruel. You don't throw 1 strike, you throw 1 strike that arrives in layers, each wave heavier than the last, rolling forward without a break. Cultivate it to the 5th wave, and you're respectable. He'd been stuck at 5 for 2 years, and it had made him the punchline of an entire sect. I lowered my waist, pulled my stomach in, and let it go. The air tore. That's the only honest way to say it. Something in the space between my fist and the stone made a sound like canvas ripping, and then the pillar was gone. Not cracked, not toppled. Converted into a fine gray powder that drifted down and settled on my shoes. And the punch kept going. 6 separate explosions cracked out one after another as the wave stack kept building past the target, hit the 2nd pillar behind it, and blew that one apart too. I stood there, in a slowly settling cloud of former architecture. 6,000 jin, I said, which was the number, roughly, and the number was a problem. Strength in this world has an annoyingly tidy ruler. The first realm, Qi Martial, has 9 levels, and every level is worth about 1,000 jin of raw force. The old Yang Li was at the 5th level, peak, and could not reliably beat other 5th level people, which was most of his personality. 6,000 Jin means the 6th wave, not the 5th. The wall he'd broken his head on for 2 years cleared while I was still learning where the bathroom was, so the dark martial spirit didn't just sharpen my eyes, it made me learn. I flexed my hand and listened to my knuckles crackle and thought a very simple thought, the thought that ran the rest of my life. They called him trash for 15 years. They said it at dinner. They said it through walls when they thought he was dying. I'm going to give that word back to every single one of them. With interest. Xiao Li. A man had come into the courtyard, and I hadn't heard him until he wanted me to, which told me plenty. He was tall, lean, in his 40s, with a stillness to him that made the 2 demolished pillars look like a mess I'd have to explain to a teacher. He also looked like me, or I looked like him, depending on which set of memories you asked. Father, I said, and it came out easy. That surprised me. The merge had left me holding both hands of cards, and this one wasn't in either. It was just true. Yang Rui, head of the Chen family, and when he saw me standing there upright, something moved under his face and he had to work to keep it there. Xiaoli, you're better. Here's the part he didn't say. They'd stopped expecting me. He'd started quietly, with the doors closed, making arrangements for a funeral. I could read it off him in the way you can read a man who has already grieved and then been handed the thing back. Yes, father, fully recovered. He crossed the yard and put a hand on my shoulder, and he did it too hard, and he didn't notice. In my last life, after my grandfather died, I got very good at the temperature of other people, the polite warmth of a manager, the cooling of a friend who's decided you're a liability. I had a full catalog. I had not, in years, been on the receiving end of a man simply being glad. His eyes went past me to the 2 piles of gray dust where the pillars used to be, and I watched him do the arithmetic. Then a glint came up in them that had nothing to do with fatherly pride and everything to do with a man in a knife fight. Because my brothers, said his face very clearly, have been waiting for me to die without an heir. Then the temperature dropped. I mean literally. Cold came off him in a sheet, fast enough that the sweat on my back went to ice, and for 1 second I couldn't make my ribs move. Ice soul martial spirit. Yang Rui wasn't just a family head, he was Zhuan martial realm, the one above mine, where you stop pushing raw force around and start commanding it, where a casual mood can freeze a courtyard. Xiao Li, his voice was flat. Who did it? And there it was. The question I'd been assembling an answer to since the memories landed, because I knew who. Third uncle's boy. Wei Jin, 8th level of Qi martial, outstanding outer disciple of the Yunhai sect, currently the pride of a branch of this family that has been circling my father's chair for a decade. Third uncle and first uncle work together. Their strength and their influence stack up uncomfortably close to my father's own. And Wei Jin did what he did because he calculated correctly that nobody would make him pay. If I told my father would go up that mountain and kill a boy, and then the 2 uncles would have exactly the excuse they'd been shopping for. Also, and this was the real reason, the selfish one, that debt was mine. Father, I said. Leave it to me. He looked at me for a long moment. I know what he was looking for. He was looking for the boy who used to drop his eyes. That boy would have named a name and then hidden behind the answer. He didn't find him. Said Yang Rui, and something in his shoulders unclenched. Come to the clan meeting tomorrow. I want to see them try to take my seat. He walked out. I stood in the wreckage and let the cold drain out of the air and thought about that word. Clan meeting. In the borrowed memories, it was a bureaucratic thing. In his voice, it was a room with a trap in it. Fine. I had one night. The Chen residence has a purple bamboo grove behind the western wall that nobody uses after dark, and by full night I was sitting in the middle of it with my legs crossed and my eyes shut. Cultivation, it turns out, is not mystical. It's plumbing. The world is full of origin chi the way a room is full of air, and a martial artist opens himself and pulls it in, and it goes through the limbs and the bones, and it tempers the body and feeds the martial spirit until, eventually, something in you turns over and you're 1 level stronger than you were. Everybody does it. Everybody does it slowly. I released the dark martial spirit and did it about 5 times faster. I felt it happen. The intake widened. Somewhere behind my eyes, the world got quieter and much more detailed at once. And after a while, a faint milky white glow lifted off my skin and hung there like fog with a lamp in it, which only happens when origin chi is piling up around you faster than you can swallow it. Only the seriously gifted make that glow. The old Yang Li had never made it once. I sat in a personal fog bank in a bamboo grove and let it go on, well past the point where my head started to ache, because a soul that has already been through one death takes a very casual view of headaches. Then, all at once, my body opened like a drain, and every last wisp of that milky light went down it. I opened my eyes. One night, 1 level, 6th level of Qi martial. I got up laughing, which is not what you're supposed to do, and started punching bamboo. Here's what 6,000 Jin does to a stalk of green bamboo. It does not break it, it deletes it. The grove came apart in front of me in a rolling wall of shredded green, wave on wave, the 9-layer wave running out ahead of my fists and flattening everything in a fan, and then one stalk didn't die, off to the side, a curved one, growing crooked out of a rock. My wave hit it and it bent all the way down and around, and then it came back, and it was fine. I stopped mid-punch. I stood there for a long minute in a ruined bamboo grove, breathing hard, looking at a single bent stick. Waves, I said, because that's what the manual actually says, and everyone who reads it hears only the first half. 9-layer wave was built by somebody watching the ocean. Each wave heavier than the last. Domineering. Relentless. That's the half everyone cultivates. But the ocean is also the thing that comes in soft and slides under you and takes the beach out from under your feet without ever raising its voice. Force and give. It never has to stop hammering because it never braces. I threw the next punch differently, slower to start, rolling, hard, then soft, then hard. Boom, 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 boom. 6 explosions. 7, 8. Purple bamboo went to powder in a cone 100 meters deep, and the air in front of my fist made a sucking noise as it collapsed back into the vacuum I'd punched into it. 8th wave. Let me put that in local money. At the 5th level of Chi Martial, you can usually manage 5 waves, because the skill scales roughly with the man. 8 waves is a thing a lot of full martial cultivators never manage in a lifetime, and every layer past that is exponential, not additive. 7,500 Jin out of a body sitting at level 6. Which meant that as of that night, having been in this world for a total of about 1 day, I could fight a 7th level cultivator and expect to win. I sat down in the wreckage of somebody's ornamental garden and put my head back and looked at a sky with the wrong stars in it. 15 years, they'd told a kid he was nothing, and it had taken me 1 night to prove it was never about him. Tomorrow, apparently, there was a meeting. I was extremely interested in this meeting. The Chen compound woke up early, and it woke up excited, which is never a good sign. 400 or 500 people live inside those walls. By dawn, most of them were walking the same direction, toward the training ground at the center of the estate, and they were all talking, and none of them were bothering to lower their voices because with my new ears lowering their voices would not have helped. Not just the 1st and 3rd masters. The Grand Elder came back for this one. He's here for the Patriarch. Heh, the clan chief's strong, sure, but that useless son of his is probably already dead. The Yunhai sect personally hauled him home. Do you know what that looks like? That's the sect handing back damaged goods. The old man's been unhappy with the chief for years. He'll make trouble. Maybe the Chen family changes hands today. My father walked beside me and heard every word of it too, and his face did not move at all. I want to be fair to these people. They weren't being cruel for sport. They were just standing where the wind was going. That's most people. That's most of the world. Then a voice came out of the crowd like a nail dragged over slate. This piece of trash is really lucky. He's still alive. Everything stopped moving. Coming toward us was a delegation. There's no other word for it. 2 middle-aged men in front, a cluster of retainers behind them, and between them a boy about my age with a very good robe and a very stupid face. 3rd Master Wei Chang, 1st Master Wei Dong, and the boy was Wei Hao, Wei Chang's 2nd son, 15 years old, 6th level of Chi Martial, and the single most confident person I have ever seen who has never once been in a real fight. So it's Wei Hao, someone in the crowd murmured. No wonder he dared. Yang Rui turned his head very slightly. Say it again. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't step forward. But Wei Hao's eyes hit my father's and slid straight off, and the boy discovered a fascinating patch of ground. 2nd brother. Wei Dong's voice was oil on water. You're getting more outrageous every year as head of this family, bullying a junior now? I am the head of a family, Yang Rui said. How does Wei Hao get to be this ill-mannered? 2nd brother. That was Wei Chang, and he was enjoying himself. You're very impressive. I'd love to know how much longer you can keep this up. Your good-for-nothing son was carried back to the Chen family by the Yunhai sect. He disgraced us. Is it really so hard to accept that people are going to talk? And my father stepped forward. I felt the temperature drop through the soles of my shoes. Frost came out of the air and settled on the stones in a widening ring, and behind Wei Chang, Wei Hao went pale and physically got behind his father. How much longer? Yang Rui said slowly. Wei Chang, are you telling me I won't be head of this house much longer? Do you think you're qualified to be? That's for the elders to decide, Yang Rui, not for you. Then you admit it. Very well, I'm still the head of this family. Your son murdered mine, in front of me, in this house. Tell me his punishment. The cold kept coming. White frost crawled out along the ground like something growing. The temperature in that whole corner of the courtyard dropped enough that people's breath went visible in June. As expected of the Patriarch, someone breathed. He's actually pushing back. Wei Chang's answer was heat. It came out of him in a wave and slammed into the cold, and the air between them made a hissing noise like water hitting a pan. Ice soul on one side, flame on the other. which, I noted with some satisfaction, is a fight my father wins. Water beats fire, and Wei Chang knew it, and that was why he'd come with backup. I looked past both of them at Wei Dong. Wei Dong was smiling. "Second brother," he said pleasantly. "The clan meeting is about to begin. Does the patriarch not respect the elder group?" And there it was. That's the whole play. In the Chen family, the elder group sits above the family head, specifically to leash him. Wei Dong wasn't defending anybody. He was building a charge sheet, insulting the elders in front of the entire clan on the morning of the meeting where they'd vote. My father looked at Wei Chang with about as much interest as you'd give a wet sock, turned and walked away. The training ground was enormous, and it was full. 400 people in a rough horseshoe around a bluestone platform, and on the platform, the leadership of the family sat in a row of chairs, and the arrangement of those chairs told you the whole political situation without a word being said. Wei Chang didn't even wait for the formalities. "Esteemed elders," he was on his feet before anyone had finished sitting down. "The Yunhai sect came to our home a few days ago. That should have been an honor. Instead, they delivered a half-dead piece of garbage and shamed us in front of an entire sect. I propose that Yang Li be expelled from the family. He is not worthy of the name." Nobody looked at me while he said it. That's the part I remember. 400 people, and their eyes all went carefully somewhere else, the way you look away from a dog that's about to be put down. "You're very direct," said my father. "Straight to it. Unfortunately, I haven't spoken yet. When exactly did it become your place, third brother, to point fingers in my house? Sit down." "Second brother, that's unfair." Wei Dong, right on cue, warm and reasonable. "You are the head of the family, but the third brother is also one of its leaders, and he speaks for the Chen family's good. Your good-for-nothing son has genuinely disgraced us. He should be expelled." The two of them working together, in front of the elder group, in front of 400 witnesses, beautifully rehearsed, and my father, who was supposed to defend, did something else. He stood up. "I will handle my own son. What does that have to do with the family? And what does it have to do with you? Wei Dong, I know you've wanted this chair for years, so let's fight. Right now. If you win, I take my son and I walk out of the Chen family forever. If you lose, you shut your mouth." He walked to the center of the platform. The aura came off him and it made the air ring. "You don't have a choice." I watched the elder group very carefully at that moment, and every single one of them relaxed, because they thought they'd won. If Yang Rui couldn't even handle his own brother, then a family head with no strength and a useless heir was a problem that solved itself. "I'm not afraid of you," Wei Dong said, and got up. "I'd love to know what gives you the right to be so arrogant," he added, and he was still saying it when the world turned white. "Freeze for 1,000 miles. The whole platform iced over in one breath. It went out from my father's feet in a sheet, snow white, cracking as it spread, and it went up Wei Dong's legs and his chest and his face while his mouth was still open on the last word. 400 people felt the cold hit them at once and made a single sound. Then the ice blew apart and Wei Dong came out of it sideways, spitting red into the air, and hit the stone hard enough to skid. The elders stood up. All of them, in unison, staring. "Freeze for 1,000 miles, the Grand Elder said quietly, and his eyes were flickering. The ice sealing technique, 8th level. He froze him and finished it before the man could react. Half a beat slower, and it wouldn't have worked at all. My father walked back to his seat and sat down and arranged his sleeves. "Elders," he said, "let's continue the clan meeting." Which, when you think about it, is the single most humiliating sentence available to him, because it means that wasn't an event. That was a scheduling delay. The Grand Elder produced a smile that had nothing behind it. "Ha! Yang Rui. As head of the family, you've made real progress in your cultivation and set a fine example. I'm sure every member of the Chen family will strive to do the same. The purpose of this meeting has been achieved. Everyone may disperse." Translation: I am not putting this to a vote today. Grand Elder, then I'll take my leave. My father rose. And behind us, because some people simply cannot stop, Wei Chang said, "Yang Rui, I'd love to see how long you can keep protecting that piece of trash." "That's right," Wei Hao echoed, from a safe distance. "Trash, a disgrace to the Chen family." Then he saw my father's eyes come around and shut his mouth so fast his teeth clicked. "Xiaoli," my father said. "Let's go." I didn't go. I turned around and started walking toward Wei Hao. You could hear the entire training ground stop breathing. 400 people who had spent 15 years watching a boy keep his eyes on the floor, watching that boy cross a courtyard on purpose. My father actually looked surprised, and I'd like the record to show that this was the best moment of my morning. I stopped in front of Wei Hao. He was a hand taller than me, and he had that particular expression, the one worn by people whose entire sense of self is built on there being someone underneath them. "Wei Hao," I said, "you keep calling me a good-for-nothing, so I want to ask you something." He blinked. "If one day you found out that you were worth even less than me, how would you save face?" The silence that followed had a texture to it. "Are you dreaming?" He recovered and laughed too loud. You piece of trash, how can you compare yourself to me? I let that hang for a second, then I smiled, and I made sure it was a small, unbothered, deeply unpleasant smile. Wei Hao, I, Yang Li, am challenging you. Nobody moved for about 3 full seconds. Then the Grand Elder, who had been halfway out of his chair, sat back down and leaned forward with the delighted expression of a man who came for a funeral and got a fight. Wei Chang started laughing, not a happy laugh, the kind you make when a rat walks voluntarily into a trap. Wei Hao, accept. And he gave his son a look that I could read from 20 meters away, and what it said was, cripple him. Wei Hao's face went through a whole weather system. Because here's Wei Hao's problem, and I'd known it since the memories landed. Among the young men of the Chen family, his talent was mediocre, painfully, ordinarily mediocre. There was exactly one person in the world in front of whom Wei Hao got to feel like somebody, and that person had just walked across a courtyard and asked him a question he couldn't answer. If you can survive 3 of my moves, Wei Hao said, drawing himself up, I'll stop. Generous, very generous. 3 moves is the traditional phrasing for, I am going to break you, and then act reasonable about it. I shook my head. If you can survive one of my punches, I said, I'll admit defeat. The temperature of the courtyard changed, not with qi this time, with embarrassment. Because there's arrogant and there's insane, and 400 people just heard the family joke offer a 15-year-old 6th-level cultivator a 1-punch handicap. No matter how prettily trash talks, Wei Hao said, and his face had gone dark red, it's still trash. Talk is all you people have. Was it? I ran back through the conversation. I'd said 1 sentence. I'm making my move, I said. I leaned forward, I raised my fist slowly, deliberately, giving him every possible chance to see it coming, and I threw it. A punch? Something cruel came up in his eyes. He didn't dodge. He threw his own fist out to meet mine because he wanted the crowd to feel the gap. He got his wish. The air trembled. On my knuckles, a wave came up and it made a crackling roar as it built, and 400 people watched a white swell of force tear across 2 meters of open ground. 9-layer wave. Wei Hao's expression changed at the exact moment his fist connected, and it wasn't pain. Pain came later. It was the specific horror of a man who has just discovered that the pressure isn't going to stop. 1 wave, then a heavier one, then a heavier one, arriving through his own arm, each one worse than the last, with no bottom to it. He made a small wet sound. Then he was airborne. He came down 8 meters back and rolled and stopped, and the courtyard was so quiet you could hear the dust land. It looked, everyone realized at the same moment, exactly like what had happened to Wei Dong 10 minutes earlier. Same setup, same result, just younger. Wei Chang stood up and stared at his son on the ground with his mouth slightly open. How is this possible? Wei Hao was saying from the flagstones. How is this possible? And the crowd, which is a single animal with a very good memory for humiliation, remembered what I'd asked him 90 seconds ago. If one day you found out that you were worth even less than me, how would you save face? Is that still the useless young master of the Chen family? Somebody said. He put Wei Hao down with 1 punch. That's 6,000 jin, minimum. I walked over and looked down at him. You keep calling me trash, I said, and now you can't survive 1 punch from me. So what does that make you? Then I looked up, past him, at his father. And you, an elder of this family, with that word permanently in your mouth. Your son just lost to me in a single move. Every time you call me a good-for-nothing, aren't you also telling 400 people what your son is? Wei Chang's face went the color of raw liver. Is a mere 6th-level cultivator enough to swagger around here? I'm not swaggering. I turned and started walking away, and I said the last part to the courtyard rather than to him, because the courtyard was the point. I'm returning what you and your son handed me. He who insults others, I said, will always be insulted in return. I heard my father say it under his breath behind me, turning it over. He who insults others. And when I glanced back, there was something in his eyes I'd have called shrewdness on anyone else and can only call joy on him. Here's the thing about a line like that, though. I meant it as a slap. It turned out to be a schedule. I went back to my courtyard and sat down and got to work, because 1 punch on a mediocre cousin is not an achievement, it's a warm-up, and I had a deadline. The family annual meeting was in 3 months. That's when every Chen disciple currently training in a sect comes home to be measured. Wei Jin would be there, the cousin who'd killed the boy whose body I was wearing, 8th level of Qi Martial, genuinely talented, an outstanding outer disciple with a real future. And Wei Dong's children would be there, and they were a different weight class entirely. His daughter, Wei Mei, was already at the 9th level of Qi Martial and studying at the Haoyue sect, and by every account in my borrowed memory, she was the real thing. 3 months. If I stood still, I'd be the entertainment again. So I stopped standing still. 10 days of cultivation with the dark martial spirit open took me to the peak of the 6th level, 1 solid breath away from the 7th. 10 days. For the old Yang Li, 10 days was how long it took to fail to notice any progress at all. Then I went to see my father, Xiao Li. He put down a brush when I came in, and I noticed distantly that he'd been painting and that he put the paper face down. Isn't it better to cultivate at home? Why do you insist on going back to the sect? Because some things are unavoidable, I said. If I hide in this house and let you stand in front of me, how am I ever supposed to grow? He looked at me a long time. He wasn't worried about my safety, which was interesting. He was worried about the other thing, the thing where you get your son back from the dead and then he walks out the door. Then go, he said. Be careful. I didn't take much. A horse named 1,000-Mile Snow, a bag of dry rations, some silver. He came out to the edge of Yangzhou City to see me off, which he did not have to do, and which he did anyway. Father, I'm leaving. Be careful, he said again. And then I was on the road, and the land opened up in front of me the way land does when nobody knows your name yet, and I'll admit something embarrassing. I laughed out loud. In my last life, I read wuxia novels in a dormitory bunk with the light off, riding out alone with a sword, drinking bad wine, settling scores under an open sky. That was the fantasy of a kid with no money and a curfew. And now I was doing it, actually doing it, on an actual horse, with an actual mountain range on the horizon, and nobody in the world who could tell me to sit back down. The Yunhai sect was 1,000 miles from Yangzhou. 1,000-Mile Snow does what the name says, but I still spent 10 days on the road. I did not waste them. Somewhere around day 6, with a cold wind in my face and absolutely nothing in my head, I broke through into the 7th level of Qi Martial without noticing it happen. It just arrived, the way an answer arrives after you've stopped working on the problem. And 2 days after that, riding, half asleep, I finally got the last of the wave, the 9th layer, 1 punch, 9 waves, roughly 8,500 jin out of a 7th level body. I sat on a horse in the middle of nowhere and threw a punch at the empty air and listened to it crack 9 times going away from me, and then I put my hand down and rode on because there was a mountain coming up. Yunhai Peak isn't the tallest mountain in the range, it's the widest. From a distance, it looks like somebody built a city up in the clouds and then hid it behind 8 other peaks, all of them going up into the sky like pillars holding a roof. I got about 400 meters up the road before 2 men stepped into it. Halt, dismount, and proceed on foot. I looked at them. Then I pointed without hurrying at the rider going past us in the other lane, up the mountain, on a horse, unbothered. Why aren't you stopping him? One of them sneered. What makes you think you're anything like an inner disciple? You're a piece of trash who nearly got beaten to death. Ah, so the rule wasn't a rule. The rule was a mood. Mountain guarding disciples of the Yunhai sect are outer disciples. Same rank as me. They have no authority to stop anybody. If a guest arrives, they run and tell somebody. Errand boys with a good position on a road. The weak get bullied, I said. Got it, and I did not dismount. I flicked the reins, they both roared and reached for me, and I threw both fists out at once and they went off the road in opposite directions. If there's a next time, I said, riding past, I'll cripple your cultivation. Behind me, one of them got up and stared after me and, according to my extremely good ears, said this to the other one. Even the trash is stronger than us. No wonder we're standing on a road. Which is honestly the most self-aware thing anyone said to me all week. News moves faster than horses. By the time I'd stabled 1,000-Mile Snow, every outer disciple on that mountain knew Yang Li was back because the useless Yang Li was a minor celebrity, not famous. Famous is different. He was a unit of measurement. You'd say a thing was Yang Li bad. I walked through it and let it wash over me and went where I'd been going since I got on the horse, the Xingchen Pavilion. Yang Li, a voice behind me, cold, precise, and pleased with itself. I stopped and turned, and there he was, Wei Jin, 3rd uncle's eldest, 8th level of Qi Martial. A good jaw and a very good robe, and the calm of a young man who has never once had to reconsider anything. You're incredibly lucky to be alive, he said. I looked at him for maybe 2 seconds. Here's what I saw, 8th level, which, at that moment, sitting at the 7th with a perfected 9-layer wave, meant almost nothing to me. If I had one more real technique, one thing that hit from an angle he didn't expect, I could take him. I didn't have one yet, so I turned around and kept walking. You want to know how to actually ruin somebody's morning? Don't argue. Don't threaten. Just don't participate. Next time, he called after me, and there was heat under it now. I'll make sure you die a death worse than death. Yeah. Noted. Get in line, it's a long one, and I'm making a list. The Xingchen Pavilion is 3 floors of the sect's accumulated cultivation techniques and martial skills, which is the actual reason sects exist. A family can teach you manners. A sect can hand you a book that changes your ceiling. An old man was sitting out front on a stool. He looked like nothing. Genuinely nothing. A bored old caretaker with his eyes half shut in the sun, the kind of man you walk past 100 times and never see once, which is exactly why I stopped and bowed. Look, in my last life I watched a lot of bad television, and bad television taught me one true thing. The sweeping monk is never a sweeping monk. This is the single most important vault in the sect, and there is one man in front of it, alone, with no guards, and he is asleep. Senior, I said. The half-shut eyes opened. They were not sleepy at all. He looked at me with what I can only describe as surprise, and then he nodded. 7th level of Chi Martial. 1st floor only. 2 sets, maximum. Understood. The 1st floor is all yellow rank material, the bottom tier, but there's a lot of it, and that's the point. A sect's real wealth is having enough options that everyone can find the thing shaped like them. I skipped the cultivation techniques. What I needed was a way to end fights. 7 kill fist. 1 punch kills 7. Suitable for owners of the body integration martial spirit. Hurricane slash. Turns wind into blades. Suitable for wind martial spirit owners. Bullfight. Yellow rank. High grade. Suitable for beast-type martial spirit owners. And here's the thing that made me stop and stand very still in a dusty room. Every single one of these had a restriction. Every skill in this world assumes you have the matching spirit, because a spirit is a shape, and most people can only pour themselves into their own shape. I had a dark martial spirit. It didn't have a shape. It just made me better at everything, which meant nothing on these shelves was closed to me. I have never in either of my lives had a moment of unfair advantage that felt that good. I went looking properly then. Gentle breeze sword. Light and graceful, penetrates any opening, suitable for sword martial soul owners. Pretty, not it. Something in me wanted a sword. I'd wanted one since I was a kid with a library card, but not that one. And then, sword drawing technique. The draw is as swift as lightning. A single strike is fatal, suitable for owners of a sword-type martial spirit. I stopped, because this one was strange, and the strangeness is the entire reason I'm still alive. Every other sword art in that room had levels. Stages, 1st form, 2nd form, keep grinding. This one had one motion. Draw the sword and kill. The last thing a swordsman wants is to start with the sword in the sheath. That's a wasted beat. That's the beat you die in. Sword drawing technique looks at that and says, fine, then make the draw the whole attack. Every gram of everything into the instant the blade leaves the scabbard. No trajectory, no angle, no pattern to read, because a pattern is only a pattern if you get to see it twice. Land it and they're dead. Miss, and you're standing in front of an enemy with your weapon out and nothing left. I took it off the shelf. Then I picked a movement technique to go with it. Fleeting shadow, which at full mastery leaves people looking at where you were. The old man wrote both down and then paused over the first one. Sword drawing technique. He turned the page like he was checking he'd read it right. Young man, this is the first time anyone has chosen this. Once a man has drawn, you're already too late. And if you're not fast enough, the outcome was decided before you moved. Master it, and it's terrifying. But the requirement is absurd. You must be faster than every opponent you will ever meet. I understand. Good that you understand. He handed the books over. Better not to use it unless you're certain. Then he reached down beside the stool and tossed me something. It was a belt. A plain, dark, unremarkable belt. And when I caught it, my hand told me before my eyes did that there was a length of steel running through it. A soft sword. That thing's usually just a belt, he said, already looking away. It's no use to me. Take it and play with it. I opened my mouth to thank him properly. Don't. He waved a hand without opening his eyes. This old man can't stand it. Go cultivate. So I bowed anyway, because he couldn't see it, and left. Behind me, very quietly, I heard him say, "It's been a long time since I've seen an interesting young man. Remember that belt. Nobody, in the entire rest of this story, ever looks at the belt. I found a cliff. That's not a figure of speech. The 8 peaks around Yunhai are so enormous that a disciple can walk out into them and be alone inside an hour. I went until the paths ran out. A wide flat shelf of rock hanging over nothing, with a sea of clouds underneath it going all the way to the horizon. Spectacular. Breathtaking. I did not look at it once. For 7 days, I stood on that rock and drew a sword. That's it. That's the whole training montage, and it wasn't a montage. It was 7 days of the same 2 seconds. Hand to the belt, draw, cut, sheathe, again, crack, a hole in the rock face. Again, crack, another. By day 3, the cliff behind me looked like something had been chewing it. By day 5, there were so many sword scars crossing each other that you couldn't tell which had come first, because sword drawing technique wants exactly 2 things, and neither of them is technique. It wants speed, absolute obscene speed, and it wants everything you have arriving at the same instant. Where the blade goes doesn't matter. There's only ever one cut, so what would a pattern even be for? When the dark martial spirit started to dim, I put it away and switched to footwork because you can only run comprehension so hard before the tank is empty. A martial spirit is your soul standing up. Keep it standing too long and you find out how heavy it is. Sunrise to sunset, 7 times. On the evening of the 7th day, I sat down with my back against the ruined rock, sweat drying on me, and watched the clouds go orange and thought a very stupid, very sincere thought about holding a blood-stained sword at sunset and looking down at the world. I was 16, let me have it. Then I went looking for somewhere to sleep, because sleeping on a cliff is romantic exactly once. The mountains are full of immortal caves, old cut stone hollows that generations of disciples have used and abandoned. Every one I found was occupied. So I kept going, following a stream uphill, and the stream came out of a place that made me stop walking. Ahead of me, a mountain had been split. Not eroded. Split. One clean vertical cut from summit to base, leaving a corridor barely wide enough for 2 men to walk abreast, with a ribbon of sky overhead. One line. Heaven, my borrowed memory supplied. 2 outer disciples watching from a distance started laughing. That good-for-nothing is in for a rude awakening. Everyone around here knows this is Ye Shun's. I heard both of them perfectly well. I went in anyway. The corridor ran a few hundred meters and then opened out, and I stopped dead because inside that split mountain was a bowl of green with a lake in it, and the lake was steaming. A natural hot spring, walled on every side by cliff, with immortal caves cut into the rock at the water's edge, and absolutely nobody in it. I had been sweating on a rock for 7 days. I want that on the record as my defense. I got my shirt off before I'd finished walking and went in feet first. Comfortable, I announced, to a lake. And a lake answered. There was a splash from the far side, and a woman came up out of the water. Black hair went across the surface first, then a face, willow leaf brows, an oval face, the kind of features that in my old world would have started a small industry. Everyone in this world has good skin, because cultivation does that, so nobody wears makeup, and it's genuinely unfair, none of which was the important part. The important part was the expression, and the expression said, intruder. Sorry, I said, and started backing toward the shore with my hands where she could see them. I didn't know anyone was here. Because I hadn't. That's the entire truth of it. The old Yang Li was too timid to have ever come out this far, so there was nothing in my memory that said this bowl belonged to anyone. I knew her though. Everyone did. Ye Shun, the #1 beauty of the outer sect, 9th level of Qi martial, and by reputation the sort of person you did not accidentally inconvenience. Was she beautiful? Yes. Did I have a moment? Yes. A short one, roughly the length of a heartbeat, which then got stepped on by the part of my brain that had done 4 years of not being allowed to talk to a woman in a hallway without lawyers getting involved. I got dressed. I turned to leave. You still want to leave? I looked back. She was standing at the edge of the water with her clothes soaked through and a bow in her hands and an arrow already on the string, and the arrow was pointed at my face. What do you want? I said. And I said it politely. She didn't answer. Her body bent into the draw, and I have to admit, purely technically, that it was one of the most beautiful things I'd ever seen a human body do, and the string sang and a golden arrow came at me faster than the sound of it. I threw the wave. 9 layers, everything, no thought at all, and the arrow went into that rolling wall of force and fought it, hung in the middle of a 9,000 jin punch, spinning, and only then dropped and clattered on the stones. 7,000 jin in one arrow, casual. Unaimed, first shot of the conversation. If that had hit the old Yang Li, he would have been a decoration on the cliff behind me. You want to kill me? And now I was angry, which is different from surprised. Over a bath? So what if I do? Another arrow. And this time, behind her, something came up out of the air. A golden arrow made of light, enormous, hanging over her shoulder and pointed at me. Arrow martial spirit. I felt it lock on. That's not a metaphor either. Something reached across the space between us and put a hand on my breath, and every instinct I had went cold, because I understood immediately that I could not dodge this. The string hummed. Fleeting shadow. 9-layer wave. I went backward 10 meters and threw the wave into it, and this time it only slowed the thing down. 9,500 jin, guided, homing, and I was watching it come at my forehead through my own attack. So I did the thing I'd been doing for 7 days on a rock for the first time, on a live target, with no idea whether it worked. Hand to the belt. Draw. There was a white flash. It existed for so little time that I'm not certain my eyes were involved. And then there were 2 halves of a golden arrow going past me on either side. I didn't stop to admire it. I was already moving, because fleeting shadow was the other thing I'd spent 7 days on, and I hit the corridor mouth at a speed that took her a full second to process. I, Yang Li, will remember today, I called back, and I meant it as a promise, and it came out sounding, I'll admit, theatrical. Behind me, I heard her say, mostly to herself, "Was that sword light?" Outside, the two disciples who'd stayed to watch me get humiliated were still standing there with their mouths open because I had walked out under my own power, which was apparently not on the list of possible outcomes. Then Yeshun walked out after me, soaked to the skin, and the two of them very carefully turned into statues because half the inner sect and a fair number of core disciples were interested in that woman, and none of them would have taken kindly to witnesses. I didn't stop until I was well clear. Then I sat down on an open patch of ground and got a fire going by scraping the soft sword on a stone, and I dried my clothes, and I thought about what had just happened. This is a world where a woman I had never met tried to put an arrow through my head because I got in her bath. Not a rival, not an enemy, not a debt. Same sect, same rank, no history, no reason. Just, you inconvenienced me, and I am stronger than you. That's the operating system. That's it. Everything else is decoration. An arrow cultivator can lock you and shoot from range, I said out loud to my fire, working it. But at arm's length, that bow is a stick. If I get inside, I win. And I was very satisfied with the sword drawing technique, which had just cut a spirit-guided arrow in half without any part of my conscious brain participating. 7 days of mental exhaustion on a rock, worth every one of them. Yejun, I said, filing the face. I did not know at the time that I was filing it under the wrong heading entirely. There's someone over there, more people, more strength. Let's ask him along. 4 of them came out of the trees while I was still shirtless and drying my shirt, and the woman among them went slightly pink and said, in the tone of someone addressing a public indecency, "Hello, could you please put some clothes on?" I looked down at myself. Fair. Okay, I said, because I have never in my life been difficult to talk to, and getting knocked around by the world for 2 decades will make you either brittle or easy, and I went easy. They introduced themselves while I dressed. A young man in green called Jianfei, wind spirit, sword, quick. A big slab of a young man called Gao Yong with a battle axe on his back and a grin that took up too much of his face. A girl called Mei Yu, dignified, careful, the kind of pretty that doesn't announce itself. And behind them, in white, a young man who hadn't said a word yet. And the strongest of us, said Jianfei, Mei Zhen. They wanted to hunt in Black Wind Ridge. Yao Beast Forest, north of the range, allegedly larger than the entire Yunhai mountain range. You go in, you kill demonic beasts, you cut out their cores, and you trade those cores for the things that actually make you stronger. 5 people is safer than 4. Would I come? Sure, I said instantly, because I very much wanted to see it. Great. Mei Yu looked relieved. As long as we don't run into a 9th level beast, we'll be fine. And then the young man in white spoke for the first time. Useless Yang Li. He said it while looking at Mei Yu, not at me, with a small smile. Junior sister. We're wasting our time. Bringing him would just be dead weight. The other 3 found somewhere else to look. I got the rest of the picture off my borrowed memory a second later. Mei Zhen, 8th level of Qi Martial, Sword Martial Soul, which is one of the strongest kinds of spirit there is, and explains a great deal about a personality. Junior brother Yang Li, Gao Yong clapped a hand on my shoulder, which staggered me. Mei Zhen's got real talent, so he's got a bit of an attitude. Pretend you didn't hear it. We met, so let's go together. Yes, said Jianfei. Senior brother's right. Mei Yu nodded. Mei Zhen snorted and said nothing more. And that's how it happened. 3 people I'd known for 4 minutes chose, in front of a man with a sword martial soul, to be inconvenient on my behalf. I've thought about that a lot since. It cost them nothing at the time. It cost them everything later. We crossed a few peaks and got to Black Wind Ridge by afternoon. Black Wind Ridge is thorns and roots and trees packed so tight you walk in permanent green twilight. Perfect country for ambush, which is why the beasts love it. Yao beasts come in 9 ordinary ranks, and the ranks line up with the 9 levels of Qi Martial, which is a tidy system somebody clearly invented to make it easier to decide what will kill you. Level 5, Qing Feng Wolf. Take it. Gao Yong said it without raising his voice, and Jianfei was already moving, and the longsword came off his back so fast it looked like water pouring. 1 thrust, into the brain, done. The Gentle Breeze sword against a Gentle Breeze wolf, Gao Yong said, delighted with himself, and went to dig out the core. Just a level 5, said Mei Zhen. For the next 2 hours, it went like that. Beasts came, mostly 6s and 7s, and the 4 of them handled it, and I didn't get a turn because Gao Yong and Jianfei kept getting there first, and I was fine with that. I was watching. You learn more in the first hour of watching people fight than in a week of reading about it. The bag's getting heavy, Gao Yong reported happily. 30, 40 cores? Not bad. We're tens of thousands of meters in, Jianfei said. It gets worse ahead. If it gets bad, we run. Understood, said Gao Yong, and then stopped talking because something enormous had stepped into the path. Level 8, Violent Ape. It was a hill with arms, ferocious, absurdly strong, famous for tearing apart tigers, and it had noticed us. Mei Zhen, Mei Yu said. It's on you. And Mei Zhen said, in a voice like a fingernail on a plate. Heh. Mei Yu, what's your rush? There seems to be someone here waiting to reap the harvest without lifting a finger. Do you really think you can just sit back and eat? He was looking at me. That was not rudeness. That was an attempt at homicide with good manners. He was proposing that the trash go handle the level 8 beast. A level 8 beast is a match for an 8th level cultivator, and in his understanding, I was a 5th level joke. That's not a taunt. That's asking somebody to walk into a wood chipper and calling it fairness. Mei Zhen, what do you mean by that? Jianfei's voice had gone flat. Nobody here can handle a level 8 except you. Are you trying to get him killed? You think you can put your hands on our cores without lifting a finger? Wouldn't it be better if he died and there was one less share? Mei Zhen. Gao Yang wasn't smiling anymore. We're here together. Yang Li came because he trusts us. Humph. Then protect him yourselves. I'm not raising a useless piece of trash for free. And he stepped back, physically back, out of the fight, so we'd all understand it was a policy. Fine. I'll give it a try, I said, and stepped forward. No, you can't handle a level 8, Mei Yu's voice went up. Mei Zhen, this is too far. I'll help you. Gao Yang dropped the bag of cores in the dirt and came and stood on my left. Count me in. Jianfei, on my right. And me, Mei Yu, behind us. The three of us can hold it, right? She was praying. I could hear it in her voice. I looked at the three of them standing in a row in front of a level 8 Yao beast on behalf of a boy they had known for one afternoon. Something went warm in my chest that I had not felt since a hospital room in another world. Overestimating yourselves, Mei Zhen said from behind us. I rubbed my nose. Actually, I said, I might be able to handle this one. They didn't have time to react. The ape had decided. It slammed both legs into the ground hard enough that the trees jumped and came at me like a landslide with the face. Mei Yu shut her eyes. Boom. She told me later she felt the space itself flex. Then she heard the ape scream, which was not on her list of expected sounds, and opened her eyes. The ape was 3 meters away, on its back. I was standing where I'd been standing, having taken one step. How is this possible? Mei Yu said, to nobody. You need 8,000 jin to move a level 8 violent ape. Just to move it. I had 8.5 at rest and 9-layer wave stacks. The whole design is that each layer arrives on top of the last, so what actually landed on that animal was closer to 9. Tough, I said, checking my knuckles. Genuinely tough. The ape got up, roaring. I stepped in and hit it again, left hand this time. I'm using you to test something, I told it. I wasn't being cruel. I had a brand new 9th wave and a body that had never gotten to use it and a creature in front of me that could survive being tested on, which is rarer than you'd think. I hit it 11 or 12 times. The forest inside a 200-meter radius stopped being a forest. To use 9-layer wave like that, Jianfei's brain had stopped keeping up. I don't think an inner disciple could do that. As long as the wind of the fist keeps coming, the waves never stop, Mei Yu said slowly. I've heard the highest profound truth of 9-layer wave is exactly that. His talent for martial skills is monster, said Gao Yang, and dragged a hand down his face. The tremors stopped. I turned around. Come get the core, I said. I'm tired. Gao Yang went and did it and came back with an expression of personal offense, because the hide was so thick he could barely get through it dead, and he could not construct a mental model of how I'd gotten through it alive. Ha ha, Yang Li! He slung the bag over his shoulder. With a freak like you around, as long as we don't hit a level 9, we can walk sideways through this place. Let's keep going, I said. Maybe there'll be more level 8s. We just got lucky, said a voice behind us, and found a beast that only knows how to stand there and take a beating. Mei Zhen walked past all 4 of us and took the lead. The 3 of them started swearing. I didn't, because I'd noticed something more interesting. Mei Zhen was walking in front now, which meant Mei Zhen badly wanted to kill something in front of witnesses. He walked for 20 minutes and found nothing, and got visibly frustrated, and then the forest went quiet. Not quieter. Quiet. All the way down. Something's wrong, I said. Ahead of us, Mei Zhen had stopped and was backing up. There was a wolf in the path. I'd like to describe it neutrally, and I can't, because the thing had a face like something drawn by a person who wanted you to have a bad night. Gray, ridged, wrong. Mei Yu put both hands over her mouth. Netherworld wolf, Jianfei said, and his voice had gone thin. Level 9. The cruelest thing in the ordinary ranks. It eats people in pieces. It doesn't kill them first. Right. Great. Wonderful. Love this forest. 5 stars. Useless trash. Mei Zhen, still retreating, not looking back at me. Let's join forces. You hit it with the wave. I'll take the opening and kill it. I laughed. I actually laughed out loud, and the sound was very loud in that silence. Let me translate. You go and be the wall. I'll be behind the wall. And when the wall breaks, I'll be somewhere else. You watched your companions walk into danger 20 minutes ago, I said. And you expect me to believe you now? You have no choice. Otherwise, we all die. I disagree. You haven't lifted a finger all day. Are you trying to freeload? And then, because it was right there, and I'm only human, I'm not raising a useless piece of trash for free. I gave the other three a look and started drifting sideways. They drifted with me. They'd had enough of him too. Very good, Mei Zhen said, and something poisonous came into his face, and then a sword the size of a building came up behind him made of light and pointed at the sky. Sword martial soul. I'll give him this much. For 1 second I understood the arrogance. Among all the kinds of martial spirit, a sword is near the top. A sword spirit means you can become a sword cultivator, and a sword cultivator's whole identity is that defense is somebody else's problem. Plenty of people with no sword spirit at all spend their lives studying swords just to get a fraction of it. Jianfei was one of them. Then Mei Zhen fought the wolf, and I stopped understanding the arrogance. He was fast. The sword came out clean and met the claw, and the sound was metal on metal, which told me those claws were not claws in any sense I recognized, but the impact threw him back 10 meters and dug a trench with his heels. The wolf touched down and was already airborne again. He got his blade up into a curtain, a proper defensive form, and for 2 seconds it looked competent. Then the wolf wasn't in front of him. Above. And Mei Zhen did the thing that told me everything about him. He threw his sword. Not a technique. Not a throw with a plan. He let go of his weapon to buy half a second and he ran directly at the four of us. Damn it, Mei Yu said. You won't have an easy time even if I die, Mei Zhen said, and his face was a shape I'd only seen once before, through a windshield. He was steering it into us. Get out of the way. I put the wave into him, not to kill him, to move him. 9 layers of force hit him in the chest and reversed him back into the open ground he'd come from, and he screamed once as the wolf's claws came down across his back, and he went flat and stayed there. You're courting death, I said, and I didn't feel much of anything. I've thought about this since. My rule was simple then, and it's simple now. I don't touch people who don't touch me, but the moment you decide my death is an acceptable cost, we're just negotiating price. The wolf howled, a long, cracked, awful sound, and put 1 foot on Mei Zhen's back and did not finish him. It was looking at us. What do we do? Jianfei was sweating freely. It's wounding, not killing. It wants to take its time. What's its weakness? I said. All 3 of them looked at me. Fast, Jianfei said. Very fast, very strong, but the defense is thin, especially the throat. That's the spot. But it guards the throat with the claws, and those claws, he gestured helplessly at the trench in the ground. To reach the neck, you'd have to get past them. Throat, I said, and I took a small step forward. 3 people behind me made the same sound. I started jogging, empty-handed, toward it, and I picked up speed as I went, because sword drawing technique has exactly one requirement, and that requirement is that you arrive faster than the other thing can decide. Yang Li, come back. The wolf's eyes went colder, which I hadn't thought was available, and it came off Mei Zhen and turned into a streak of black, and the claws came up across its own throat because it was not a stupid animal, and it knew where I was going. The last 20 meters I stopped being a person running and became a problem in physics. There was lightning. That's the honest description, and it's what all 3 of them said afterward independently. A single white line across the clearing, so bright it stayed printed on their eyes after it was gone, and then nothing. The world stopped. I was standing 8 meters past where I'd started. The level 9 netherworld wolf was standing where it had been. Silence. The kind with a shape to it. Mei Yu put her fists against her mouth. Then, drip. 1 small sound. A wet tap on a leaf. And the wolf went over sideways, and there was a thread across its throat, thin as a hair, and the thread slowly turned red and became a line. It's dead, Gao Yang said. That was Yang Li? Mei Yu's voice cracked. Are you all right? I turned around slowly and grinned at them, and I want to be clear that the grin was 90% relief. I'm fine. I hadn't been sure. That's the thing about that technique. You don't get to find out whether you were fast enough until afterward. 3 people let out a breath at the same time and then stared at me like I'd sprouted a second head. What? I said. Why are you looking at me like that? Pervert, Gao Yang said through his teeth. Mei Yu and Jianfei both nodded seriously. I'd like to note, for the historical record, that I saved these people's lives and was immediately called a pervert by all 3 of them. Yang Li, Jianfei said, you're a sword cultivator. Not really, I just learned a sword skill. Not? Then your martial spirit isn't a sword? No. Jianfei actually took a step back, because that's the part that broke him. He'd chased a sword for years with a wind spirit, and I'd done that with a technique I'd owned for 7 days and no sword spirit at all, which meant it was never the spirit, it was the comprehension, and comprehension is the one thing you can't buy. He didn't ask what my martial spirit was, which is good manners in that world. He'd also noticed I hadn't released one all day and decided I was hiding something enormous. He was right, and he had the wrong one in mind. Gao Yang crouched by the corpse with his dagger and started digging. A 9th level netherworld wolf core. Yang Li, you killed it alone. Without you, we might not have gotten out. This one's yours. Mei Yu, Jianfei, objections? They both shook their heads, smiling. I object, I said. 3 heads came up. We split everything 4 ways, same as before. Because here's what actually happened today. 3 people who thought I was a 5th-level liability told me to stay at the back where it was safe, and then offered to share the cores with me anyway. And when the man with the sword spirit decided I was expendable, they stood in a row. Whatever I was going to become in this world, I was not going to become the guy who renegotiates after the danger's over. Okay, Gao Yang said, and it wasn't reluctant, it was fast. You seem to have forgotten about me. We all turned around. Mei Zhen was still on the ground. He couldn't stand. Several vertebrae had lost their argument with a wolf, and he was propped on his elbows in the dirt looking up at us, and his voice was perfectly steady. Fuck you, Gao Yang said with feeling. Let's go, Mei Yu said. Fate decides. And we'd actually started walking when Mei Zhen said, don't forget my elder brother knows I went into Black Wind Ridge with you. If I die here and the 4 of you walk out, what do you think he's going to think? Everybody stopped. You'd better carry me out, Mei Zhen said, and give me half the cores, or I'll have all of you killed. I looked at Jianfei. What's going on? He's half dead and still this confident? His elder brother is Mei Long. Jianfei's face had gone gray. Top 10 of the outer sect, 6th, 9th level of Qi martial at peak, and a sword martial soul. He's genuinely dangerous, Yang Li. I walked over and stood above Mei Zhen and drew the soft sword. Yang Li, Jianfei said. What do you want to do? Mei Zhen's voice finally changed. I turned around and looked at the 3 of them instead. Answer me one question, I said. Given who this man is, if we carry him out, does he let us go? 3 people were quiet. They were 16. In this world, 16 is precocious, but precocious isn't the same as having watched a girl point at you in a courtroom and then get into a nice car. He didn't just refuse to help, I said. He tried to feed me to a level 8 for a share of the take. Then he ran a level 9 into the 4 of us on purpose. Now he's flat on his back, giving orders and demanding half. And you want to carry that home on your shoulders? Cold sweat came out on all 3 of them because they'd gotten there. I swear, Mei Zhen was scrabbling backward on his elbows now, and there it was at last, the fear. I swear, take me back and I'll never retaliate. I don't want the cores. I swear it. Too late, I said. The soft sword is a very quiet weapon. I stood there afterward and let out a long breath and waited to see what I felt. It moved. Something in me moved, and then it settled fast, and that told me more about what this world had already done to me than anything else that week. You don't get to walk the road to strength and keep your shoes clean. Either I accepted that today, or I'd accept it later with worse math. When Mei Long comes looking, I said, tell him the truth. Say Yang Li killed him. That's when Gao Yang laughed. Good brother, he said. But if we kill a man, we share it. Am I, Gao Yang, a coward? I looked at him. He understood exactly what I'd done. I'd said it out loud so that the 3 of them would be clean, so that when a top 10 outer disciple came asking, they could point at me and be telling the truth. And he'd decided in about a second and a half that he wasn't going to let me. He's right, Jianfei's jaw set. We share it. And anyway, while we're inside the sect, disciples can't kill disciples. Even if Mei Long knows, as long as we stay on sect ground, he can't touch us. Count me in too, said Mei Yu, and smiled, and it was a very good smile. Okay, I said, that's the moment. If you want the scene where my life in that world actually started, it isn't the 2 martial spirits, and it isn't the wolf. It's 3 people in a ruined forest volunteering to share a murder charge with a boy everyone else called garbage. I crouched by the body and patted it down, and found a book, Astonishing Thundersword Technique, high grade, yellow rank. Cultivated to its peak, the strike carries a rolling crack like thunder, and the whole art is built around explosive force. That's from the Xingqian Pavilion, Jianfei said. Both the Jing brothers cultivated it. It's very strong but very hard, especially the later stage, sword like thunder. I've studied it too. I've never grasped the essence. I nodded and put it away. 3 skills now. 9-layer wave for offense and defense. Fleeting shadow to be somewhere else. Sword drawing to end things in one motion. But sword drawing is a coin flip you only get to call once. What I needed was something to fight with in between. Something that could hammer so the coin flip stayed in the sheath until the moment it mattered. Thunder and waves and a hidden draw at the end of it. Shall we head back? Mei Yu asked. Why? We're already here. I picked up the bag. Let's get more cores. They looked at each other, and then all 3 of them laughed. 5 days. That's how long it took, and I'd like to explain what those 5 days looked like from the outside, because Jianfei described it to me later, and he was still bitter. Day 1, I read the book. Day 2, I started swinging. Day 3, there was a faint noise in the air on the follow-through. Day 5, in a clearing, I was fighting a level 8 flowing cloud leopard, a thing famous for being impossible to pin down, and every strike I made cracked like a storm breaking, and the leopard could not get away from me, and I was not killing it. 5 days, Jianfei said, watching. 5 days, and every strike has the thunder in it. That's major achievement. That's a major achievement in 5 days. Don't compare yourself to him, Gao Yang said, arms folded. He's not fighting it. He's using it as a practice dummy. Which was true and rude. I put the sword through the leopard's skull and sheathed it and stood there, and the honest truth is that my hands were shaking slightly with how good it felt, because the thunder sword hits harder than the wave. A sword is built for one job, and with the wave in my left hand and the thunder in my right, and a soft sword hidden in a belt that nobody ever looks at, I finally had a shape. We walked out of Blackwind Ridge with a bag Gao Yang could barely lift and traded it in. 12 Guiyuan pills, 3 each. They matter, so a Guiyuan pill kicks a Qi martial cultivator toward a breakthrough, and only the first 3 do anything, and the first is the strongest. After that, your body stops being impressed. Gao Yang took a battle axe. Jianfei took 2 foundation pills because he'd worked out on his own that his talent had a ceiling and his base was soft, and I respected the hell out of that. Mei Yu took a youth-preserving pill. I did not comment. I did look, and she caught me looking. Why are you staring at me? Nothing. I looked at the wall. You're already very... I would like to state that I am much better at killing level 9 beasts than I am at finishing that sentence. Gao Yang laughed so hard he had to sit down. So what now? He asked, when he could talk. Now I stop being 7th level, I said. 7th is too low. Then go there, he pointed. I looked where he was pointing, and my whole plan for the next month arranged itself. Fengyun Gorge is not a valley, it's a hole, several hundred meters straight down in the middle of the sect, so large that the terrain inside is a different country. The rule of Fengyun Gorge is 1 sentence long. Once you're inside, you can fight anyone you want, and nobody cares who you are. No ranks, no seniority, no complaints department. Below the 8th level of Qi Martial, most people don't go down, and at the center of it stand 10 stone platforms, the life and death platform. Step up voluntarily, and your life belongs to fate. Kill somebody there, and the sect writes nothing down. It exists because in a sect of thousands, 2 men will always have a problem that words can't close. Of course I'm going, I said, because the old Yang Li used to stand up here on the rim and look down and envy people. 3 days in a room with 3 Guiyuan pills, and I came out at the 8th level of Qi Martial, which is worth putting in numbers. I'd gone into that room at the middle of the 7th, not even the peak, and those 3 pills carried me over. Now 9-layer wave sat at 9,000 Jin, and the thunder sword ran past it, and a 9th level cultivator was no longer a wall, he was a fight. I stepped out into the autumn sun and felt genuinely good for about 4 seconds. Useless trash, you've finally come out. Of course. Wei Jin was standing 30 meters off with his arms folded and his back to me, which is a pose you have to practice. He'd been waiting 2 days, he hadn't come in. The Yunhai sect has a hard rule about entering another disciple's room or making noise outside it. Get interrupted at the wrong moment in cultivation, and you can lose years. It's one of the few rules on that mountain that actually gets enforced, so he'd stood outside for 2 days rather than break it, which tells you he was disciplined, and also that he had absolutely nothing else going on. I hear your cultivation's improved a lot since you came back from the dead, he said. Do you dare come down to Fengyun Gorge? I nearly laughed in his face. Because that's the same sentence. Word for word, that is the sentence he used on the boy whose body I was standing in. Come down to the gorge. And then in the gorge, where the rules get thin, he'd beaten him until he stopped moving and stopped short of killing, because sect law says you don't kill your own clansmen on the platform, and Wei Jin was very careful about the letter of things. Not that anyone would have investigated. An 8th level talent breaks a 5th level nobody, and the sect's collective response is, and? Rules are dead. People are alive. That's the whole legal system. Time to settle that, I said, and I started walking. Useless trash, you don't dare. Didn't you say Fengyun Gorge? I said without turning around. He stood there for a second, and then a very cruel smile came onto his face, because in his model of the world, I had just been tricked twice by the same trick. There are walkways down into the gorge, and there are iron chains strung from the rim for people who like the drama. Anyone with decent lightness skill jumps. I took the chain and slid down it like a sack of rice, because I had absolutely no intention of letting him see anything before he had to see all of it. Trash is trash, Wei Jin said above me. It needs help to get into a canyon. Then he stepped off the rim and dropped 100 meters and landed with his toes turning, sinking a foot into packed sand, perfectly balanced, absolutely gorgeous. Who is that? Somebody called from the rim. That's Wei Jin, 8th level. He's the real thing. We came down on a dune in a desolate stretch, and a few disciples nearby stopped what they were doing and settled in to watch, because 2 people squaring off is the local entertainment. Hey, I never thought a piece of trash would dare come down here. Wei Jin was genuinely happy. You weren't quite dead last time. Today I'll fix it. You can try. A piece of trash dares to be arrogant. He beats my little brother Wei Hao once and thinks he's something. He rolled his shoulders. Today I'll show you what an 8th level cultivator actually is. You are still trash, Yang Li. And he stepped in and threw a straight punch at my face. Not a technique, just a punch, because he genuinely believed one would be enough. I raised my hand and opened it, palm out, to catch it. He almost laughed. You could see it. This idiot is going to catch my fist with his hand. Crack. White light burst off his knuckles as he shattered my palm's guard. And then didn't. You're overthinking it, I said. I let the wave out through the palm. Here's what happens when you take 9-layer wave and put it into a point of contact instead of into open air. He described it later, screaming, to a healer, and the healer wrote it down. It felt like being a small boat in an ocean. Not one blow. A first pressure, and then a heavier one arriving on top of it, and then a heavier one, going up his arm faster than he could withdraw it, and the arm swelling as it went. Force and give. The soft half and the hard half arriving together. How is this possible? He tried to pull back. I closed my hand on his fist and went with him, matching him step for step, staying exactly as close as I'd been. That was the part that broke him, I think, not the strength. He could rationalize strength, but he couldn't get away. His movement technique was good, and mine was better, and I stayed in his face like something painted on. Crack. The sound was his forearm. He looked at my face from about 15 centimeters away, and I watched a specific thing happen behind his eyes. The realization that he had walked into this on purpose. When did the good-for-nothing get past me? Time to end this, I said. 9,000 jin into the body, at contact range. He went down like a dropped coat, and bright red came out of his mouth, and his tendons let go all along that arm. I stood over him. For the record, I said, you're my third uncle's son, my cousin, and your family sided with Wei Dong and went for my father's chair, and you insulted me for years, and you've now tried to kill me twice. You threw away the family part first, so don't stand there and hand me the bill for it. No, Brother Li, I'm your cousin. When you were killing me, I said, did you think of me as your cousin? I didn't say anything else. I hit him with the wave one more time, in a specific way, and he screamed, and his face went the color of paper. I've destroyed your cultivation, I said. Now you're actually trash. I turned around and walked away. The 8th level disciples who'd stopped to watch gave me a wide berth, and I understood why. Killing a man is one thing, crippling him is worse, and everybody in that gorge knew it. A martial artist without cultivation isn't a civilian, he's a widower. Behind me, Wei Jin got enough air to scream, Yang Li, you crippled me, you'll die a horrible death. And then, and this is the part he did not intend to say out loud but said anyway, because despair makes people generous with information. My cousin, Wei Mei's already Lingwu realm, her martial spirit awakened. The Haoyu sect treats her like a queen, and when she found out your father hurt hers, she said she'd come to Yunhai and kill you herself. He was still yelling it when I walked out of earshot. Noted. Thank you. Very helpful. 1,000 miles south, in a small clean room in the Chen residence in Yangzhou, my father was standing in front of a painting. I didn't see this, obviously. I'm telling it to you because I found out later what was in that room, and it changes the shape of everything that came after, and if I don't tell you now, you'll be as blind as I was. The painting was of a woman. She was beautiful in a way that the rest of this story will keep failing to describe. And on her shoulder, curled, there was a small creature, something like a snake and not a snake, with a faint divine weight to it, and something about the head that was closer to a dragon, and once you had seen it, you were not going to unsee it. Menghe, my father said. Xiao Li's finally grown up. He inherited your martial spirit. He stood there a while. He doesn't know what it means yet. When his martial spirit undergoes its innate awakening, he will. And then, how powerful a shock it'll be when a useless martial spirit turns out to be an unparalleled twin. He set it to a painting in an empty room with the door shut. They all think I've forgotten. I never forgot. After his awakening, I'll tell him everything, and one day, I'll put him in the imperial city. 2 facts, and then I'll leave them alone. 1. My father knew. He had always known. Every single year that the Chen family called that boy a waste of food, the head of the Chen family sat in a room with a painting and let them. 2. I had never once, in 15 years of borrowed memory, heard my mother's name. Not from a servant, not from an elder. Not in an insult, and believe me, the Chen family was creative with insults. That's not an absence, that's a deletion. Back in the gorge, I felt lighter than I had since I woke up in this world, and it took me a while to work out why. Then I got it. The last thread of the old Yang Li, the obsession that had refused to let go on that first morning, was gone. Because Wei Jin was the one who killed him, and now Wei Jin was finished. Debt paid. Rest easy, kid. I didn't leave the gorge. Everyone in Fengyun Gorge is there to fight. And even if I didn't go looking, somebody would come. It's you. Somebody came. A woman, masked, standing about 30 meters off, and even with the mask on, that silhouette was doing a lot of work. I ran the list. I know 4 people on this mountain. Gao Yong is not shaped like that. Jian Fei is not shaped like that. Mei Yu, she unslung a bow. Ah. You escaped last time, Ye Shun said. Let's see where you run to now. She didn't waste time this round. The arrow martial spirit came up immediately, and I felt the lock go on, that same cold hand on my breath. Fine. New information from last time. At range she wins, at contact she's holding a stick. So the plan writes itself. I ran straight at her. Attacking at close range, she was already drawing. Cute. The strings sang, and this time I didn't only block. 9-layer wave, thunderclap sword. Left hand out, wave rolling, arrow slowing in it, and the longsword coming off my back into the gap with the crack of a storm, and the arrow came apart in 2 pieces. Fleeting shadow. I kept coming, and it was seamless, because I had spent 5 days doing nothing but this against a leopard that didn't want to be hit. She read it in about a second and a half and did the correct thing, which was retreat. An archer who lets you close is an archer who has already lost. She backed off fast and elegantly, clearly trained for exactly this, and while retreating she put 3 arrows on the string at once. 3. I ran the math while running. Her agility was nearly mine. Closing would take me time. In that time she'd get off 2 or 3 volleys, and a volley of 3 arrows at 9,500 jin apiece is not something I wanted to solve twice. So I changed direction and went for the tree line, because a bow in a forest is a much worse bow. Goodbye, I said, and meant it. Humph. She drew to full, and the hum of that string went up an octave. 2 breaths and I'd be in the trees. I gripped the sword. Stay here. The voice came from above and to the left, and there was already a crisis feeling all down my spine, so I stopped dead and threw myself backward. Boom. The ground where my next step would have gone exploded, and there was a sword mark in it a meter deep. I looked up. A young man was standing in a tree. White robes, long sword, and on his chest an insignia I recognized from the memories. Inner sect. Junior sister Ye Shun. He didn't look at me while he said it. He looked at her. What did this person do to offend you? Shall I take care of it? He said it the way you'd offer to move a chair. He had attacked me from ambush with a killing technique without a word on the basis of a woman's mood. Half a beat slower and I would simply have died. No conversation, no consequence, no entry in any book. Because I was an outer disciple and he was not. Qin Lei, Ye Shun said, my business is my business. And she put the arrow down, not out of mercy. She let me go because Qin Lei was courting her. She had no interest in him, and she was not going to owe him a favor. That's the entire mechanism. She slung the bow. Consider yourself lucky. Don't run into me again. And she left. Just walked off, without lingering, which honestly is the most respectable thing anyone did in that clearing. Ye Shun, Qin Lei said after her, aggrieved. Why are you like this? Then he leapt away, and on the way out, without looking, he threw one more. Boom. Another sword scar in the earth, 2 meters in front of my feet. You're lucky, kid. If I see you angering Ye Shun again, I'll kill you. I didn't flinch. I want that recorded, because I checked afterward, and I genuinely hadn't moved. I stood in front of 2 trenches in the ground and did the arithmetic on my day. Ye Shun had decided to kill me over a hot spring. Qin Lei had decided to kill me over Ye Shun's mood. Neither of them had needed a reason that would survive being said out loud, because neither of them was ever going to have to say it out loud. Qin Lei, I said, to the empty clearing. The day I set foot in Lingwu realm is the day I use you as a sacrifice for my sword. And then I went up out of the gorge because I was done for the day. From the rim, Fengyun Gorge is genuinely magnificent. Hundreds, no, thousands of figures moving around down there, walking, running, fighting, and that's only the open ground I could see, which is a fraction of it. 10,000-20,000 people down there on any given afternoon. That's a sect, not the buildings. That. Yang Li, Gao Yong and Mei Yu on the rim, and Mei Yu sounded delighted. Mei Yu, you've gotten prettier. She went pink and looked at her shoes and said no way to the ground, and Gao Yong laughed like a landslide. I said it because it was true. The youth-preserving pill was clearly earning its price, and that I did not at any point consider what saying it out loud would do to the atmosphere. We were coming to find you, Gao Yong said. Did you break through with the pills? 8th level. You? Same. He beamed. Knew if a lump like me could do it, you could. Mei Yu's a bit short still. Jian Fei hasn't come out yet. Gao Yong. What did you want me for? He scratched his enormous head and looked at his feet, and I waited. So, I'm 8th level now, and I want to go down into Fengyun Gorge and get some real fighting in, but I'll probably just get beaten up. So. He grinned, embarrassed. Could you come? Not to help, only if they go too far. I've got thick skin. When? Tomorrow. I'll get us some masks. Masks are standard. Half the gorge wears them because losing in public is embarrassing and winning in public makes enemies, and a mask solves both. I'm coming too, Mei Yu said. Yang Li, you have to protect me. Gao Yang and I both turned and looked at her. What are you looking at? She stamped a foot. Nothing, I said. Nothing at all. Gao Yang's expression, meanwhile, had gone somewhere complicated, and I noted it and filed it and did nothing about it because I was 16 and an idiot. The next morning, 3 masked figures came down the chains and landed next to an earthen fort. Those forts are all over the gorge, huge things, packed earth, and Gao Yang put his hand on one and came away clean, no dust at all, and couldn't work out how they'd been built. Neither could I. A masked man came out of the fort, looked at the 3 of us standing together, and immediately left its speed. We looked at each other and started laughing. Because in Fangyun Gorge, nobody can read your cultivation. So 3 masked people arriving in a group reads as exactly one thing, a gang. We should spread out, I said, which was what Gao Yang wanted anyway. If I stood next to him the whole time, what exactly was he training? Mei Yu stayed with me. 7th level in Fangyun Gorge is the bottom of the food chain, and she knew it. Gao Yang walked ahead alone, and about 4 minutes later somebody came at him. 9th level, I said, watching. He's in trouble. Gao Yang had read it too. You can taste the qi coming off a person even through a mask, and he didn't back up. He put everything into his fist and roared and swung. He went back 10 steps. The other man didn't move at all. 8th level, said the stranger, uninterested. Not good enough. And he turned to leave. Wait, said Gao Yang. And the earth spirit came up around him, an earthy yellow halo, and his qi started climbing. Earth martial spirit. The stranger stopped, and something changed in his voice. Not bad. Take 3 of my punches. Boom. Gao Yang went back 5 steps and wiped his mouth. Again. Boom. 8 steps back, and the stranger took 3. That was great, the man shouted, actually delighted, and white light came up on his fist. Careful, I'm using a martial skill now. Which is a thing he did not have to say. Okay, said Gao Yang, and took a step forward, and the ground shook. I sat up, because Gao Yang had just done something. Every step he took, the earth answered. And that's not what an earth martial spirit does. An earth martial spirit makes you solid. Gao Yang wasn't being solid. Gao Yang was borrowing. Boom. Dust swallowed both of them. When it cleared, Gao Yang was sitting on the ground, gone somewhere behind his eyes, and the stranger was standing there with a split lip and an enormous grin. He actually grasped it, he said to nobody, and flashed away without disturbing him. Mei Yu and I came over and sat down next to Gao Yang in silence. Enlightenment. Epiphany. Whatever you want to call it. The thing where a fighter's understanding jumps sideways instead of forward. You can't schedule it. Most cultivators get 1 or 2 in a lifetime, if that. Gao Yang had caught one in his first real fight in the gorge, from a stranger who fought him honestly and then walked away rather than break his concentration. I sat there feeling something I am not proud of, and will name anyway, which is envy. Then his qi surged and the pressure of it came off him in a wave, and Mei Yu and I looked at each other in something close to fear, because it was heavy, old feeling, deep. Is that what epiphany does? I looked at the sky and thought about martial emperors flying 1,000 miles in a breath with bodies that don't break, and about how I'd been very pleased with myself for punching a wolf. And then a figure walked up out of nowhere, looked down at Gao Yang sitting in the dirt, and sneered. Wake up! The shout hit like a hammer. It was pointed. It went into Gao Yang's ears specifically and did something ugly, and Gao Yang made a sound and spat on the sand and started breathing like a man who'd been held underwater. His eyes came open, bloodshot, and I have never seen a look like that on a person. He'd been close enough to touch it. Shameless, I said, standing up. Gao Yang got to his feet. Why? He said. No reason, said the man. He wasn't wearing a mask. He had a pleasant, mischievous, half-smiling face. Just for fun. Fun. Heh. You want to fight? Not much fun down here in the open, though. He turned away, already bored. If you want revenge, how about the life and death platform? Okay, said Gao Yang instantly. Gao Yang. I can sense his cultivation. Gao Yang was already walking. Same as mine, 8th level. I stopped. You can sense his cultivation? I don't know either. He didn't slow down. I can feel yours. And Mei Yu's, since just now. The epiphany. He'd walked out of it with a new sense, and hadn't even noticed, and was currently spending it on a man who had just robbed him. Let's go, I said, and we went. The life and death platform sits at the center of the gorge on flat open ground with sightlines in every direction, which is deliberate. 10 stone platforms rising out of the plain, the middle one highest. The moment 2 people stepped up, the crowd started arriving. People run toward that. Not many disciples ever go up. You don't climb onto a platform where the sect writes nothing down unless the alternative is worse. So when it happens, word travels to the rim in under a minute. Once you're up here, your life is in the hands of fate. the man said pleasantly, which means it's in mine. Gao Yong, remember the name of the person who takes your life. Gang Huai. I felt something go cold in my stomach. He knew Gao Yong's name. You recognize me? Gao Yong said. Hey, hey. And a flame spirit came up behind him. I let out a breath. 8th level. Genuine 8th level. No hidden extra. With the epiphany still fresh, Gao Yong had a real chance. Blazing palm. Mountain-splitting fist. Palm met fist and neither man moved a centimeter, and Gang Huai frowned because he had expected to move him. Then he swung his left hand. A cloud of white dust went into Gao Yong's eyes. Go to hell. The punch went into Gao Yong's chest and folded him and threw him, and I was already moving, and a figure stepped into my path. Once you're on the platform, your fate is your own. His voice was very calm. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Mei Yu made a small sound behind me. Mei Long. And behind Mei Long, half hidden, a face I recognized. The young man who'd been harassing Mei Yu outside her room that morning, the one I'd knocked down with a wave without breaking stride. Everything arrived at once. He'd found Mei Zhen's body in Black Wind Ridge with a sword cut through the throat. He'd gone to Mei Long. He'd remembered what the three of us were wearing when we went to the rim, and he'd picked us out of a crowd of masked people this morning, and this entire day had been built for us. On the platform, Gang Huai hit Gao Yong again, and I heard something in his chest give way. Get out of my way, I said. 8th level of Qi Martial, and you're this insolent in front of me? Mei Long didn't even bother turning fully. You had a hand in Mei Zhen's death, didn't you? Gao Yong howled. So I stopped negotiating and started paying. I killed your brother, I said. One sword, through the throat. Stop him now, and I'll take Gao Yong's place on the platform. Refuse, and I don't go up at all, and you can spend the rest of your life explaining to your family why you had the man in front of you and let him walk. Mei Long's eyes came around. Gang Huai. Stop. Gang Huai stopped mid-swing and looked over like a dog checking a leash. Go up, Mei Long said to me. Take his place. I was already there. Gao Yong's face had stopped being a face I recognized. His sternum had gone in several directions. He got one eye clear with the back of his wrist and looked up at me. Gao Yong, can you hold on? All right. He grinned, and it was horrifying. Not gonna die. Avenge me. Don't worry. I picked him up, and that's when I heard it, quietly, behind me. Gang Huai, you know what to do. Understood. Kill them both. I set Gao Yong down at the edge of the platform, gently, and straightened up. Once you step up, your fate is no longer your own, Mei Long said, reasonable as a clerk. You want to take his place? You'll take his place. You'll die with him. Is that so? Gang Huai was already coming, and a ball of fire the size of his chest was crackling in his palm. Fire burst. Let's all die together. Go back. The sword came off my back, the blade came out, and the space between us cracked open with a noise like a mountain splitting, and the sound swallowed his fireball whole, and the tail end of the strike opened his chest. A single drop came off my sword tip and hit the stone. Am I going to die? I said. Then I swung again, rolling thunder, and he tried to retreat, and the sword chi caught him anyway and put him on his back on the platform. He couldn't survive one strike. Not one. The astonishing thunder sword, someone in the crowd said. That's the real thing. Who is he? Nobody wields it like that. Mei Long's face had gone bad. This was supposed to be a killing, and his killer had turned out to be furniture. I'm not playing anymore, Gang Huai said, crawling backward. I admit defeat. I stopped walking, purely out of astonishment. I've heard some funny things in 2 lifetimes. That one's top 3. 10 seconds ago, he was throwing lime in a blind man's eyes and describing how he'd kill both of us. Now that the arithmetic has changed, he'd like to invoke the rules. Go to hell. He threw more powder at my face and ran off the platform. Mei Long, save me! He got about 4 meters and fell, and then smiled because Mei Long had stepped in front of him. And the crowd understood the trick immediately, and so did I. Mei Long can't interfere on the platform. But off it, there are fewer rules, and Gang Huai had run off the platform into the protection of a top 10 outer disciple. A pity you couldn't kill him up there, Mei Long said, not looking at me. Is that so? I said. The moment I stepped up, his life was in my hands, not fate's, and I put the wave into him. Mei Long met 9,000 jin with a bare palm, contemptuously. Thunderclap sword. I came in behind it, and the storm broke twice. He drew, and used the astonishing thunder sword technique. Of course he did. It's a sect skill, and both Jing brothers had it. 9-layer wave. Get out of my way. Here's the thing nobody had explained to Mei Long, because nobody in the sect fought like this. The wave is a left-hand skill for me, and the thunder is a right-hand skill, and they don't take turns. Every time he parried a thunderclap, a wave arrived on top of it, and every time he braced against a wave, the thunder came through the gap, and there is no defensive form in that manual for a man doing both at once. He gave ground, several steps, and when he stopped, he found himself standing behind Gang Huai, with my blade pointed past his shoulder at Gang Huai's face. The crowd noise changed. 8th level, he forced Mei Long back. 8th level. Mei Long's 6th in the outer sect. 3 9th levels at once couldn't do that. Mei Long's face went a color. You dare kill him, he said very quietly, and I will make you wish you were dead. Let me go, Gang Huai said, shaking. Let you go? I said. In your next life, even if you come back as a dog, keep your eyes open. The sword flashed. Dare, the crowd breathed. And then Mei Long's aura detonated. Here is the thing he'd forgotten in his rage. Whether or not I killed Gang Huai, he was never going to let me leave. So what exactly was the incentive structure supposed to be? You've successfully angered me, he said. Even if I can't kill you, I'll make you wish you were dead. Everyone in that crowd wrote me off right there. I could feel it. Sympathy, even. Such a shame. Real talent. Nobody escapes Mei Long. I turned around, slowly, and walked back up onto the life and death platform. The crowd made a sound like a room losing air. I went to the center, turned, looked down at him, and said one thing. Come on up. Silence. Here's what everybody watching knew, so you can appreciate their evening. Mei Long, 9th level of Qi Martial at peak, Sword Martial Soul, 6th in the outer sect rankings. Best known achievement, beating 3 9th level cultivators simultaneously with a sword. Me, an unnamed masked 8th level with 2 martial skills, utterly unequal. And I'd already forced him back in front of witnesses, killed the man he was protecting, and slapped him publicly. And then, instead of running, I'd climbed onto the platform where the sect looks away and invited him up. Mei Long went white, then red. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish. He came up, and the moment he did, sword chi came off him and a sword shadow rose behind his back, angry, pointing at the sky. He released his martial spirit immediately, someone said. He wants this to be spectacular. Draw, Mei Long said, standing at rest, blade sheathed, the very picture of a master. I'll give you 3 strokes advantage. And I thank him for it sincerely, because it's the single most helpful thing anyone did for me that year. I smiled and moved. The first sword, countless shadows, converging into one, arriving as thunder. So powerful, to have mastered it to that degree. The disdain went out of Mei Long's eyes. He met it, and it took him half a step. 1 sword, he counted. The second sword came in with the roar building behind it like a river, and just before it landed I let go of the hilt. I released my sword. The blade kept going with all of my strength still in it, and blew straight through his sword curtain, and the crowd made a confused noise because that is an idiot's move. You have put everything into one throw, and now you are unarmed in front of a sword martial soul. Mei Long actually laughed. He stepped back and sheathed his own blade to raise a denser curtain of shadows, because he was thinking about the sword. But when I let go, I moved. 2 swords, Mei Long said, calm as a clock, and my thrown blade lost its momentum and fell limp out of the air, and I was already there, at arm's length. You're courting death. He thrust 1 strike, thunder on it. I had no weapon. He did not need to count to 3, and then he heard me say 2 words. Enough distance. There was lightning across that gorge. It printed itself on 400 sets of eyes and was gone before any of them registered it as light. Mei Long's throat moved. I've thought about this a lot. I think in the last half-second he understood the sentence, not the words, the design, that I had spent 1 sword making him respect the thunder, and the second sword removing my own weapon from the equation so that he would look at the flying blade instead of my waist, and that the only thing either of those swords was ever for was to buy me the range for the third. The last 2 words he heard in his life were distance and enough. 3 swords, I said, with my back to him. I wasn't loud. In that silence, I didn't have to be. He hit the stone. Nobody spoke. Sword drawing technique, an inner disciple said eventually, in the tone of a man identifying a bird. That white line, it was a draw. Most of them hadn't even seen it. That's not a figure of speech either. The strike moves faster than the crowd's collective ability to name it, so what they experience is a flash and a result. Who is he? Mei Long, 6th in the outer sect, killed in 3 strokes by a masked 8th level nobody, and the 3rd stroke came out of a belt. Nobody looks at the belt. High up on the rim, in a small pavilion, an old man smiled to himself. A soft sword, he said. So it's that kid. No wonder he had the nerve to take sword drawing technique. He'd come up to look at Fengyun Gorge because a sect's training ground tells you the truth about a sect's strength, and he had not expected to spend his afternoon watching the boy he'd given a belt to. Down below, 1 person was quietly leaving. Is it too late to go now? I said. Jian's feet stopped working properly. He turned around and produced a smile that his face could not support. It's none of my business. I didn't do anything. Is that so? This is Fengyun Gorge. His voice went up. Not the life and death platform. I know, I said. and I hit him with the wave, and he didn't even try to defend because I just killed Mei Long, and what exactly was defending going to accomplish? Then I picked him up by the collar, walked back up onto the platform, and dropped him. Now, I said, you are on the life and death platform. The crowd stopped breathing again. I didn't come up here myself. He was scrambling. You're breaking sect rules. You dare break sect rules. The sword flashed and the sentence ended. Does the sect have rules? I stood there and thought about it and did not say it out loud. If it had rules, Yeshun would not have put an arrow through my head over a bath, and Qin Lei would not have thrown a killing strike at a stranger's back because a girl looked annoyed. Rules are alive for some people and dead for others, and everyone politely agrees not to mention it. In 3 weeks, I had been targeted for death 4 times by people who could not have articulated a reason, and I had learned the only lesson available: if you don't cut, you get cut. I stepped down and stood over Gao Yong. He grinned up at me through all of it. Always knew you could do it. So did I said, and got him onto my back and winked at Mei Yu, and we walked out under 400 stairs. In Gao Yong's room, Mei Yu and I stood over him, and neither of us said anything for a while. The injuries are severe, I said finally. Martial artists heal like nothing else alive. Bones knit that shouldn't knit, but his sternum had come apart in a dozen places, and the pieces had gone inward, and things behind it were damaged, and there is a line past which the body stops being able to negotiate. All right. He was still grinning. Always been tough. Won't die. And your cultivation? He looked at the wall. There it was. He knew. He'd known since the platform. Not dying is one outcome. Not dying and being weaker than a farmer for the rest of your life is a different one, and for a martial artist, it's arguably worse. Yang Li, let's go to Black Wind Ridge, Mei Yu said quickly. Hunt beasts, trade cores for spirit medicine. It's no good. I shook my head. The damage is past that. A normal pill closes it and leaves the ruin inside. He'd carry it forever. Then what do we do? I stood up. I'm going to Xianxia Cliff. Wait for me. Mei Yu's hands closed on her own sleeves so hard I heard the fabric, and Gao Yong made a stupid grin at the ceiling, and his eyes were wet. Xianxia Cliff is not a place, whatever the name suggests. Everyone on that mountain has heard the name. Almost nobody knows what it actually is. The life and death platform is famous, and Xianxia Cliff is worse, and the difference is that people go up the platform out of hatred, and only a very specific kind of lunatic goes to Xianxia Cliff, the ones who are genuinely unreasonably serious about martial arts. What everyone knows is the rumor. Pass the trial, and the sect truly values you, and you can have the thing you came for. Fail, and there are consequences. Nobody ever specifies the consequences, which I always find is the most honest way to describe them. At the summit of the Yunhai sect, there's a stone cave palace. That's the door. I stood at the mouth of the passage and shouted into it. Yunhai sect outer disciple Yang Li requests Xianxia Cliff. The sound went in and rolled around and came back several times, and then something that was not an echo said, "Come in." Inside, past a dim corridor with patterns cut into the walls, there was a stone chamber with a bed, a desk, and a candle, and an old man in black robes sitting with his eyes closed. You want to go to Xianxia Cliff? Yes. What for? My friend was hurt, I said. His sternum is broken in several places and his organs are damaged. I need a pill that fixes it without leaving anything behind. The eyes opened. I have been looked at by a lot of people in 2 lifetimes. That look went through me and out the other side and did an inventory on the way. I have such a pill, he said, but with an 8th level cultivation, you will not pass Xianxia Cliff's trial. Show me your martial spirit. I nodded and let the little snake out. Only the snake. The old man frowned. He was a man whose knowledge was very wide, and he was looking at something he could not place. A thin, small thing, snake or flying snake, with none of the wildness a beast spirit has, none of the weight. Go in through that path, he said, and pointed. There were several passages leading off his room. Each one goes somewhere different. Thank you, senior. And I went where he pointed. Here's what I did not know at the time, and what I would have very much liked to know. He was not sending me to the easy one. He looked at an 8th level boy with a martial spirit so weak it looked like an apology, and he decided, out of kindness, actually, I've thought about this a lot, that he did not want me to get hurt, so he chose the trial with the lowest lethality on the entire cliff. The one you can quit at any time, the one where the walls don't kill you. It also happens to be the hardest, the bell and drum precipice, where the bells had not made a sound in 100 years. 1,000 steps up in the dark, and then a stone door opened by itself as I got close, and the air changed. I came out onto a shelf of rock at the top of the world, sheer drop on 3 sides, cloud and mist pouring past, cold, clean, beautiful, and standing on it, 8 of them, arranged in a ring around an open space in the middle, bells, or drums, both, squat, upright, ancient, and something like the war drums they used to beat on battlefields in my old world's history books. The door boomed shut and there was writing on the wall. I read it twice. Make one of these 8 sound and you have passed. 1 out of 8. Anyone. That's it. I walked into the middle of the ring, picked one at random and punched it, casually, at maybe half strength. A soft, hollow note. Not a ring, a hum. And a ripple came off it, ethereal, spread out across the shelf, and touched me, and pushed me back 1 step. I raised an eyebrow. All right, 5,000 jin this time. Buzz, buzz. The hum got louder, and the ripple came off it with substance in it, and then, boom. Something hit me in the chest like a horse and threw me across the shelf, and I landed on my back and coughed, and what came up wasn't air. I lay there for a second with my heart going very fast, because I knew what had just hit me. It was 9-layer wave, mine, layered, rolling, escalating, my own technique, delivered back into my ribs at a scale considerably larger than the one I'd sent out. The drums don't attack, they reflect, and when they reflect, they compound. I sat up and did not get up. Both times, only a hum, no sound. And the harder I hit, the harder I got hit, which reads, on the face of it, like a closed loop with no exit. No, I said out loud. It's a trial. A trial has an answer. And the old man knows my cultivation is weak and my spirit is nothing, so he sent me to the simplest one. If I can't clear the simplest one, what am I even doing here? I'd like everyone to appreciate that I said that sincerely. I got up. I released the dark martial spirit, and the world sharpened, and my comprehension came online. And then I drew the long sword and hit a drum with the thunder. The sword screamed, thunder cracked, and it all came back doubled. Sword chi, the concept of it, the shape of my own attack returning with interest, and I got a curtain of blade up in front of me and it went through anyway. My clothes opened in 3 places, exactly as advertised, twice what I sent. Consider it sword practice, I said, and I hit the next one. I do not know how many strikes it was. Nobody does. There was no one there, and I stopped counting on the first day. What I can tell you is the shape of it. I started with half strength on 1 drum, then 2 at once, then 3, then all 8, standing in the center of a ring, hitting every drum in the circle, and then holding a shell of swordlight together while 8 simultaneous returns tried to take me apart. Then I raised the power. 6th layer, 7th. Each time thinking that had to be the ceiling, and each time finding out that a ceiling in a martial art is usually just the last place you stopped. By some point, I was standing inside a permanent storm. There was no gap between the incoming and the outgoing. If I stopped attacking, I would be shredded by what was already in the air. That's not a dramatic phrase. That was the literal physical situation, and it was a situation I had constructed personally. Cuts all over me, some deep, and underneath the panic, quietly, a fact. I was getting better, not slowly. My swordsmanship on hour 30 was not the swordsmanship of hour 1. When you cannot stop and cannot lower your guard, and every mistake is instantly graded, you learn at a rate that is frankly unhealthy. Still no sound. Not 1 note out of 8 drums. And somewhere in there, half blind with sweat, with sword chi coming at me from every direction at once, my brain finally went and got the thing it had been carrying around all week. Gao Yang. Gao Yang on the sand, 8th level, trading punches with a 9th level man and pushing him back 3 steps. And the way the ground had answered his feet. I'd assumed the earth spirit did it. That was wrong. The earth spirit was the excuse. The earth was already there. He hadn't produced force. He'd borrowed it. And these 8 drums have no offensive power at all. None. They can't attack. When they threw my wave back at me, they were not making a wave. They were borrowing the momentum of my wave. When they threw thunder back, they were borrowing thunder. Momentum. Everything has it. A sword has it. Wind has it. The world has it. And a thing with no strength of its own can pick up yours and hand it back heavier. I laughed out loud on a cliff with my sleeve going dark, and my swordsmanship changed. It went light. It stopped being heavy, stopped hammering, stopped trying to overpower a wall that had been designed since before my great-grandfather to be stronger than whoever hit it. The strikes got graceful, almost lazy, as if none of it mattered. Because you cannot out-hit a mirror. You have to bring something the mirror can't hold. Down in Fengyun Gorge, meanwhile, the life and death platform had gotten crowded. I wasn't there. I'm telling you because of the timing, and the timing is the only reason I lived. Elder Shu Tong was on the platform. So was the Grand Elder in charge of law enforcement, Shu Ming, who was also his father. So was John Yu, the strongest outer disciple of 2 months ago, who had beaten an inner disciple in a single move and been promoted on the spot. So was the Butcher, rumored strongest of all the inner disciples. So was Lingu Heshen, first among the core disciples, which in a sect of that size means first among everyone. That lineup does not assemble for a disciple. Then a rock came over the mountains, an actual rock, wings out, the shadow of it going across the crowd, and when it landed on the highest platform, people realized it was not a bird at all. It was a martial spirit, spread behind a young man, and it had been carrying two people through open sky. Sorry to keep you waiting. He was handsome in a way that made your teeth hurt, with eyes that were slightly too bright. So young. A great rock martial spirit. How is he this strong? That's the Haoyue sect's first core disciple, young master Tianlong, Xiao Tianlong. Sixth of the 8 great young masters of Shuiyu country, the 8 most dangerous young people in the kingdom, a list with no Yunhai sect name anywhere on it, and in his arms, set down carefully, a young woman in red, Wei Mei, Elder Shu, you flatter me. Xiao Tianlong's smile never went anywhere. This is my junior sister. She's recently entered Lingwu realm. I came for her sake. She's heard the Yunhai sect's disciples are all very strong, and wants to see for herself. I hope the elder will send someone of similar strength to spar. Elder Shutong cursed him internally and smiled externally. The letter had come days ago and had been extremely clear about the life and death platform, and nobody in that leadership was under any illusion about what a sparring request meant. Zhang Yu, go. Zhang Yu sat at the peak of the first level of Lingwu realm. If he couldn't handle a girl who just arrived at it, the Yunhai sect could not produce one competent Lingwu disciple, and everyone on that platform knew it. Junior sister, I'm coming. He released his spirit, and stone crawled up over him until he looked like a statue. Rock martial spirit, absurd defense, serious offense. He crossed the platform faster than a stone statue should and drove a rock fist at a slender girl in red. Ice, Wei Mei said. Frost came off her and his fist froze mid-flight, and the arm went heavy and stupid. Her hands closed on his fists, and the ice went up his arms in one breath and locked him solid. What a powerful ice soul, Shutong thought, and was still thinking it when she said, fire. Heat, instantly, on frozen stone. Stone that has been chilled and then heated does exactly what you'd expect. Zhang Yu came apart at the armor and screamed and went across the platform. Ice and fire, Shutong said, and something ugly went through him. Same origin. That's a same origin martial spirit. Junior sister Wei Mei is too strong, Zhang Yu said, head down, retreating. I lost. The crowd made a noise. Hey. Xiao Tianlong looked around. It's truly remarkable that anyone in the Yunhai sect can manage that much. My junior sister is a top performer at the Haoyue sect. Very few can beat her. Then pleasantly, I did want to see your outstanding disciples. But I have another matter to raise with the elder, so let's set the sparring aside. What is it? Said Shutong, whose face had gone stiff. My junior sister's second uncle's son, Yang Li. He is disrespectful to his elders, insults them, and has injured his own clansmen. He's an outer disciple of the Yunhai sect. I hope the elder can hand him over to me. A small smile. I think the Yunhai sect would not deign to keep such a disciple. And there it was. The whole visit, in one sentence. He'd never come to spar. He'd come to collect. But he'd known that a direct demand would humiliate the Yunhai sect and get refused, so he'd let Wei Mei break Zhang Yu first, and then phrased it as an offer to remove an embarrassment. Shutong understood all of it instantly. He also understood that Xiao Tianlong, if refused, would not remain polite. It seems Xiao Tianlong is interested in Wei Mei, Shutong thought. Otherwise he wouldn't come in person for her. A same origin ice and fire spirit is worth it, and it's only an outer disciple. Out loud he said, go and bring Yang Li here. Xiao Tianlong laughed. Something cold moved through Wei Mei's eyes. And at that exact moment, I was standing inside a hurricane of my own sword chi on a cliff 1,000 meters up, entirely unaware that the sect had just agreed to hand me over and holding nothing back at all. I was hitting all 8 drums simultaneously with everything I had, and then the sword chi stopped being sword chi. I don't have better words. There was a moment where the things surrounding me stopped being a collection of strikes and became one thing with a direction, and it moved when I moved, and where I pointed the sword, it was already true. Power, I said. The sword's power annihilates everything. I understood the trial, finally, in that second. The drums borrow your momentum and give it back larger, so the only way through is to bring a momentum so complete that the borrowing can't keep up with it, to hit them with more force than their own reflection contains. I drew the sword back, and the 8 bells of Tianqian Cliff had not made a sound in 100 years. Sound, I said, and struck. Clang. Down in the gorge, 300 meters below ground level, in the middle of a negotiation over my life, every single person on the life and death platform stopped. The note came across the whole mountain, not loud, resonant. It went through the chest. Sima Xuan, sect master of the Yunhai sect, felt her own heart jolt, and her eyes went sharp. Xu Ming's head came up like a hunting dog's, and he looked at the palace on the precipice. Clang. That's the second one. The sect master's face changed, and then, slowly, a smile started. The bell and drum sounding means one thing on that mountain: a disciple with real talent has arrived, and it had been a century. Clang. Third. Almost everyone in the Yunhai sect was now looking at Tianqian Cliff. Most of them only knew the direction. The leadership knew that only the bell and drum precipice carries like that. Sima Xuan stood very still and did arithmetic that nobody else on that platform could do because it required knowing the sect's own records. 3. Tracing back 1,000 years of Yunhai sect history, the bells had sounded 3 times exactly once, and that was 300 years ago. "Who?" he said, and let out a long breath, and something wild came up in his eyes. He had walked out that morning to hand a boy over to a foreign sect, and he was now standing in the middle of what might be the beginning of his sect's rise, and he had entirely stopped listening to Xiao Tianlong. Clang. 4. Clang. 5. The Yunhai sect went quiet, not respectfully quiet, quiet the way a crowd goes when something is happening that nobody has a category for. 6. 7. By the 7th, there was no other sound on that mountain. Thousands of people standing in courtyards and corridors and training grounds, looking up, and the note hanging in the air over all of it like weather. Sima Xuan stood with his hands behind his back and his robe moving in the wind, and around him stood Xu Ming and Xu Tong and every elder and disciple within reach, and Xiao Tianlong and Wei Mei, all of them facing the same direction. It looked, someone said later, like a pilgrimage. In the cave below the precipice, the old man in black robes had come out of his room and was standing looking up with an expression on his face that nobody had seen there in decades. He had sent an 8th-level boy with an apologetic martial spirit into the hardest trial on the cliff, hoping he would quit. He listened to the 7th note fade, and then he walked into the passage and started up the steps one at a time, like a man going to church. On the shelf, I lowered the sword. 7. I looked at the last drum. With this one, all 8, I said out loud, to a mountain. That should count as passing properly. I still thought this was the easy trial. I drew the 8th strike, and every scrap of sword chi on that shelf came in and merged into the edge until the blade went cold and white. Sound. Clang. The 8th note went out over the Yunhai sect and hung there. Behind me the martial spirit dissolved, and I sat down, and then I lay down on the stone with my arms out. That should be enough to get the pill, I said to the sky. That should fix Gao Yang. Stone ground on stone, the wall opened, and the old man in black robes came through it. I got up, which took some doing. Senior, did I pass? Can I get the medicine I need? And Elder Zheng stood there and looked at a boy who could barely stand and had just broken 1,000 years of his sect's history and who was asking about a pill. Something moved in a chest that had not moved in a very long time. Of course, he said. He took out a bottle and threw it to me. There are healing pills in there. One is enough for your friend. Keep the rest. You never know when you'll need them. I caught it and blinked at it. One is enough, which meant I was holding something obscene. Thank you, Senior. This is what you're owed for passing. He paused. But you will not mention to anyone that you passed the bell and drum precipice. Not to anyone. I didn't understand. I nodded anyway. Here's what he wasn't saying. In Shuiyue country, sects quietly hunt each other's undeveloped talents, and I had just rung a bell that told the entire kingdom exactly where a very interesting 16-year-old was standing. Okay, I said. He looked out over the cloud. Elder Fang, take him back. I turned around to see who he was talking to, because we were on a shelf of rock with a 1,000-meter drop and no visible company. All right, old ghost, you can go back now. A black dot dropped out of the sky. It had wings. Enormous, snow-white, dreamlike wings, crane's wings, and I stood there with my mouth open like a farm boy because a person was flying, actually flying, in the air, without a device, and I had wanted to see that since I was 9 years old. Then it landed, and my pupils shrank. It was him, the old man from the Xingchen Pavilion, the one with the stool, the one who gave me a belt. Except there was nothing decayed or lazy about him now. His eyes were sharp enough to open skin. Young man. He was in an outstanding mood. Introductions. This old ghost is one of the guardians of the Yunhai sect. Call him Elder Zheng. I'm the same. Call me Elder Fang. Sect guardians. Above elders. Above, in practice, the sect master, who greets them politely and does not give them orders. Men with no ambition left except the sect itself, and one of them had been sitting on a stool in front of a library for who knows how many years, watching every disciple who came to take a book. Elder Fang. Elder Zheng. Zheng nodded once, turned, walked back into the rock, and was gone. That old ghost lives in a hole and never says 2 words in a row. Elder Fang took my arm. Let's go. The crane spread and the air roared and my feet left the shelf, and I looked down at 1,000 meters of nothing and felt like I was inside somebody else's dream. He set me down in the woods behind the outer disciples' quarters to avoid attention, which I appreciated. I went straight past my own room toward Gao Yang's. Yang Li. I stopped. My door was standing wide open, and a man was leaning in it. Every disciple's room is private, and it's one of the few rules they actually enforce because interrupting a cultivation can end a career. Walking in uninvited isn't rudeness, it's an announcement. You do know the sect has a rule about entering another disciple's room. I placed him from memory. Zhao Hao, 10th in the outer sect, and, more to the point, the bottom tier of Shuming's law enforcement, with a badge. Of course I know. He didn't look at me. But for trash like you, there's no need for rules. Right. Also, come with me. Now. No time. I started walking. Gao Yang was lying in a room waiting for a bottle. Zhao Hao could be filed. Huh? A whirlwind, and he was standing in front of me and very pleased about it. An elder wants to see you, and you're not going? That stopped me, because it didn't fit. Elder Zheng had just told me not to breathe a word. Elder Fang wouldn't have said anything, and even if some elder had heard, no elder in that sect would send Zhao Hao to fetch a bell ringer. Wrong timing, wrong messenger. Something else then, but an elder is an elder. Wait for me a moment, I said, and walked around him. I'll be right back. He actually froze. The concept of being made to wait had apparently never been tested. I went to Gao Yang's room, poured 3 pills into his mouth without a word of explanation, and stood back. Yang Li, Mei Yu said, did you really go to Tianqian Cliff? I nodded. I didn't want to lie to her, and I'd been told not to talk, so I nodded and said nothing, and watched her put it together and go pale. Gao Yang's eyes opened. He didn't thank me. It's the correct thing to have done, and I don't think he decided it consciously. He just looked at me. In under a minute, I could see it working. The bruising on his face went back toward human. The tearing pain in his chest turned into an itch, which is what bone does when it's being told to start over. Spirit medicine, I said. As advertised. Gao Yang, take your time. I've got something. I shook 3 more pills into Mei Yu's hand. Stay with him. If he's not fully closed up, keep giving him these. Okay, don't worry. And then I went and let a man with a badge escort me to a place I did not know about. We came out on the rim above Fingyun Gorge, and I stopped because the life and death platform area was full of people. Thousands. What happened down there? Sect Master, Elder Shu, Yang Li has arrived. Zhao Hao said it respectfully to a group of people on the central platform, and my stomach dropped because I recognized 2 of them from a lifetime of borrowed memory. Sima Xuan, Sect Master of the Yunhai Sect, and Xu Ming, Grand Elder. Then I swept the rest and found Xiao Tianlong, whom I did not yet know, and beside him a young woman in red who was smiling at me with no warmth in it whatsoever. Wei Mei, how did she get here? Yang Li, do you know your crime? A wall of pressure came down on me. Not an attack, just a man in a bad mood who happened to be at Xuan Marshal and didn't care what that did to the air. Elder. I don't understand. Don't understand. Elder Shu Tong's voice went flat and public. You are a disciple who does not know respect or hierarchy. You injure your brothers. You insult your elders. You are a scoundrel and a disgrace, and you have brought shame on the Yunhai sect. Not questions. A verdict, delivered in front of several thousand witnesses, before I'd said a word. I looked at Wei Mei, and I understood roughly half of it. The half I did not understand, and which genuinely bothered me, was this. Why was an elder of the Yunhai sect standing on Yunhai ground, prosecuting a Yunhai disciple on behalf of an outsider? Why aren't you saying anything? Guilty conscience? Elder, I said, you had convicted me before I got here. I'm an outer disciple. I'm nobody. If you decide to hand me to someone, nothing I say changes it. So what exactly would my words be for? There was a specific silence. Insolence. Because he'd heard it. Everyone had heard it. Under the flat tone was a sentence with a hook in it. This elder does not consider outer disciples to be people and is issuing judgments to suit himself. As an elder of the Yunhai sect, he was building steam now. You unrepentant beast, and now you dare defy an elder to his face. Yang Li, do you know your crime? And I decided right there that I was not going to be quietly executed to smooth over somebody's diplomacy. If I don't speak, I said, you say I'm guilty because I have a guilty conscience. If I do speak, you say I'm lying and talking back, and I'm guilty. So I would like to ask the elder. I let my voice come up so it carried to the rim. What justice are you upholding? And for whom are you working? Every word landed like a dropped stone. This guy has some nerve, the crowd muttered. Talking to an elder like that. A reckless madman. He's tired of living. The ladder goes outer disciple, inner disciple, core disciple, outer elder, inner elder. Shu Tong was an inner elder, which meant that in every practical sense he decided whether I existed. Zhao Hao, Shu Tong didn't take his eyes off me. Defying a sect elder. What's the punishment? Reporting to the elder. Zhao Hao didn't even pretend to think. At best, expulsion. At worst, crippling first and then expulsion. Elder Zhao Hao believes his conduct is utterly rebellious. He should be crippled and expelled from the Yunhai sect. No need. Shutong waved a magnanimous hand. His cultivation wasn't easy to come by. Let him keep it. Just cripple an arm, then expel him. Isn't that generous? Cripple an arm, then expel. Expulsion means I walk off sect ground, where the one rule protecting me stops applying, and Wei Mei and her strange smiling friend are waiting at the bottom, with one arm. That's not a punishment. That's a delivery. I looked up at Sima Xuan. He hadn't spoken. Not once. Which meant there was still room. Everything depends on strength and talent, I thought. I'm not strong enough today, so I'll spend talent. And in my back pocket, if it came to it, 8 bells. Zhao Hao was already walking toward me and enjoying the audience. Useless trash. Cut off your own arm. Your strength is so far beneath mine that I wouldn't deign to touch you. I looked at his eyes while he said it, and they were flicking around the crowd checking whether people were watching. 10th in the outer sect. Nothing special at all. Make your move, I said, and drew the longsword and stood still. Hey, since you insist. Following the wind technique, he vanished. That's not exaggeration either. Zhao Hao's entire reputation was built on movement, and the following wind technique at his level meant that people ranked above him still couldn't reliably touch him. Senior brother Zhao Hao is 10th in the outer sect. His lightness skill is unmatched. How could Yang Li possibly? Up on the rim, Shu Tong smiled at Zhao Hao's speed and thought about the sect competition in the new year and whether his student might crack the top 5, which would reflect well on the master. Whether Zhao Hao could handle me did not enter his mind as a question. I closed my eyes. The world went to sound. Wind moving wrong around a body, a robe changing direction. The dry scrape of a foot placed lightly on grit, twice, 3 times, circling. My breathing stopped. My heartbeat, as far as I could tell, cooperated. And underneath all of it, quietly, the thing I had learned on a cliff 2 days ago. The wind has momentum. It has a direction and a weight and a preference, and a man moving with the wind is not moving freely. He's a passenger. The sword moved, not fast, light. It went out along the line the wind was already taking, elegant, unhurried, as if the blade were something the air had decided to do. Break! Zhao Hao shouted from above and behind my head, and the pressure came down. Roll, I said. Something dark came off the edge in an arc. A high, thin scream went across the gorge, and several thousand people looked at an arm lying on the ground. How? How did Yang Li? Most of the outer disciples had no idea what had happened, but the inner disciples saw it, and the elders saw it, and one of them said out loud what it looked like. The sword had moved like a sword and also like the wind, and at the end it did not look as though a blade had taken that arm. It looked as though the wind had. Folding swordsmanship into wind, Sima Xuan said, and for the first time that day, something flickered in his eyes. Does the Xingqian Pavilion even hold that technique? It doesn't. I'd never learned it. There'd been no time and no teacher. On a cliff full of bells, I had understood one sentence. Everything has momentum, and everything after that was arithmetic. The wind had momentum. So, I hid a sword inside it. Could it be momentum? Sima Xuan thought, and then dismissed it immediately because it was absurd. And it was absurd. Even among Lingwu realm experts, only a handful of the genuinely gifted grasp a fragment of momentum. Qi martial cultivators who want to borrow it can only do it through a martial spirit's power, and they cannot comprehend it or use it themselves. I hadn't released a martial spirit at all. This piece of trash really has gotten stronger, Wei Mei thought, watching an arm bleed on the sand. No wonder he's arrogant. But trash is trash. Don't dream about turning the table. Shu Tong's face, meanwhile, had gone somewhere very ugly. He had ordered Zhao Hao to take my arm. Zhao Hao's arm was on the ground, in front of a few thousand people. This kid has to die. I sheathed the sword and looked at Zhao Hao on his knees and felt nothing at all. The 10th man in the outer sect, I said. You wouldn't deign to touch me. I genuinely want to know. What was that confidence made of? You're really lucky, Zhao Hao said, holding the stump. I looked at him with actual curiosity. He didn't believe it, even now. It had to have been luck. He must have been mid-transition. I must have swung at the one moment he couldn't dodge. And half the outer disciples watching believed the same thing, because the alternative required rearranging their entire world. Lucky? I said. Maybe. Next time I won't give you the chance. I hope there isn't a next time. I meant it kindly, actually. A man who cannot work out how he lost will lose the same way forever. You even dare to injure a law enforcement officer, Shu Tong said. It seems you have no regard for the Yunhai sect at all. Another charge. Just added on, casually, like a clerk stamping a form. If you want to find fault, you'll always find a reason, I said. So according to you, I should have stood still and let him take my arm and then been expelled, and that would have demonstrated respect for the Yunhai sect? I let the word elder sit heavily in the next sentence. Don't you find that ridiculous in itself, elder? Then I stopped looking at him because he was not the man who could decide anything. Sect master, may I say a few words for myself? Something moved in Sima Xuan's face. Amusement, I think. He'd been watching me stay level through all of it, and that particular quality is the one thing a sect master actually shops for. Speak. Sect master, I was summoned here. The moment I arrived, the elder pronounced me a traitor and a disgrace. When I attempted to defend myself, he called me a beast and said that defying him warranted the loss of an arm and expulsion. I kept my voice absolutely flat, because flat carries further. So I would like to ask, when this sect convicts a man, is it enough for one elder to declare him guilty? When this sect enforces its law, does one elder's word constitute the law of the sect? The crowd thought collectively, this guy is insane. How dare you? Shu Tong's aura locked onto me and he genuinely wanted me dead on the spot. If I don't dare, I get crippled and expelled anyway, I said. So why not be bold once? I'll ask the elder again, what is the source of my crime? You beast! Wei Mei's voice, cold, from the side. You injured your brother and insulted your elders. Do you dare deny it? I see, I said, and turned back to Shu Tong. So the elder convicted me based on what she said. So what if it is? There it was. Ha! I let that sit for one breath. Since the elder has admitted it, then let me ask, in front of the sect master. You listened to her and convicted me. You refused to hear me. So, are you an elder of the Yunhai sect or an elder of the Haoyu sect? Something happened in that crowd, not noise, a shift of weight. What a sharp tongue. You dare insult an inner sect elder. I'll cripple your cultivation right now and cleanse the sect. Shu Tong started walking. Right and wrong are clear to everyone here, I said. I'm an outer disciple. If you want to remove me, remove me. Why bother with fabricated charges? And I said all of it looking directly at Sima Xuan. Because that was the actual play, and it was a gamble, and I knew it. If the sect master stopped Shu Tong, I remained a Yunhai disciple. If he let Shu Tong cripple me, I would open my mouth about 8 bells, and I'd survive the afternoon, but I would no longer be anything to that sect, and I'd have been fine with that. A sect that has no place for me is a sect I have no use for. I did not come out of my last life with any capacity for kneeling. Everything hung on one man's arithmetic. Shu Tong's footsteps kept coming. Sima Xuan saw where I was looking and looked back. This child is resolute, calm in a lethal situation, and gifted. A few years and he could be inner sect, maybe core. Shu Tong is an inner elder. His own martial achievements aren't weak. He can still improve. He was wrong today, but he is an inner elder, and he is Shu Ming's son. In that instant, a sect master weighed 2 objects, because that is what sect masters do all day. Good for the sect, do it. Bad for the sect, don't. Compared with Shu Ming's decades of contribution and Shu Tong's standing, a promising outer disciple came out light. He said nothing. And I understood and laughed at myself internally, and it was not a bitter laugh, it was an embarrassed one. Of course, what had I actually done? Beaten the 10th ranked outer disciple? That's it. That is the entire weight I was placing on the scale against an inner elder and a grand elder. Why on earth would he tarnish Shu Tong for me? Only strength keeps you out of rooms like that. Foolish brat. Shu Tong said, close now, and his voice went straight into my ear the way a Xuan martial cultivator can do. You really don't know what you're getting yourself killed over. Yang Li is finished, said the crowd, and privately most of them added, he brought it on himself. What a pity, Wei Mei said, smiling. I wanted to do it myself. The pressure came down and every hair on my body stood up. I opened my mouth to spend the bells, and the pressure vanished, completely, all at once. Like a hand lifted off a table. I blinked. Shu Tong had stopped mid-stride. His pupils had blown wide open and he was looking down at himself, and I have never seen a man's face do that before or since. Sima Xuan and Shu Ming both came out of their chairs. There was a shadow on Shu Tong. Not a shadow cast on him, a shadow standing on him. A man-shaped darkness laid across his body, and it moved. Shu Tong was rigid and the shadow shifted anyway, adjusting its weight the way a person does, and there was no one there, no body, no figure, nothing casting it. A shadow with no owner standing on an inner elder in broad daylight in front of several thousand people. Go back, said a voice out of the empty air, hoarse, unhurried. The crowd's collective nervous system did something audible. Shu Tong looked down at the dark shape lying over his own chest and could not make himself move. He could feel the man, precisely, standing directly in front of him, breath locked onto him, close enough to touch. There was nobody there. It's him, Sima Xuan said, and there was shock in it, which told me the sect master knew exactly who it was. Shu Tong, come back, Shu Ming barked. And Shu Ming was past 60 and had seen things, and he had gone the color of ash, because he knew what he was looking at. The shadow martial spirit. one of the rarest and least pleasant things a person can be born with. After its innate awakening, the owner can fold his entire body into a shadow, visible only as the shadow, breath concealed, standing wherever he likes. Think about that for 1 second and you'll understand Xu Ming's face. Nobody wants to be owed money by a man like that. Xu Tong's foot came back. 1 step. He did not say a word. I wonder who your excellency is. Xu Ming spoke to a patch of ground. Would you be so kind as to show yourself? Mind your own business, the voice said. Don't be so anxious. The sect can't afford to lose face like this. A gentle wind went across the platform and the shadow was gone. Not withdrawn. Gone, the way a word is gone. Several thousand people took a breath at the same time. Who is that? Judging by his tone, he was talking down to the sect master. A hidden senior, even the Grand Elder doesn't know him. Our sect has depths. Sima Xuan smiled thinly because he was probably the only man on that rim who did know, and I watched him think about what he'd been about to allow, and I watched it cost him something. He'd weighed the pros and cons and the sect's interests very carefully, and forgotten the sect's face. Young Master Tianlong, he said, let's call it a day. Please return, and give my regards to Sect Master Xiao. Give up? Wei Mei's head came around. Just leave? Let him go? Senior brother, she said softly. Xiao Tianlong's expression did something complicated and then resolved into that same smile. Sect Master Sima, I've heard the Yunhai sect has so many geniuses emerging. John Peng feels a certain longing. Is there anyone among your disciples willing to have a friendly exchange with me? Mild words. The content was, send me somebody. Anybody, I'll take all of you. Young Master Tianlong's fame has spread through Snow Moon, Sima Xuan said. My disciples still need training, another time. Sect Master Sima, are all members of the Haoyue sect as ignorant of hierarchy as young Master Tianlong? The gentleness went out of him all at once, and a cold weight came down on that platform, and I watched Xiao Tianlong's face stiffen. Twice politely, a sect master had told a guest to leave. That is a great deal of face to hand somebody. In that case, Xiao Tianlong said, I, Xiao, will take my leave. The rock opened, and a hurricane came off it and blew several hundred people off their feet, and he took Wei Mei up into it and went out over the crowd deliberately low. I, Xiao, will remember today. And Wei Mei's voice came down after him. Yang Li, on the day of the annual meeting, I'll make you pay. Unless you plan to hide in the Yunhai sect forever. I watched the rock go and thought, do I look like I hide? Sima Xuan looked at a few hundred of his own disciples picking themselves up off the ground, and his face was not good. Within 5 years, he thought, I want a disciple who can stand in front of young Master Tianlong. Because Xiao Tianlong is 6th of the 8. 6th. And he had just walked into a 1,000-year sect and knocked its people over on the way out, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. That's all. Disperse. Xu Tong didn't move. He was looking at me, and by then his hatred had stopped being about anything specific. Fine. Noted. Filed. I said today's matter is over, Sima Xuan said, louder. Xu Tong went. I turned to leave, and a voice arrived directly inside my ear, aimed, the way they do it. To earn respect, one must possess sufficient strength and talent. Otherwise, never mind a little humiliation. No one will even be sorry when you die. I didn't break stride. Of course I understand, I said, to nobody, and kept walking, and each step landed like a stair. I went into the mountains and found an immortal cave on one of the 8 peaks and shut myself in it because Lingwu realm was the only thing that mattered now. Qi martial is the foundation. You pull in origin qi, it tempers the body, widens the bloodline, packs inner qi into you like ballast. Step into Lingwu, and the Kui stops being cargo and starts being a weapon. You can kill from 100 paces without leaving a mark, and your martial spirit undergoes its innate awakening. That's the part I wanted. Xiao Tianlong's rock only flies because his spirit awakened. Wei Mei's ice and fire only exist because hers did. Whatever the dark martial spirit turned into on the far side of that door, I wanted it. 10 days in, I was close, and 2 people walked into my cave. This is a wonderful place. Quiet, perfect for cultivation. A thin, pale young man, not built like a fighter. Schweier, how about we use this? I don't think cultivation is what you're thinking about. A girl in a tight red bodysuit, and the way she said it was an invoice. I knew the type instantly, and so do you. Wang Kai, 18, 9th level of Qi martial, and all of it bought with pills, ordinary talent, and one useful feature, an elder brother in the inner sect. Bai Ming had ordinary talent and an ordinary family and had done the math on shortcuts. Then they saw me sitting there. Looks like we go elsewhere, Bai Ming said, disappointed. Change what? He's only 8th level. Drive him off. That's not very nice. What's the big deal? I'll cripple his cultivation and then banish him. He smiled. Then nobody comes back looking for the cave. Bai Ming said nothing, which is a form of yes. Kid. Stop pretending. Wake up. I opened my eyes. I'd been awake since they came in. I'd assumed they'd leave. I would like to formally retire the assumption that people leave. You want to banish me and cripple my cultivation. Since you heard it all, do it yourself. Cripple it and get lost. Very good. I stood up and walked toward him. You haven't crippled anything yet and you think you can just walk out? Did I say I was leaving? I stomped, and the whole cave jumped, and I came off the floor. He frowned and stepped back and punched. Snap. His forearm came apart in sections and hung there, and my hand was around his throat holding him off the ground. I'd like to ask, I said, how are you going to cripple my cultivation? Bai Ming had gone the color of paper. I was wrong. Let go. I'll leave right now. Is admitting it enough? 10 seconds ago I was a pushover to be crippled and evicted. Now you've discovered a problem with the plan, and you'd like to withdraw it. I put the wave through his chest, and he went out of my hand and into the wall. When you want to cripple someone, be prepared to be crippled. I looked at Bai Ming. Get lost. She got him out. You crippled my cultivation from outside. I'll make you wish you were dead. I sat back down. I did not get long. They came back, and they brought a third. 19 or so, and he looked like Wang Kai the way a hawk looks like a pigeon. Same bone structure, entirely different animal. Face like a raptor. Eyes to match. Brother, this bastard broke my arm and destroyed my cultivation. I want him dead. No, I want him begging to die and not getting it. Don't worry. I'll cripple him and break his arms and legs, and then he's yours. He hadn't released a scrap of aura, and I already knew he was worse than Mei Long. How dare you cripple my brother? I stood and took a few steps and let my own aura come up, and the wave rolled out through the cave with the sound of a mad wolf in it, 9,500 jinn out of an 8th level body, and the walls shook. So you were hiding your cultivation. No wonder. He'd read it as 9th level, and I let him. Still nowhere near enough. Then he made a sound that no human throat should make, a raptor's cry, and his hands turned into claws. The wave and the claws met and separated, and I was 10 meters away looking at my own palm with a piece missing out of it. Lingwu realm. He'd gone through 9,500 jinn with a casual swipe and taken meat off my hand on the way. Regretting it? He wasn't even breathing hard. Too late. I do regret something, I said. I regret not killing him outright. Sword out. Thunder in the cave, doubled and tripled by the stone. He didn't dodge. He hooked the blade out of line with his claws and caught it. A sword strikes like thunder. The blade screamed in his grip and the thunder went up his arm, and I saw his hand jump. Sword's cry and thunderous sound. And then his martial spirit came out. An eagle, sharp, wild, nothing like the rock I'd seen, but real, and his claws came together in gold light and my sword was simply in his hand. How could you contend with Lingwu realm? Here's the thing though, he'd released his spirit. Which meant a boy 3 levels below him had made him feel threatened enough to spend it, because of the bells. Every hour I'd spent on that shelf being shredded by my own reflected sword chi had gone into the astonishing thunder sword, and my casual strikes now were not 8th level strikes. Is Lingwu realm unbeatable? I didn't believe it. 9-layer wave, left fist, straight into his face. Cloud-splitting claw. He hooked, and the wave came apart into nothing, which was informative. Thunderous roar without end. My wrist trembled, and the trapped blade sang in his fist, and thunder went into his palm, and his hand went numb and let go. And the instant he let go, he smashed the same claw into the flat of the blade, and the force came through the steel into my arms and threw me back with a grunt. 12,000 jinn a strike. Eagle spirit. Perception and edge first, strength second, and still 12,000. I put the sword out and thrust into empty air. Once. Twice. 3 times. Thunder stacked in that cave until it sounded like a god losing his temper, and a shell of it settled around me. Defense? In front of Lingwu realm, any means are superfluous. He came down with his ki arriving ahead of him, and the shell rang like a struck bell, and held. The eagle soars through the sky. He went insane on it. Strike after strike, a lone bird tearing at a shell, and something came up my throat, because the strikes were passing force through the barrier into my body, and my organs were losing that argument, but my sword was getting sharper every single exchange. Time to end this. I drew back and let the sword essence go completely, and everything in that cave came in, the momentum, the sword, the thunder, and merged into one edge. Momentum, the sword, thunder, annihilate everything. Wang Hao's martial spirit shook behind him, and he went backward through the air faster than I could follow. I threw it anyway. Soaring eagle! Boom! The cave came apart. Fleeting shadow. I went out of it as a line of light, and on the way out I swung once, sideways, at something small. Bastard! His hands were open to the bone. If he'd been half a beat slower off the wall, that strike would have taken more than skin. And in his arms, when the dust cleared, was Wang Kai, with his throat open. I, Wang Hao, will fight you to the death. Which is a strange thing to say to a man you already promised a fate worse than death. I ran for half an hour before I slowed down and coughed into my hand and did not look at it. Realistically, I'd been beaten. 3 realms is 3 realms. But an 8th level cultivator had stood in front of a Lingwu realm expert, hurt him, and walked out, and I decided to be pleased about that. Then I took out Elder Zheng's bottle and swallowed one. Cool went through me like a river. The tightness in my chest let go. The bleeding stopped. And then, this is the part I hadn't expected, it kept going, and my inner chi came out the other side stronger than before the fight. No wonder he said one was enough. No wonder people go insane about alchemy. There are men in this world who never learn to fight at all and are treated like royalty because they can make these. Combat plus a real pill had done more for me in one afternoon than a fortnight of sitting. What I needed now was somewhere quiet to consolidate, and maybe the 9th level before the annual meeting. I looked around at where my legs had taken me. Ahead, a mountain split top to bottom by something that had been in a hurry. Ah, well, the people loitering near One Line Heaven watched a man walk straight in and settled in happily. Inside, in the steam, a face came up out of the water with black hair across it and stopped. It's you again. Yes, I said, it's me again. I had dared to fight a Lingwu realm eagle 2 hours earlier, and Ye Xun is ranked 8th in the outer sect, and I had killed the man ranked 6th. The arithmetic was fine. There are always some lecherous scoundrels in the world, she said, coming up out of the water with everything clinging to her, who don't seek martial arts and whose minds are full of filth. I'd like to see how many lives you have. I had died once already, and my will was, at that point, roughly geological, so the view registered, was assessed, and was filed. So I'm lecherous and shameless, I said. Then let me show you what lecherous looks like. Her face went white and the bow came up. You're asking for it. The arrow came out crackling. I hit it with the wave and it fell over dead in the air. His strength has increased considerably, she said to herself. Then the spirit came up and the real one started. She was at the 9th level. She was ranked 8th in an outer sect of thousands, and I was 1 level below her. She fired. I took it on 9 layers off the left hand and a thunder strike off the right, and the arrow came apart. She went backward on a dragonfly skimming footwork and put 3 on the string. 3 at once. 9,500 jin apiece. Her personal ceiling. She could do 5, but 5 arrows drops the power, and 5 weak arrows are a crowd control tool, not an answer to one man. Sword cry and thunderous sound. The sword kui went out to meet them before they arrived. A sword strikes like thunder. And I put the second strike into the wake of the first, and 3 arrows stopped existing. How could this be? She retreated and did it again. Same result. 1 flash of cold silver and the sky was empty, and then my blade was at her throat. She stood absolutely still, and I watched her recalculate everything. First time we met, she'd swatted me. Second time, in the gorge, I'd surprised her. Third time, 1 level below her, I'd taken 3 volleys apart without moving my feet much. She bit her lip until it bled. And she was looking at me with a very specific fear, and I realized what she thought was about to happen, and something in me went cold and then extremely tired. I looked at her for a second longer than necessary. I'll admit that. Then I sheathed the sword. Don't think too highly of yourself, I said. I'm not interested in you. Get lost. And I walked past her into her own immortal cave without looking back. She stood there. I will defeat you, she said to my back. Then, instead of leaving, she got back into the water and put her whole body under it, because a stronger inner ki means a fuller draw, and a fuller draw means a heavier arrow. I sat down on her stone bed in a cave that smelled faintly of something floral, and released the dark martial spirit so that my senses covered the entrance, and started cultivating. 20 days later, I opened my eyes with a sharp light in them. 9th level of chi martial. As long as I don't touch a Lingwu realm expert, I can walk sideways, which was optimistic, and I knew it. Wang Hao was one of the weaker ones. His eagle was cold and sharp, but it had no dominance to it, which meant it had never awakened. Awakened spirits are a different conversation entirely. I came out and Ye Xun was still in the lake. She looked at me and knew something had changed and couldn't name it. How many days have I been cultivating? 20, she said. Curt, 20. That was later than I'd wanted. The annual meeting. I started walking. What is your cultivation level now? She called after me, and it clearly cost her something. Just entered the 9th level of chi martial, I said, and vanished. She stayed in the water for a while after that, because she'd been beaten by a man at the 8th level while sitting at the 9th, and she was a proud person, and I had just handed her that fact for free. Yangzhou City at the end of the year is a good place to be if you like noise. Everyone training in a sect comes home, every family holds something, and because this is a world where martial arts is the only religion, every event is a competition. The Tingfeng restaurant is where the outstanding young people of Yangzhou go to drink and be outstanding at each other. I heard Wei Mei of the Chen family had her martial spirit awaken. Lingwu realm. Inner disciple of the Haoyue sect. Brother Yang Jie, true or false? Entirely true. Yang Ji, son of a Chen family elder, spoke on behalf of a family that had not consulted him. Her strength has grown enormously. If the city lord holds a family tournament, my Chen family will shine. Heh, a young man in yellow. She just got there. My Gu family's Shushuan has been in Lingwu realm for half a year. Nobody in your Chen family is a match. When you entered means nothing. My Wen family's Zhaogang is already at the second level of spirit marshal, apart from Princess Mu Ning of the city lord's house, who is at that level. You invited me here to listen to this? Cold voice. Everyone turned. A very beautiful young woman with no patience whatsoever. Of course not. The one with the folding fan smiled. I brought you here for news. The day after the year turns, my city lord's mansion is holding a martial arts tournament, along with the children of the 4 families. Outstanding young people from anywhere in Yangzhou may register. Wei Ru, you understand what I mean. Everyone did. Yangzhou's tournament had always been a closed shop between 4 families. Opening it meant the city lord had decided to go shopping for talent. Wei Ru nodded once. She was said to be an orphan, and she was famous in Yangzhou for 2 reasons: her face and her ability. Hey, this tournament will be exciting. The Gu family boy again, and his voice had a texture like a nail. I hear the Chen family's good-for-nothing has improved a little. Even injured Wei Hao, I imagine that piece of trash will also be entering. Xu Guang, Yang Ji's face went dark. What do you mean by that? My Chen family has plenty of outstanding disciples. Why would we need a good-for-nothing? It seems a bit inappropriate for you to address your young lord that way. Trash is trash. Besides, I, Yang Jie, will take over as head of the Chen family eventually. He stopped himself. Too late. Everyone had heard the shape of it. And at that exact moment, the trash they were discussing rode a horse past the window. I'd been on the road 11 days. I looked, I'm told, like a young man from a great family coming home from a sect. Sword on the back, silver belt, 1,000-mile snow under me, and people on the street said so out loud. Then I heard a sound off the second floor of a restaurant. A tiny sound. A person leaning on a windowsill. Who is this? Isn't this the young lord of the Chen family? I looked up. Several faces at the window, one of them familiar and extremely unhappy to see me. Yang Jie, 8th level of Qi Marshal, son of an elder, decent talent, and by the standard of the family hierarchy, a man who should be greeting me. Yang Li. Xu Guang immediately delighted. A few of us are gathered here. Since we've run into each other, why don't you come up? Yang Li, you've traveled a long way, Yang Jie said quickly. Go home and rest first. I looked at that for a second. Yang Jie was not protecting me. Yang Jie was managing his own humiliation and had just decided that he had the standing to root the young lord of his family away from a room. Do I have to consider your feelings when I do things? I said, mostly to myself and then to Xu Guang. I'm coming up. Wait, Yang Jie's voice went colder. Yang Li, this is not a place for you. Go home and stay there. How dare you, I said. I said it loudly enough that the street heard it. Who are you, and who am I, that you talk to me like that? He hadn't budgeted for that. His face went red and stayed red, and the thing that trapped him was rank. I was the young lord of the Chen family. He was an elder's son, and even if I had insulted him in the street, he had no right to answer back. Heh, said Xu Guang, delighted beyond measure. Now that is the true young lord of the Chen family. Upstairs there were 8 of them at one table, and when I walked in, every single person picked up a cup and looked into it. A piece of trash who brought shame on himself. He really thinks he's a young master. Yang Jie, to the ceiling. Yang Jie, Xu Guang said helpfully, don't forget your position. This good-for-nothing is your young lord, which was the whole reason he'd invited me. He wanted the Chen family humiliated in public, and he'd found a way to have a Chen do it. I walked over to Xu Guang. May I sit? Who do you think you are? Said a Wen family boy, unprompted. What right do you have to sit here? What do you mean? I said to Xu Guang, without looking at the Wen boy. Don't you understand? You piece of trash. You think you're qualified to sit with us? So you were just playing me. So what if I am? Get lost. I put my hand on the table and picked up a cup of wine and turned my wrist and poured it into his face. The room stopped. Xu Guang shut his eyes and wiped his face with his palm and opened them again, and they'd gone down to slits. This good-for-nothing is finished, everyone thought cheerfully. You splashed wine on my face. Yes, I agreed. I really don't understand where trash like you gets this kind of courage. Have you thought about the consequences? Or are you stupid enough to think Yang Ji will protect you? I didn't answer. I picked up the pot instead, opened it, and poured the rest of it over his head. I don't understand either, I said. When you use that word this much, are you trying to intimidate me, or are you covering something, you illegitimate son of the Gu family? Xu Guang was the child of the Gu patriarch and a maid. It was the one subject in the world he could not be in a room with. You're asking for death. He threw a punch from a seated position with a whistle behind it, and every person at that table braced to see my face rearranged. The punch stopped halfway. There was a hand on it. Actually, I said, I don't understand this either. As a concubine's son, you want to play me and call me trash. What right? Snap. He made a noise I describe as unmusical. Get out, I said, and flicked my wrist. He went out through the window, and everybody in the room heard him land. 8 faces looked at the window, and then at me. Qi Marshal, 8th level, somebody breathed. He threw Xu Guang out of a window. I turned and looked at Yang Ji, and I watched him feel fear, actual fear, of the person he'd been describing as garbage for a decade. And I watched him notice the reason, which was that the old Yang Li's eyes always had a flinch in them somewhere, and mine didn't. What did you just call me? I said. His lips moved. Trash? The slap took him across the face and turned him halfway around. He got a hand up to his cheek and his facial muscles were doing something complicated, and I watched him decide, correctly, not to speak. Watch your words, I said. Remember who you are and who I am. Then I walked past him to the Wen family boy. What do you want to do? Zhao Ming said warily, because I had thrown a man through a window in about a second. Are you scared? I let a little cold off, and his body locked, and he swallowed and looked at the table. Useless, I said, and left. Behind me he crushed a wine cup in his hand hard enough to bleed. I hadn't touched him, that was somehow worse. And in the corner, Wei Ru watched me go and thought about the fact that she was the strongest person in that room, Lingwu realm. Genuinely. And that when I'd been standing there, something about it had made everyone else in the room feel small. I did not know that yet. I was busy being 16 and pleased with myself. 1,000-mile snow went past the Ting Feng restaurant while Xu Guang was still getting up off the cobbles, and the look he gave my back was a promissory note. The Chen residents noticed me arriving and had opinions. Yang Li's back. Wonder what level he's reached. Heh. What good does coming back do? He'll embarrass himself at the annual meeting. Both my children have gotten enormously strong this year. He's what, 7th level? He's nothing. Right. He beat Wei Hao once, but Wei Hao's nothing next to the family's real geniuses. If I were him, I'd hide in the sect and never come out. I found my father painting. He put the brush down and put the paper face down again and smiled at me, and that smile was worth 11 days on a horse. Xiao Li, you're back. The meeting's in 7 days. I came for it. I looked at the paper lying face down on the table. In the borrowed memories, my father loved quiet and painted often. In 15 years, the old Yang Li had never once seen a finished painting. You don't need to attend this year, he said. Let them make their noise. Why? Hehehe. This year's meeting is aimed at the 2 of us. I don't care about them, but you should be careful. He said it lightly. Underneath it was, 2 brothers, several cousins, and at least 4 elders have agreed on something. Don't worry, father. I'm not concerned. He glanced up, and then he saw whatever was in my face and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. I underestimated my son. Fine, let's see them make a scene. If they want my chair, they can show me something first. Then his face changed. But Xiao Li, be careful during the meeting. They say Wei Mei has broken through to Lingwu realm. It's not hearsay. She has. I kept my voice level. But it won't be easy for her to hurt me, because she'd come to the Yunhai sect with a monster on a leash and demanded my head and left promising to see me here. Well, here we are. Father, I'm going to cultivate. Wake me on the day. Outside the walls, 3 fiery horses arrived. Wei Mei rode the middle one, in a phoenix-tailed robe, and the guards at the Chen residence gate bowed so low they nearly folded. Young miss, they did not look her in the eye. 2 Hao Yue sect disciples rode in behind her. Miss Da is different now, one guard said after she'd passed. Temperament and looks both. The #1 beauty of the Chen family. Of course, Lingwu realm at 16. Her future's limitless. That useless young lord isn't even worth mentioning in the same breath. One's the moon and one's a firefly on the ground. Her arrival caused more noise than mine had by an order of magnitude. Elders went to pay their respects. The corridor outside Wei Dong's courtyard filled up. Because everyone had run the same calculation, Wei Mei is going to be somebody, and people who help her father into the chair now will be remembered later. 2 days after that, her elder brother Wei Lei came home from Snow Shadow Manor, which isn't a sect but is not weaker than one, and which only accepts owners of ice and snow spirits. At the peak of the 9th level of Qi Marshal, 1 step from Xuan Marshal, the Chen family concluded that the succession was settled, and in a small courtyard on the other side of the estate, nobody came to see us at all. The morning of the meeting, the whole family came out. 400 or 500 people, about 70 of them between 12 and 18, which is the entire point. The annual meeting is a measuring stick, and the young are the thing being measured. I stepped out into the sun and stretched and did not care about any of it. I didn't want the chair. I've never wanted a chair. The head of the Chen family is a title, and titles are what you hand people who need a reason to be obeyed. Get strong enough, and nobody asks what your title is. My father didn't want it either, which was most of the problem. He'd never wanted power, which is why he was so easy to erode. We walked out to the training ground together, and several hundred pairs of eyes arrived on us, and 4 of those pairs were cold. Wei Mei, Yang Jie, with a memory in his cheek, Wei Hao, and Wei Jin, who nobody had told anybody about. Third uncle had buried the fact that his eldest son had been crippled, partly shame, partly because announcing it meant announcing who did it, and he was not going to hand me that. On the main platform, Wei Dong and Wei Chang and the Grand Elder Yang Gang and Wei Mei were already seated, arranged like the people in charge. Yang Gang stood up as we approached. Since you've arrived, let's begin the annual meeting. My father stopped walking. He stopped so completely that 400 people noticed. Yang Gang, let me ask you something. Who is the head of the Chen family? Yang Gang's expression went stiff. Of course it's you, Yang Rui. Then let me ask again. Is the annual meeting the most important event of the Chen family's year? Of course. Very well. And who presides over the most important affairs of the Chen family? Yang Gang's face went completely dark because he'd seen where the last step was. Major matters are presided over by the head of the family. Then, Yang Gang, what exactly are you doing up there? Do you even consider me the head of this family? Hey, second uncle. Wei Mei, unhurried. You were late. The Grand Elder was acting as steward. Aren't you being petty? Shut up, my father said. The whole training ground heard it. Who gave you permission to interrupt your elders? Wei Dong, control your daughter. What kind of upbringing is this? Wei Mei's face locked. She was 16 and had spent a year being treated like a national treasure. It's still better than your good-for-nothing son, Wei Dong snapped. Watch your words. A woman in Haoyu sect robes beside Wei Mei, with an expensive face and a mean mouth. The head of some Chen family is an aunt to the Haoyu sect, and I decided to enter the conversation. Your Haoyu sect is so great, I said. So how come you're sitting in my Chen family's chairs? My father is the head of this house, and I don't believe he invited you. Or are you just naturally thick-skinned? Her expression cracked and reassembled. A piece of trash from the Yunhai sect dares to speak this arrogantly. Whether I'm trash is a separate question, I said, but I do know how to spell the word shame, unlike someone who walks into another man's house and insults the owner in it. So this is what the Haoyu sect produces. Very impressive. You beast, how dare you insult the Haoyu sect? An elder of the Chen family was on his feet, shouting it. An elder of the Chen family. I turned to look at him and made sure my voice reached the back. This is ridiculous. Someone stands inside the Chen family and insults the head of the Chen family, and a Chen family elder stands up for them. So I'd like to ask, 7th elder, are you a member of the Chen family or a dog of the Haoyu sect? Well said. My father, immediately. I'd like to ask that too, 7th elder. Is your surname Chen? He was staring at me while he said it. He had known me for 2 lives and about 6 weeks, and he had never heard me talk. All right. Grand Elder Yang Gang, receiving a look from Wei Dong, conceded a centimeter. We were wrong. Patriarch, the annual meeting can't be delayed. Please come and preside. My father flicked his sleeves and we went and sat in the center. Let's see how long you can stay smug, Wei Mei thought. The first round is a free-for-all, 73 young disciples on one enormous battle platform, the last 32 standing advance. I went up and looked around and got looked at by about 9 people with the specific expression of men who have found the easy meal. The first one came with a spear. Get out of here yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. Yang Hu, the 7th elder's son. 8th level. He's mine. Wei Mei walked over in her phoenix robe and people got out of the way like water. It's all the same, Yang Hu said, and stepped aside. Because you do not argue about food with the wolf. Wei Mei stopped in front of me. Don't worry. Nobody will touch you this round. You'll advance smoothly. It's no fun if you're eliminated early. I blinked at her. Then I worked it out and nearly laughed because it's genuinely funny. The second round is a group stage where everyone fights everyone. She wasn't sparing me. She was buying tickets. Also, and she'd never say this out loud, she'd seen the life and death platform. She knew that if she didn't personally handle me, there weren't many people on this ground who could. Up on the platform, the Grand Elder leaned over to Wei Dong. What is she doing? Why keep that good-for-nothing around? Don't you think it'd be entertaining to watch trash advance to the second round? It's a round robin. He'll have to fight several times. What do you think happens to him then? Hey, why didn't I think of that? Half an hour later, there were 32 of us. Most of the eliminated were 5th and 6th level. 5 people had not moved at all during the entire round. Wei Mei, her brother Wei Lei, Yang Hu, Yang Ji, and me. He's lucky. Wei Mei actually cleared his path. So what? She just wants it to be worse in round 2. Groups of 8, round robin, top 2 advance. Yang Li, Chen Xuan, Yang Yuan, Yang Xing, Yang Jin, Yang Wei, Yang Xuan, Yang Jie. Group 4. Group 4 is the weakest, the third elder said, pleased. With you heir's cultivation, there shouldn't be any problem. Yang Jie is more than capable of dominating Group 4, said Wei Dong politely. Haha. I just wonder. And here the third elder raised his voice slightly and looked directly at my father. Where Yang Li places in Group 4. First match of Group 4, me against Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan had the 7th level of Qi Martial and a Sword Martial Soul, which made him effectively untouchable among 7th levels, and he looked at me the way you look at a stain. I refuse to insult my sword. You will concede. Group 4, Chen Xuan wins. The second elder announced it. I stood there. Excuse me? Chen Xuan was already walking off, entirely comfortable. Why are you still here? The second elder said. Have I conceded? He frowned at me the way you frown at a dog that won't take the mercy. Whether you concede or not, the result is identical. Get down and stop disrupting the meeting. Since I haven't conceded, I said, what gives you the right to declare Chen Xuan the winner? Because I am the second elder and I preside over this meeting. Huh. And my father's voice came across the ground, and it was very calm, which with him is the dangerous setting. It seems nobody takes me, the clan chief, seriously. Second elder, in front of the entire family, you have openly violated the rules of the annual meeting and declared a winner before a match. Who gave you that right? Clan chief, the outcome is obvious without the match. I did it to save you face. Why would you object? To save my face. My father stood. I think you were trying to strip it. You're relieved. The sixth elder will preside. I disagree, said Wei Dong. I disagree also. The second elder is correct, said the grand elder. And Wei Chong stood, and the third elder stood, and the seventh elder stood. 2 brothers and 4 elders, including the top 3. Is this a threat? My father said. Clan chief, said the grand elder with a small smile. The elder did nothing wrong. You have no right to remove him. If you insist on settling personal scores, won't that break the hearts of the Chen family? My father smiled. I know what you want, he said quietly. But you seem to be missing an excuse. Let me give you one. Then he turned around and addressed 400 people. My son Yang Li was matched against Chen Xuan. My son did not concede. The 2 did not fight. The second elder immediately declared Chen Xuan the winner. I hold that the second elder disrespected the rules of this family and should be severely punished. But some elders believe I am settling a personal score. He let that sit. Therefore, to give everyone an explanation, let Yang Li and Chen Xuan fight. If Yang Li loses, that proves I am narrow-minded and unfit to decide anything for the Chen family, and I will step down. The training ground made a sound. 3 months ago, I'd been 5th or 6th level. Best case in anyone's model, I was a fresh 7th. Against a sword martial soul at the 7th peak. He had just put the chair on the table. Wei Dong's eyes lit up like a festival. I agree, he said instantly. I agree also, said the grand elder. However, my father's voice dropped several degrees and the air took notice. If Yang Li wins, then 2 elders have disregarded the rules of my Chen family, and I, as head of this house, will strip them of their positions. I have no objection, the second elder said, cursing internally, because he had just realized he was the only person at that table with anything at stake. Third uncle, meanwhile, was doing frantic mental arithmetic because his crippled son was proof that I was at least 8th level, and his allies had accepted the bet before he could stop them, and he could not explain why without explaining everything. Chen Xuan, get up there and fight him. The second elder's voice was ice. You're the one handing over the chair. Chen Xuan came back up, amused. It's one thing to be useless. It's another to drag your father down with you. Still, it's not bad that I, Chen Xuan, get to decide who leads this family. Is your sword as meaningless as your mouth? You're courting death. He drew and came, and it was genuinely fast, and the sword shadow was cold and clean. Get lost, I said. 1 step. The sword chi came apart. My fist went through the gap in his guard and landed on his chest, and he left. The longsword was already on the ground. He lay there with the blank face of a man whose model of reality has stopped returning results. A sword should be fast, accurate, and ruthless, I said. Yours is none of those. It's full of holes. You using a sword is an insult to swords. I kicked the blade away from his hand. You're trash. 400 people sat in absolute silence because they had all just seen this exact thing happen 3 months earlier to Wei Hao, and the horrible familiarity of it was doing something to them. Chen Xuan had the 7th peak and a sword spirit, and it took 1 strike. How could this happen? The second elder said, and his whole body was cold. because my father was already walking toward him. What do you want? He said. What do I want? You nodded. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Second brother, Wei Dong said loudly. Yang Hu is the second elder of the Chen family. He has made great contributions. Perhaps this once, forgive? My father didn't turn around. Wei Dong, do you hear yourself? 10 minutes ago, the lot of you were coming for me and my son. Did anyone stop to consider what I have done for this family? Do you intend to go back on your word in front of every member of the Chen family? Wei Dong's face went bad because there was no version of that where he came out clean. From this moment, my father said, the position of second elder is abolished. Also, take this from me. Yang Hu tried to run. My father's hands trembled and the whole world paused. There was a cracking noise, and the fleeing man went stiff mid-step, and frost went up him from the feet. Boom! The ice palm landed on his chest and stopped him where he stood. He came down curled up, white all over, with the red at his mouth, frozen before it finished leaving. 400 people did the math, and the math said, the clan chief is not defending anymore. Take him away. The meeting continues under the sixth elder. Anyone who disagrees, speak now. Nobody did. I looked at my father standing on that platform with his sleeves settling, and I finally understood something about him that I'd had backwards for 6 weeks. He never lacked the strength to fight for it. He just never wanted it. The rest of Group 4 went quickly. 6 matches, no losses, and by the end, the 2 advancing places were obvious, me and Yang Ji. In the other groups, Wei Mei did not move a finger because every single opponent conceded on sight. Wei Lei and Yang Hu went through as expected. And there was one more, Yang An, son of the sixth elder, who won every match in a way that nobody could describe afterward, quietly, steadily, without ever looking impressive. Group 3, Yang Hu against Yang An. Group 4, Yang Li against Yang Ji. The crowd sat up because all 4 were undefeated. Yang An cupped his hands at Yang Hu. We've both advanced. There's no need for this. I, Yang Hu, am not afraid to fight. I'll show everyone who's strongest in Group 3. I concede, said Yang An, smiling, and walked off. Yang Hu wins, the sixth elder announced, and announced his own son's defeat with a straight face. Coward, said Yang Hu, which left me and Yang Ji. The handprint on his face was gone. The other thing wasn't. He had watched Xu Guang go through a window and Chen Xuan go down in one move, and I could see him doing sums that all came out the same. Since we've both advanced, he said very quietly. Why fight? I looked at him and said nothing at all. Damn it, he said, and then out loud, I give up. The crowd made a disappointed noise. Wei Dong's face was a study. What happened? He demanded. Maybe Xiaoyu wants to humiliate him in the finals, said the third elder, who did not believe it either. 8 advanced. Wei Mei, Wei Lei, me, Yang Jie, Yang Hu, Yang An, Yang Hao, Yang Wei. First match, Wei Mei against Yang Hao. Yang Hao went white. Wei Mei, I'm no match for you, but since it's come to this, I'd like to fight anyway. Show me your strength. Everyone nodded quietly, because that's the correct thing to say when you're going to lose. I will, Wei Mei said, and did not look at her. Ice. Yang Hao's hand went numb before it arrived and weighed a ton, and then Wei Mei's palm landed and frost went over her in one breath. Defeat. Yang Hao went down twitching, exactly the way the second elder had, which was not a coincidence. Second match, Wei Lei against Yang Jie. I concede, said Yang Jie with a bitter little smile. 2 concessions in a row and out. It's the sort of thing they'd tell stories about for years. Third match, Yang Li against Yang Wei. Yang Wei's whole face opened up like a flower. He was 8th level. He couldn't beat any of the other 7. He'd drawn the one person he was sure of. Looks like I'm lucky, he said, standing opposite me. You go first, he added generously. Okay, I said. Fleeting shadow, 9-fold mad wolf. I was standing next to him before the smile finished. Boom. Roll. He came down hard with the smile still stuck on, and it looked terrible. And here's the part only he knew. He got up, almost entirely uninjured. Because I had put 9 layers into a man at close range and controlled every one of them, and to Yang Wei what it had felt like was being alone in an ocean, not hurt, just moved, absolutely and without any say in it. He looked at me for a second. Trash, he said, or genius. There was no resentment in it at all. He knew I'd let him keep his ribs. Yang Li wins, the 6th elder said, and 400 people exhaled the same tired sound. One move again. Taking advantage of an unprepared opponent, Yang Hu announced. Trash is trash. Cheap tricks. That's right. Yang Wei wasn't ready, otherwise, I didn't turn around. These people were about to be disappointed. Fourth match, Yang Hu against Yang An. I sat up, because in the previous round Yang An had conceded to Yang Hu without fighting, and here they were again, matched a second time, by his own father. Do we need to fight? Yang Hu said, mocking. No need, said Yang An, smiling. No spine. A disgrace to the family. The crowd started in on him, and Yang An looked at Yang Hu with a strange expression and then walked toward him rather than away. I'll count to 3, Yang An said. If you don't leave, you'll bear the consequences. And something came off him. Wildness, enormous and unrestrained, arriving all at once, and Yang Hu's body started shaking on its own. 3. How is this possible? Yang Hu was shaking his head. How can you have the power of a Lingwu realm expert? Everyone got it simultaneously. The quiet one, the one who kept conceding. He'd been cultivating a concealment art and sitting on it all day, and the 6th elder had matched them twice on purpose so that his son could refuse Yang Hu once and then dismiss him. 2. Yang Hu could not breathe. He'd hit the 9th level recently and saved it for today to announce himself, and instead he was standing in front of a man counting down. I refuse to fight you, not because I'm beneath you, Yang An said, but because I couldn't be bothered. 1. I surrender, Yang Hu said through his teeth and walked off without looking back. Trash! Yang Hu's face was coming apart. What right do you have to laugh, you disgrace to the family? The whole ground heard it, and several people laughed, and Wei Dong made a loud sarcastic remark about it being no shame to lose to Lingwu realm but a scandal for garbage to point fingers. I looked at him with genuine bewilderment. He'd been humiliated by Yang An, so he'd come to find me, because I was where you went when you needed to feel like a person again. What are you looking at? You're a good-for-nothing who hides behind his father. Do you want to fight me? This is genuinely the first time I've seen someone get slapped down and start swinging within the same minute, I said, and I started walking toward him. I'll count to 3, then get off the battle platform. If you don't, you'll bear the consequences. Word for word, the training ground went dead quiet. You could hear my footsteps. Everyone had just watched Yang An do that, and Yang An was Lingwu realm and had earned it. Yang Hu's face went from humiliation to rage in about a second. You're courting. I let the aura out. It wasn't Lingwu, it couldn't be. But I'd been to a cliff and back, killed a top 10 outer disciple, and spent 3 weeks getting hit by my own strikes at double weight, and what came off me was not a 9th level cultivator's pressure. 3. I took a step, and Yang Hu's whole body locked, and the anger drained out of his face and left something else there. A 9th level cultivator, in front of a man he'd spent a year calling garbage, feeling the ceiling come down. The crowd couldn't feel it. It was aimed. What they could see was Yang Hu's advance stopping and Yang Hu's face changing, and one other thing about me that several of them said out loud afterward, and none could explain properly. Harmony, that was the word. The impression that I was standing exactly where I ought to be standing, and the ground agreed. 2. He took a step back. 2 words and 2 steps, and if Yang An had wounded his pride, this was doing something structural. There's one left, I said, and smiled at him. The spear hit the ground. I concede, Yang Hu said. His eyes had gone somewhere unfocused. I concede. Concede? I said. I told you to get out. I want to be fair to myself here. If Yang Hu had won, I know precisely what would have happened, because I'd been watching him operate all day. There is no version of that where he stops at victory. It's not enough that I concede, his voice cracked. You actually want me to… Is conceding enough? I said. You called me trash, a disgrace to my family, in public for a year, while I said nothing. Did it ever occur to you that that was enough? Somebody humiliated you 10 minutes ago, and you came straight to me to get your evening back. Did it occur to you then that it was enough? His face went white and then red. And now that you've discovered you're not as good as me, conceding twice is supposed to settle it. Don't you find that ridiculous? I let one more step land, and killing intent with it, and I'm not proud of that part and won't pretend it didn't happen. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't leave, you'll bear the consequences. Yang Hu groaned and went down onto the stone. Then he laughed, a genuinely awful sound, and lay down and began to roll off the platform in front of 400 people, slowly. And while he rolled, I know exactly what was going through his head, because it was going through mine too. Trash. Scum of the family. Trash is still trash. Cheap tricks. Get out of here yourself. Don't embarrass yourself. All of it his. All of it said to a boy who used to look at his shoes. Yang Hu, the 7th elder, was on his feet, shaking. His son. The pride of the family, second only to Wei Mei. Damn it, he said, and killing intent came off him. My father snorted, and the air around the 7th elder froze, and he sat back down and glared instead. Calm down, said Wei Dong. Don't worry. That piece of trash won't be arrogant much longer. Yang Li wins, said the 6th elder, and gave me a long look. Unlike most direct-line Chen children, I hadn't inherited flame or ice. I'd inherited a small snake with no function that anybody had ever been able to find, and on that basis, a family had assigned a child a label at birth and enforced it for 15 years. And the thing that was rearranging their faces right now wasn't that I'd won, it was that they were beginning to suspect the label had never been checked. Like father, like son, the 6th elder said. Rest half an hour, then the final. Elder, None of the four of us have exerted ourselves. Wei Mei, bored. Let's begin. Agreed, said Wei Lei. And you? The sixth elder asked me. Fine, I said. Which was true. I still hadn't had a fight. Then, final round. Yang Li against Wei Lei, Wei Mei against Yang An, Yang Li and Wei Lei first. He put Wei Mei against Yang An, the crowd murmured. He's got high hopes for his son. And then Wei Dong stood up. Sixth elder, allow me to say a few words. Go ahead. These four are the peak of the Chen family's next generation. I believe that surrender should be invalid. Only victory should count. That way we see their true fighting strength. He said it looking directly at my father. 400 people understood instantly. No surrender means no exit. Wei Lei is Lingwu realm, and Wei Mei is Lingwu realm, and there is exactly one person in that bracket who is not. How ruthless, they thought. Patriarch. Wei Dong leaned on the word. What do you think of my proposal? And there was the trap, complete. Agree, and his son goes into 2 fights he can't leave. Refuse, and he's a clan chief who won't let the young generation be tested, and Wei Dong moves. My father's face was not good. Father, I said, agree. He looked at me. I had no grudge against Wei Lei. He'd never done a thing to me personally, but his family had spent a decade going for my father's chair and had twice now decided that I should stop existing. Fine. If they wouldn't be fair, I'd stop being careful. My father's lips moved. All right, he said. Wei Dong was radiant. Sixth elder. Let Wei Mei and Yang An go first. Wei Mei stepped up with her robe trailing. Concede. You're no match for me. Even if I'm no match, I have to fight. Battle intent came up off Yang An, and a flame spirit unfolded behind him, and the air went unstable. Your martial spirit awakened too. Not bad. Wei Mei's voice was perfectly flat. Unfortunately, it's still just a flame spirit. It didn't mutate during the awakening. You have no chance. That's the thing about the innate awakening, and it decided a great deal of my life later. Everyone who reaches Lingwu realm gets one. Almost nobody's spirit changes into something else during it. A very few do. Wei Mei's did. Ice and fire bloomed behind her at once, interleaved, flame inside frost, frost lying on top of burning, and the space in front of her went turbulent and then frozen and then turbulent again. So it's true. A same origin ice and fire spirit. A peerless genius of the Chen family. No wonder the elders are all behind her. Ice and fire techniques, ice and fire skills, all of it. A world of ice and snow. The temperature fell and white mist came up off the stone. Lava palm. Weak water condenses into ice. Their palms met and hissed, and ice went over Yang An's hand in a heartbeat. Burn. The ice turned to steam. Yang An made a sound I did not enjoy and went backward, and his palm was a ruin. Yang An. I'm fine. His teeth were grinding audibly. He looked at Wei Mei. I'll challenge you again, and walked off, and the sixth elder sighed, because his son was not the most talented person on that platform, and was quite possibly the most determined. You can never surpass me, Wei Mei said. Ice and fire, same origin, my father said quietly beside me. 2 opposing forces in one instant. It multiplies. He was frowning. Because the stronger she was, the worse my afternoon was going to be. Your turn, Wei Mei said, and stepped down. I looked up. The sun was almost directly overhead and the sky was very blue. Then I walked out onto the platform, where Wei Lei was already waiting. Wei Mei and I have been waiting a long time for this, Wei Lei said. I know. Don't get ideas. You have no chance. Me or her, you lose either way. I smiled. What are you laughing at? Why not just say you've reached Lingwu realm, I said. Instead of doing all this trash talk to get there? His face stopped. So what if you know? You still die. An ice spirit came up behind him, and the crowd made the noise they'd been making all day. Lingwu realm, him too, he was hiding it. No wonder Wei Dong's confident, both his children. If they grow up, the Chen family rises. Maybe the chair should change hands. Today is a stage for Wei Mei and me. You're a supporting character. Frost was already forming on my shoulders. Snow Shadow Manor only takes ice and snow spirits and teaches nothing else, and it teaches it very well, and the cold coming off him was arguably worse than his sister's. Astonishing thunder sword, I opened. The crowd's attention snapped over because thunder in a courtyard is hard to ignore, and because they suddenly realized I might actually be worth watching today. Wei Lei slapped a palm out, casual, frost on it, ice going over my blade. Sword strikes like thunder. I flicked the ice off the steel and cut through everything in the way. He met the sword with his bare palm, and an ice key protection rippled off him, and the tip stopped dead. All right, so that's Lingwu realm. Not a bigger man. A man with a layer of the world wrapped around him. 9-layer wave. Sword sheathed, left hand out, and the wave rolled. He hadn't budgeted for 2 skills out of one hand in sequence with no gap. That's not a strength problem, it's a control problem, and control was the only thing I'd been buying for 2 months. Get out of the way! Snow came up in a wall and stopped the wave. Sword roars like thunder. I didn't move my feet. The thunder came and came. Good, my father said under his breath. Weilei gave a step, 1 step, but he'd spent 5 minutes telling several hundred people that I was scenery. I want you dead. Snow shadow cold. The ground went white and the air went to freezing, and it started to snow inside a courtyard in a warm month, and my sword hand began to stiffen. You'll have to have the guts to kill me. Frost on my eyebrows, frost in my hair, and I took a step forward. Here's the thing I had learned on the cliff and had not yet had a chance to use on a person who mattered. Momentum grows when you advance and dies when you retreat. Not metaphorically, mechanically. The pressure I could bring was a function of whether I was moving toward him, and the only cost was that I could never stop. So I didn't stop. I took the wind. I took the snow. I took the sword and the thunder and the ground under my own feet, and I walked into a blizzard he was personally generating, and every strike came out heavier than the one before. He gave a second step, and a third. How could this be? The crowd had entirely stopped pretending to watch anything else. Weilei is Lingwu realm. Wei Dong's face had gone to something unpleasant. My father was smiling in a way I only saw twice. He still hasn't released his martial spirit, he thought. What will it look like when he awakens? Ah! Weilei roared, and the ice came together again and the sky went gray. Does shouting help? The sword chi kept climbing. He tried to turn it, and I cut the snow apart, and this time the chi went past the guard, and his clothes opened in a long line, and I watched him feel cold for the first time inside his own weather, because he'd finally understood that I wasn't fencing. I was going to kill him, and if he gave me the beat, I would take it, and he had built exactly none of this afternoon around that possibility. He'd also, and he told his sister this later, spent 3 years being bored in Snow Shadow Manor and not drilling his skills, because who exactly was going to make him? Not good, Wei Dong said, and stood. You beast, how dare you? Shut up, Wei Dong. My father was in front of him before he'd finished standing. You started this. No surrender, only victory. That was you. Now your son can't win, and you'd like to interfere. Get out of the way. Don't even think about it. The ice spirit came off my father, and the space between them froze solid. I had no intention of killing you, I said to Weilei. You wanted me dead. So die. If you throw away the family, I'll cut where it was. How dare you? Wei Mei arrived on the platform with frost in one hand and fire in the other, and for 1 second I was standing in 2 weathers at once, and it was genuinely unpleasant. Get lost. I turned and swung and did not shorten it, and the frost fragments and the flames came apart together, and she went back with a line across her. Die. Another voice. Behind me. I turned without thinking and swung, and something enormous went through my back, and I was in the air with my mouth full of iron. Shameless, my father roared. The 7th elder had come around the edge of the platform while my father was blocking Wei Dong and put a full-strength strike into a 16-year-old's spine from behind. Freezing for 1,000 miles. I have never heard my father make a sound like that. The world went white from him outward, and the 7th elder's face had time to change, and then he was inside it. The palm landed on his chest, and his chest went in. How dare you kill me? He did not finish the sentence. My father had held nothing back at all. The cold had gone straight through and taken the organs with it. You are an elder, my father said. You ambushed my son. You die for it. He trembled his palm, and the body came down and stayed down with its eyes open. 400 people stopped moving, because there is a difference between a clan chief who wins a duel and a clan chief who kills an elder in front of the entire family, and everyone had just watched us cross it. My father turned and looked at Wei Mei. The Haoyue sect's genius, Snow Shadow Manor's genius. His voice had gone somewhere I didn't recognize. Shameless. Wei Mei's teeth were together, and she did not say a word because she could feel what was coming off him. He walked toward her. He hadn't touched Weilei because Weilei was just a man who'd lost. The 7th elder and Wei Mei were the ones who decided that a losing position justified an ambush. That was the distinction, and he made it deliberately. What do you want to do? I'll kill you, my father said. You dare kill me? Dare not? Yang Rui, Wei Dong and 3 elders at once. Do you know what you're doing? Anyone who gets in my way today, I'll kill. Is that so? The Grand Elder started smiling, and it was the wrong kind of smile. Yang Rui. Who exactly do you think you can kill? And a voice arrived from somewhere across the estate. Yang Rui, you've gone too far. An aura went up from a courtyard nobody used, and then a figure rose into the air, took 1 step, crossed 1,000 meters, and landed on the platform. An old man, deep eyes, black brows, tall, and he looked like my father, and like Wei Dong, and like Wei Chang. Grand Elder, my father said. And then he smiled, and I did not like that smile at all. Yang Guang, my father's uncle, the Chen family's true grand elder who lived in seclusion and took no part in anything and had, in 15 years of borrowed memory, appeared twice. He had appeared now. Grand elder. Wei Dong's grand elder was already talking. Yang Rui has no regard for the Chen family. He wrongfully killed the 7th elder. Now he intends to kill Wei Mei, our family's genius. She's been threatened in her own home. I ask you to punish him. Every clause of that was technically a fact and the whole thing was a lie, which is the most effective format there is. Yang Rui, what are you laughing at? I laughed because I understand, my father said. No wonder they're so brazen. They had you. How dare you speak to me like that? Uncle. My father's back was very straight. I am the head of the Chen family, grand elder or not, you have no right to interfere in my affairs. Second brother, Wei Dong, gleefully. Your uncle is not only the grand elder, he is your elder. You disregard rank in front of the entire family. What's the punishment for that? What should the punishment be? My father turned around. I don't need this chair. And he walked toward me. A cold snort behind him, a palm wind. He didn't move. He didn't turn. He let it land on his back. Frost went over him in one instant, head to foot, and he came across the platform toward me like a kite with the string cut. I caught him. Shh, he said, mostly air, and went down on one knee against me with his hands on my shoulders, and his face did not change even slightly. Uncle, he said, with his back to Yang Guang, and there was red at the corner of his mouth. I accept your slap. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Humph. Yang Guang's voice was completely flat. Considering you also carry the Chen bloodline, I won't kill you. Get out. And he'd expected a fight and hadn't got one, and I could see it bothered him for exactly 1 second. Then it stopped bothering him because he'd already done the arithmetic that everyone in that family had done. Wei Mei has a future, and futures are worth more than brothers. A pity, he thought, looking at me. The one they called a waste isn't without talent, but a waste martial spirit is a waste martial spirit. He's nothing next to Wei Mei. Shaoli, my father whispered. Let's go. I nodded and said nothing. I couldn't have said anything, not because of grief, because everything I had to say at that moment was several years away from being sayable, and saying it early would have been noise. We walked out together, and I did not look back at a single one of them, because I did not need to. Every face in that courtyard was already filed. 400 people watched a clan chief and his son leave and said nothing at all, but their heads were very loud, and the thing they were all thinking was the same thing. Yang Li, who came here with the reputation of garbage, made Yang Hu roll on the ground with an aura and beat a Lingwu realm cultivator with a sword. Yang Rui, who wiped out an elder in one strike and told an entire family he would kill anyone who moved, and if the grand elder hadn't come down out of seclusion, who exactly was going to stop him? It's a pity, the 6th elder said, watching us go. If this family had ever worked together, he didn't finish it because he was one of the people who hadn't. In our courtyard, my father sat cross-legged on the bed and pushed white mist out of himself for a while, and the cold came out with it. Father, how is it? 70% healed. He was holding the bottle. This is excellent medicine. Where did you get it? I looked at it and thought, I'll have to thank Elder Zheng, because I'd assumed those pills were for a broken open 8th level boy. What had just hit my father was a casual palm from a man who could cross 1,000 meters in a step, and a strike like that would have gone through Gao Yang like a wet page. My father had survived it because he was strong. He had recovered 70% of it in 10 minutes because the pill was obscene. A senior at the sect gave it to me, I said, which was true. All right. He nodded. Shaoli, go back to the sect. Given time, you'll surpass Wei Mei. Surpass Wei Mei. I kept my face still, but internally what I thought was not a heroic thought. Wei Mei isn't a goal. Wei Mei is a step. The road is enormous, and I have seen a man fly. Father, what about you? Where will you go? Because he obviously couldn't stay. I'm going to the capital. The Imperial City? The Imperial City of Shuiyue Country, where a minor family could erase the Chen family as a scheduling matter, and where the royal family sits on top of all of them, which is only possible if the royal family is, functionally, the strongest sect in the country wearing a crown. Don't worry, he said, seeing my face. There are experts there, but I'm not going to kill anyone or start anything. I'm taking a walk. Come find me in the Imperial City when you've made something of yourself. Because I believed him. He was a man who painted in a quiet room and never wanted a chair, and he'd just been thrown out of the only house he'd ever had, and he said he was going to take a walk in the capital, and I was 16, and I believed him. He stood up and packed, and what he took was paintings, only paintings. We rode out to the edge of Yangzhou City together, and he looked at the road for a while. Shaoli, our roads are different. You go first. I'll see you off, I said. He blinked, and then he laughed properly, the way he had in the training yard on my first morning. All right, Xiao Li, people's hearts are treacherous. Be more careful. Then he got on 1,000-mile snow and rode away, and I stood there until the road was empty. He was easier in his mind than I'd expected. He'd watched me at the annual meeting and concluded that I no longer needed him for most things. He was right about that. He was wrong about which of us was walking into the worst place. I looked at the sky for a while. Then I pulled the reins around and rode back into Yangzhou City because there was a tournament coming, and I had just been formally informed that I was nobody. It was raining on Yangzhou when I came back in, and the Tingfeng restaurant was full. Did you hear? Yesterday, Yang Rui, head of the Chen family, and that good-for-nothing Yang Li, expelled, both of them, thrown out of the house. That's all over the city by now. Wei Dong's stronger than Yang Rui anyway, and both his children are Lingwu realm, practically geniuses. Compared to that piece of trash, it's normal. I sat down in a corner on the first floor and ordered wine and a few dishes and listened to my own obituary. Wei Dong's version had my father as a violent incompetent and his own family as prodigies, and it had been in circulation for less than a day and had already become the truth. The wine was strong enough to strip paint. Nothing in my old world tasted like that. They say Tingfeng is the best informed place in the city, I said to a cup. Let's see about this tournament. 3 people came in. One young man with a folding fan, elegant and pleased with himself. One girl in green, imposing, extremely pretty, and extremely aware of it. And between them, a woman in blue. It was raining. She was completely dry. Long blue dress, skin like a polished thing, eyes clear as water, and the girl beside her, who was genuinely beautiful, simply stopped registering. Mu Rui, you go up. I'll sit down here a while. Okay, said the fan. Young miss. The girl in green scanned the room. There don't seem to be any seats. Then she saw me alone at a table in the corner, and something occurred to her. Clang. A silver coin landed on my table. There's your silver. Move over. I'll take this one. I looked at the coin. Then I took an ingot out and put it down next to hers. What do you mean? You're an eyesore, I said. The silver's yours. Move to another seat. She paused. Do you know who I am? I shook my head, poured myself another cup, and had a sip. Who you are is none of my business. An aura came off her and I raised an eyebrow because she was younger than me and sitting at the 8th level of Qi Martial, which is genuinely exceptional and explained most of the personality. What, are you scared? I was, honestly, at a loss. Greenie, stop fooling around. The woman in blue came over and glared at the girl and then smiled at me like a spring morning. Ronger has always been like this. Please don't blame her. And she sat down at my table. She did not ask. She apologized on someone else's behalf in a tone with no apology in it and sat down. Like master, like servant, I said. She stopped smiling. I watched a small, genuine confusion cross her face and I understood it perfectly. Wherever this woman went, being sat with was the favor. Men fell over themselves. She had no filed procedure for this. Young miss, this kind of person deserves to be taught a lesson, said the girl in green. Never mind, Greenie, she stood. Since we're not welcome, we'll sit elsewhere. And then, over her shoulder. Though some people really don't know their limits, we should be more careful in future. 3 tables stood up simultaneously to invite her over. Miss Mu, that fellow is ungrateful. Your magnanimity in not stooping to his level is admirable. Please, sit with us. She accepted one, and the winner glowed. Who is that guy? Doesn't know what's good for him. Miss Mu wanted to sit with him. He's a piece of shit. I listened to all of it and thought about the fact that servility works identically in every world I've been in, and got her name off the conversation. Mu Ning, only daughter of the city lord. Beauty and talent both. So she's Wei Mei with better weather, I thought, and was disappointed because the reputation had promised something more interesting. Miss Mu. Since you're here, why not come up? Or do you expect us to invite you? Cold voice from the 2nd floor, and the whole room froze because who talks like that? Hey, sorry to have kept Miss Chen waiting. Mu Ning laughed and went upstairs. Ah, Miss Chen? That's Wei Mei. No wonder she dared. I hear she's not what she used to be. Right. The most dazzling of the young generation in Yangzhou are 2 women, 2 beauties. I got the rest from the room, which is why you sit downstairs. Mu Ning had gathered the best of the young generation of Yangzhou upstairs. Officially to pass on the city lord's invitation to the tournament. Actually, to look at them. I got up and walked over to a table of ordinary-looking martial cultivators and dropped a fistful of silver on it. May I sit? Expressions changed instantly, which is a fact about the world I've never resented. Gold and silver and spirit stones are the currency, and spirit stones are for people with names, and everyone else runs on metal. Cultivation is expensive. Nobody at that table disliked money. Brother, what can we do for you? I'm curious. Why has Mu Ning gathered everyone here? You've come to the right man. He leaned in, delighted to be useful. The city lords holding the Yangzhou martial arts tournament. Mu Ning's delivering the invitations personally through the best disciple of each family. Of course, there's another meaning. He paused for effect. The tournament's always the younger generation. She's the city lord's mansion's representative. Getting all her rivals into one room a week early and looking at them, that's called knowing your enemy. And I heard this year outsiders can enter. Is that true? True. Wei Ru's got a reputation in this city. The city lord's mansion is using her as the gathering point. Any talented young person in Yangzhou who wants in goes through Wei Ru. Thank you, I said, and went back to my corner, and ate, and did not participate in the room. Mu Rui, that's the brat. He spoke disrespectfully to the young miss. Go and cripple him. The room went quiet. The girl in green was on the stairs, and the fan was next to her. That guy's in for a world of trouble. He's courting death. Not everyone can be messed with. I kept eating. I admire you for staying so calm, said Mu Rui, arriving at my table. You've offended Princess Mu. Be prepared. Why waste breath? Cripple him. He. All right. The fan came open, and it was sharpened. I raised my head and looked at him, and I watched his aura go out like a lamp, because he'd seen me before. In this exact building, a few weeks earlier, he had personally watched me throw Xu Guang through a window and slap Yang Ji across the face in front of 8 people, and he'd heard the truth about the annual meeting from his own household, that Wei Lei hadn't beaten anyone, that the Grand Elder had come out of seclusion to stop it, and that the family's story was a story. Get lost, I said. He took a step back and then turned around and physically dragged the girl in green away. Mu Rui, why aren't you making a move? He kept walking. Did Mu Ning send you? I said to his back. He didn't answer and pulled her out the door. Interesting. So the self-righteous ones don't come themselves. They send staff, and the staff carry the consequences. I finished the cup, put a black raincoat over my shoulders, pulled the hood, and walked out into the rain. The room stared after me. Who was that? He shut Mu Rui up with one word. Whatever Mu Rui told the girl in green outside, one part of the Chen family's story had always been completely true. Yang Li had been a good-for-nothing. I found an inn near the restaurant, took the best room, spacious, quiet, undisturbed, and sat down to cultivate, because right then I wanted power the way a drowning man wants a floor. One day I was going to make the Chen family regret that courtyard. I did not intend for that day to be far away. I was close. I could feel it, sitting in that room. The pure white protective aura had come up under my skin and was pushing to get out, which is the 9th level peak announcing itself. When that aura finally blooms outward, you're standing in Ling Wu realm, and you can kill from 100 paces without leaving a mark. With the dark martial spirit open, my hearing covered the whole building, which is why I noticed the roof. More than a dozen people arrived on it, moving like something with no bones, so quietly that a normal cultivator would have heard rain. Every one of them had a horn bow on his back, the Overlord horn, the kind that lets a Qi martial cultivator pour every gram he has into a single shot. Room 2 of the Earth building, a tall figure said, snapping a fan shut. Best not to disturb him, avoids trouble. I was out of the bed and flat against the wall beside the door before the sentence finished. Not bravery, geometry. That's the one place in a room you cannot be shot into. Click, 14 bowstrings. Loose. The door came apart. The bed became a frame. The arrows went through the frame and into the far wall and stood there quivering. Go in. 2 came through first, eyes moving. Swords cry and thunderous sound. The thunder went off inside a bedroom, which is not an experience I recommend, and both of them went down. Who wants me dead? I said, and put another strike through the doorway into the corridor, and there were screams, and then I was out the window on fleeting shadow before the rest of them registered the geometry. Chase, rain, no moon, black streets. A martial cultivator can see in that. Anyone else would break a leg. With the dark martial spirit, I could see the road. Buzz. An arrow went past my ear, close enough to burn it. 9th level. Whoever loosed that was at the 9th level of Qi martial, and the shot was not much weaker than Ye Shun's, and Ye Shun had a spirit built for it. Buzz, buzz, 2 more, and I got my head out of the line, and my mind was working fast now, because they were not shooting like a mob. They were shooting in relays, timed, overlapping. Somebody had drilled them, and the sequence was designed so that a dodge put you into the next arrow. That's not bandits. That's a unit. And I couldn't shake them, which was worse. I had the better lightness skill, and they had teamwork, and teamwork wins that argument over distance. Sooner or later I'd tire and something would land, so I stopped running. Fleeting shadow. I reversed, mid-stride, and went back down my own line, and the front runner had no time to do anything about it at all. The thunder took him, and what went into the rain stayed there a moment before the water took it. The rest scattered to a dozen meters and stopped, and now their eyes had wariness in them. I stood in the downpour and looked at the group and found the man in the middle. Black raincoat, folding fan. Mu Rui, I said, one word at a time. He didn't deny it. With this many strong men, only a few families in Yangzhou could do it, I said. But you personally? You don't have the authority to move 14 ninth-level soldiers in the middle of the night. A little mockery came up in his eyes. Everyone says Yang Rui's son is a good-for-nothing, but the Yang Li I've met is talented, adaptable, quick, resourceful. It's a pity. What's a pity? Even a genius nobody knows about is nobody. A dead man is a dead man, however gifted. So over a seat in a restaurant, I said, Mu Ning sends the city lord's private soldiers out at night, because that's what they were, and now I was certain. Not guards, soldiers with a standing order. Princess Mu is of noble and high status. You dared to insult her. For that disrespect, Yang Li, you deserve to die. He said it comfortably, like a man quoting a regulation. Princess Mu, I repeated, the daughter of a city lord. Then I released the dark martial spirit. The world went dark, not dim. Dark, entirely. Color drained out and everything reassembled itself in my head instead of in front of my eyes. 14 positions, 14 breaths. The way one man's weight was on his back foot and another's hand was creeping toward his quiver, rain hitting a roof 40 meters behind me and telling me the roof's angle. I did not see the street was simply in me. An arrow came at my face and I moved my head, that's all. I tilted my head, without hurrying, and the man who'd fired it went cold, because he had just watched somebody treat his best shot as weather. Since you want to kill me, I said, get on with it. Then I went into them. I'm going to describe this cleanly, because it was clean. The first man was reaching for a second arrow when a sword came at him from an angle that has no name and he died reaching. The second one released his martial spirit, a vine spirit, and vine spirits are horrible. All flexibility and no bones and reach you can't measure. And he came at me sideways through the air with a smile on, and I killed him before the smile finished. One cut. Fast to the extreme, accurate to the extreme, nothing wasted. The third and the fourth. The fifth. At the 8th level of Qi Martial, none of them could take a single exchange, because I was not stronger than all of them. I was arriving earlier than all of them. Release your spirits! Kill him! Mu Rui shouted, while retreating at speed. Hit! A meteor hammer came at the back of my skull, and at the same instant a spear came at my chest from the front, perfectly timed, and there was no version of that where I dodged both. So I threw my sword, straight into the spearman's chest. He stood there and looked down at it with an expression of enormous confusion, because a man who is about to be hit by a meteor hammer does not discard his weapon, and he wanted very badly to watch me get hit. Boom! The light that came off my waist was brighter than the thunder had been. Sword drawing technique. The force generated in the instant of the draw is beyond what a 9th level cultivator can produce with a running start, and it does not care that your other hand is busy. The hammer never arrived. The head that had been holding it did. I see, said the dying spearman, and closed his eyes. Everybody else stopped attacking. I didn't. Light and down, light and down. And I felt nothing at all, which alarmed me later and did not alarm me then. Mu Rui watched men from the city lord's mansion, real ones, 8th and 9th level, a genuine asset, go down like grass, and finally arrived at the only thought left, run. Leaving already? I said. Isn't that a little late? He turned around and produced something that was trying to be a smile. Yang Li, you know this has nothing to do with me. It was the young miss who wanted you dead. I was following orders. I know, I said. His face lit up. So, I said, a dog. Killing it is no great matter, and its death is nothing to regret. He was still processing that when the light took him. I stood in a street full of bodies and rain and let out a breath. Mu Ning, I said to the weather. And then I walked, for a long time, until the building stopped and I was somewhere dark and empty, and I sat down on wet ground because my martial spirit had started to tremble. Here's what that means. A martial spirit is part of your soul. It can talk to you, in the sense that it can tell you when something is about to happen to it. And what mine was telling me, sitting in the mud outside Yangzhou City with 14 men bleeding out behind me, was, now, the innate awakening. Light came off me, white and then thicker than white, and origin chi came out of the air and stopped being air, and then something reached into my soul and started tearing. Not pain in the body, there was no body involved. Something took hold of the thing I am and began pulling it into pieces, deliberately and slowly, and I bit through my own lip in the first second and did not notice for several minutes. How can it hurt this much? I'd been beaten. I'd been shot at. I'd had a Lingwu realm eagle open my organs. I had, in another life, gone through a windshield. None of it was in the same category. Everyone agrees on one thing about the innate awakening: only unbreakable will gets you through. Weak will, and it fails, and you stay what you were. The rain slowed, I was soaked, and I couldn't tell with what. I made a noise I'd rather not describe, and then, before the first wave had finished, a second one arrived that was worse. And here's what I said to myself, and I'm putting it down exactly, because it's the only reason I'm alive. If I can't bear this, I don't awaken. And if I don't awaken, I stay what I am. And if I stay what I am, then this is my life. My father takes a palm in the back and thanks a man for it, and Wei Mei and a woman I met over a chair get to decide when I die, and I go on being something people step around. I would rather not have been reborn at all. I locked my teeth and stayed, and the second wave went past me, and I actually thought I'd done it. Then the third one came. Damn it, I said, or something like it. God. And I went out. I dreamed. I was a soul in a dark place with nothing in it. No ground, no light, no life. I drifted for what felt like years, and then ahead, a single light. It was enormous, and it spiraled upward out of the dark, and it was full of colors that don't have names, and it went up further than I could follow. And at the top of it, floating quietly, there was a book. An ancient book, plain, calm, with the specific weight of a thing that has been in that spot since before there were people. I looked up at it. The light flared and the book opened, and every character in it came off the page at once and came for me. Boom. I sat up. Rain. Dark. Nothing in the sky. No light. No book. I was breathing like a man who'd been held under, and I was alive. I sat there for a while. Does everyone go through that? I said out loud, and the answer was probably not, because 3 waves back to back is not what the manuals describe, and bleeding from all 7 orifices is not what the manuals describe either. I released my martial spirit, and the world went dark. I don't mean my vision. The world. I was standing in the endless dark from the dream, and everything around me existed in my head with perfect clarity. Every blade of wet grass for several miles, every shift of wind, every small animal deciding whether to move. My mind ran cold and enormously fast, faster than it had ever run, calculating things I hadn't asked it to calculate. If I could have seen my own eyes, I'd have been unnerved. Gray, flat, nothing behind them. Dark martial spirit, I said, and knew immediately that the name was wrong now. And there was more, because it released twice. Behind me, on the second thought, an enormous black shadow spiraled upward, and at the top of it, floating silently, page open, was the book. I stood in a wet field outside Yangzhou City and looked at a thing that had been sitting on top of a spiral of light in a dream. There is no such thing as a martial spirit that releases twice. The first layer was the dark and the cold clarity. The second layer was the book of martial spirit, which is one of the strange ones. It doesn't attack, it doesn't defend, it doesn't assist in a fight at all. What it does is record. Owners of a book spirit sometimes find things written in theirs, things that change what happens to them. Amaterasu, I said. I don't know how I knew the word. It was simply the name of what was written on the first page, and when I said it, a silver-white brilliance came up in my flat gray eyes, bright as a small sun, and went out. Amaterasu. The ability to see through anything. From now on, I said, you're Sui Zhao. The image dissolved. My eyes came back, not cold anymore, clear, with something underneath. I put out my palm, and white qi turned over in it, and the origin qi of the world came when I called it Lingwu realm. The dark martial spirit had gone into that awakening and come out as Sui Zhao, which released twice and had a divine ability written in it. The little snake had not awakened at all. It had slept through the entire thing. I was so pleased with the rest of it that I genuinely did not care. First level of Lingwu realm, I said, and I'm not sure there's anyone my age who can stand in front of me. Which was arrogant and was also, at that specific moment, approximately true. If Wei Mei came at me now with her ice and fire, I'd take her apart. The rain thinned. Gray came into the east. I stood up, looked down at myself, soaked, filthy, bleeding from several places, sitting in a field, and laughed at how the most important night of my life had gone. Then I looked toward the city. City Lord, Mu Ning, I said, you're going to regret last night. And I went to find out where a man signs up for a tournament. The 40 places in the Yangzhou tournament break down like this. 8 each to the City Lord's Mu family, the Gu family, the Chen family, and the Wen family. 32 locked before anyone wakes up, and 8 for everybody else in a city of hundreds of thousands, administered by an orphan girl with a reputation. By the time I got to the courtyard on Tianfu Street, 7 were gone, and the 8th was a formality because Li Mei had walked to the front of several hundred people and announced that the last place was his, 9th level of Qi Martial. Known for leaving the men he beat as cripples. A bunch of useless trash. You don't even have the courage to fight. Wait, everyone turned. I'd changed clothes. White, plain, sword on the back, and slept 6 hours in a field. You want me to wait? Yes. He looked at me with something like pity, because I was 2 years younger than him and about 100 kilos of confidence lighter. Do you know the consequences of making me wait? I gave up and started walking toward him. Fine, I'll cripple you. Clang. One soft note, and Li Mei slid 100 meters across a courtyard on his back and came up on one knee, coughing onto the flagstones. My sword was already in the scabbard. I'd used the flat. If I'd turned my wrist, he'd have been in halves. You talk too much, I said, and kept walking. And behind me, Li Mei got up and bowed. Not to me. He'd spent a year at the 9th level telling himself he was the ceiling of the room, and one strike had removed that belief, and a man in his position either breaks or gets unlocked. He bowed to the thing that did it. Inside the hall, 7 people at a long table, and at the head of it, Wei Ru, who I'd last seen in the corner of a restaurant while I poured wine on somebody. I need a place in this tournament. The man below her put his hand through the table. Hu Xiao, 9th level at peak, and thoroughly and hopelessly interested in the girl at the head of the table, and therefore in urgent need of a demonstration. I took him by the neck, lifted him, carried him outside, and kicked him into the crowd. Anyone else have objections? Nobody did. Behind the hall there was a small, quiet courtyard. If I'm not mistaken, you've entered Lingwu realm, Wei Ru said. 16 in Lingwu realm. That's real talent. But surely you don't think a man who's just stepped into the 1st level can go up against the Chen family and the city lord's mansion at once? A good-for-nothing of the Chen family who reached Lingwu realm past a great many self-declared geniuses. Yang Li, plenty of people have misjudged you. You also know perfectly well how many people in this city want you dead. So she knew who I was, what had happened at the annual meeting, and, judging by the timing of that last sentence, what had happened in a street the night before. Then what do you suggest? She went inside and came back holding something that caught the light. A mask. Silver white, upper half of the face, eyes open. It fit like it had been made for the purpose, which it obviously had, for somebody. After this battle, half the women in Yangzhou are going to be asking who you are, she said, amused. She was privately certain of 2 things. That the Chen family had no idea the boy they'd thrown out 3 days ago was about to walk in and take the spotlight they'd reserved for Wei Mei, right about that. And that the protagonist of that tournament would be neither of us. She was right about that too, in a way none of us saw coming. The city lord's mansion has a training ground that holds 100,000 people, and on tournament day it opens to everybody. 5 battle platforms in a square, 4 at the corners and 1 higher in the middle, 4 grandstands built around them. The Chen family had the south stand with Wei Dong dead center and Wei Mei beside him, Cold and 16 and Lingwu realm. Across from them, the city lord and his daughter. I'm delighted so many have come today, Mu said to 100,000 people pleasantly. But let me be clear first, if anyone causes trouble, I will not be polite. Everyone nodded, because what were they going to do? Then the old man beside him read out the rules, and I want you to hear them exactly. Those who are defeated may concede, and the match ends. If they refuse to concede, the match continues until one side is completely defeated, regardless of life or death. Regardless of life or death. Very clever, and everyone in the 4 stands understood it at once. Proud cultivators hate conceding more than they hate dying. Set that rule, and you haven't created a tournament. You've created a series of blood feuds between 3 families who are not the city lord's mansion. The other 3 patriarchs knew exactly what they were being handed and took it, because refusing means admitting your disciples are worse. 5 platforms, 10 names at a time. Mine came in the last pair. North platform, taking life against Xu Liang of the Gu family. Taking life. That's the name Wei Ru had registered me under. I didn't choose it, and it turned out to be extremely accurate. Xu Liang didn't look at me once. He stood on the platform watching the other fights, scouting the next round, because obviously he'd be in it. I'm no match for Mu Ning, hope I don't draw her, he said out loud to himself. Yang Hu and Wen Li are easy. Li Mei looks better than he used to, but I can manage. I stood with my hands behind my back and watched the same fights, because I wanted the data too, and because I was in no hurry. Xu Liang, stop wasting time. Patriarch Shu's voice came across the ground, deliberately loud. Yes, Patriarch. He finally turned. Get out of here yourself. I'm too lazy to do it. If I actually lay a hand on you, you may not get the option. I'll just take your life. Get out, I said, before I change my mind. The ground made a sound. Only Wei Ru's 6 didn't laugh, because they'd watched Hu Xiao leave a building by air. Grant him his wish, said Patriarch Shu, and everybody understood that as an instruction to kill. Wild fist. The fist wind arrived first, howling, the kind of technique that tears at the sky out of habit. I did not move. Then the light came down, and there was a corpse on the platform. The crowd took a while. That was fast. I didn't even see it. There's no technique in that. That was just speed. Speed that erases things. Which is correct. A martial skill honed past a certain point stops having a visible form and simply moves. Xu Liang was the 2nd strongest of the Gu family's young generation, and he never touched his weapon. Patriarch Shu came out of his seat with his hair lifting. You dare kill him? Do you think I should have stood there and let him kill me? And he had nothing to say because there was nothing to say. 60 seconds earlier, they had both wanted me dead. It was natural for Xu Liang to kill me and a capital crime for me to kill Xu Liang, and the only thing holding that up was who he was. You're very good, he said. I'll remember you. My name is Taking Life, I said, and turned to walk down. Anyone from the Gu family who runs into me will be killed. The stands made a noise like a struck drum. An unknown boy in a mask had declared war on one of the 4 families of Yangzhou in front of 100,000 people, and the Gu family's young disciples roared and privately did a very quiet inventory of who among them would prefer not to draw me, except one. If I meet him, Xu Xuan thought, I'll make him die badly. Xu Xuan was Lingwu realm and the Gu family's first genius, and nobody in that stand doubted him for a second. Round 2, 20 left. I drew Mu Yang. Fight if you can, concede if you can't, Mu Ning told him from the center platform, where she was standing above everyone by architecture. Fight if you want, concede if you don't. Did anyone ask me? The night before, this woman had sent 14 men to kill me over a chair in a restaurant. I'll fight with everything and bring glory to my Mu family, said Mu Yang. Then hurry up. Martial spirit, divine arm. An enormous thick arm rose behind him, reaching for the sky, and the stands lit up because only the Mu direct line gets the divine arm, and they say one punch kills. Dominating divine fist. He was in front of me before the name finished, fist shadows filling the air. You're courting death, I said. One strike, and every one of those 1,000 shadows stopped existing, and there was only a blade with light coming off it. His face changed, and he threw punches and retreated at the same time, and I'll give him credit. He left himself room, which Xu Liang hadn't. Kill. The sword chi came out of the blade and off it, the same way his fist energy came off his fist and went into his throat. He stopped moving, because the dominating divine fist is famous for sending force out beyond the body, and it had apparently never occurred to anyone that a sword could do the same thing. How dare you kill a member of my Mu family? Mu Ning's voice, from the high platform. I raised my head. The rules were set by your city lord's mansion, I said. Everyone else can die, and your people can't. How shameless. She stopped and did not have an answer, and instead said the thing people say when they don't. Don't let me run into you. I turned around and walked down without bothering to reply. Taking life, the crowd was saying. The sword is drawn while taking life. Round 3 left 10. 5 platforms, 1 match each. Mu Ning, Wei Mei, and Zhao Gang at the top, then Xu Xuan and Wei Ru, then Wei Lei, and the arrogant masked one, who nobody below Lingwu realm can beat, call it 7th. 2 matches mattered, Wei Ru against Wei Lei on the main platform, and on the north platform, Xu Xuan against me. If you don't dare fight, get out and stop disgracing martial artists. You don't need to provoke me, I said. Don't worry, I'll give you your chance. He laughed because he had been trying to provoke me and I'd seen it and stepped into it anyway. Then he walked to within 10 paces and stamped, and a thunderous palm went out from range, and then another, until the whole platform in front of me was a wall of overlapping palm prints, and he couldn't see me through his own attack. You dare touch anyone from the Gu family? You're asking for death. And on top of all of it, he sent one enormous final palm, because even if the first 100 didn't finish me, that one would, and he was not going to leave a survivor after what I'd said about his family. The light came out of that wall, the palm prints tore open and hung there in pieces. Die. He drove the last strike into the crack anyway, with everything he had, enough force to erase anyone at key martial. Not necessarily, I said. Boom. The wall came apart into fragments that blew away on the wind, and there was one blade left, and it was enough to argue with the sky. Lingwu realm, Xu Xuan said, and went white. He had built the entire opening around killing a chi martial cultivator. There was no reverse in it, and no guard, and he was fully committed. A line opened across his throat. Xu Xuan of Lingwu realm went down on a platform, the only Lingwu realm cultivator eliminated in the entire tournament in under 4 seconds by somebody nobody had heard of that morning. The entire Gu stand rose to its feet. I want you dead. Patriarch Xu, you are being presumptuous, said City Lord Mu, frowning. Don't forget this is the Yangzhou tournament. He sat down and did not stop staring. We all misjudged. He's Lingwu realm too. He's top 5. He might be higher. Even City Lord Mu watched me walk down the steps and thought a sentence he did not enjoy. A chi martial cultivator, 1 sword. A Lingwu realm cultivator, 1 sword. What is the actual number? On the main platform, Wei Ru beat Wei Lei. 5 left. Mu Ning, Wei Mei, Zhao Gang, Wei Ru, taking life. 4th round. Wei Mei gets a bye. Mu Ning against Zhao Gang, Wei Ru against taking life. Zhao Gang was 1 full realm above Mu Ning and lost anyway because her divine arm was gold, and in 100 years, only she had woken the pure version. He put up a river spirit, an actual river, flowing, with waves in it, and it was beautiful, and it did not matter. One technique, and every punch moved him back a step until he couldn't stand. A girl with a golden arm, and a boy with a river. This world is absurd, and I love it. Then I glanced at Wei Mei. Mu Ning wins, so Mu Ning gets the bye next round, which means the man who beats Wei Ru meets Wei Mei. Good. Wei Ru and I looked at each other across a platform, and something in her eyes was laughing. There's no need for this, she said. I forfeit. The stands made a confused noise. She'd brought me here. She was Lingwu realm, and she was walking off. Difficult, they said. Have they fought before? Does she know something? Very well, said the old man. Then the final will be all three at once. Whoever remains, wins. My eyes narrowed under the mask because I'd expected the standard bracket and had just been handed a three-way. Fine. I walked up the center. Mu Ning came up from one side, Wei Mei from the other. 3 points of a triangle, and here's what happened next, and I still find it funny. Mu Ning looked at Wei Mei looked at Mu Ning. For a full minute, neither of them looked at me at all. I stood there in a mask, on a stage, in front of 100,000 people, being furniture. 2 women who had both, within the last 10 days, personally arranged to have me killed, and I was standing 4 meters away, and neither of them could see me. Mu Ning, I counted silently. You'll regret that night. Wei Mei, you drove my father out and tried to have me killed twice. We'll settle up slowly. Eventually, Mu Ning turned her head and produced a smile. You're quite capable. If you're willing to join my Mu family, I can overlook what happened earlier. I might even guide your cultivation personally from time to time. By what happened earlier, she meant the man I'd killed in round 2. You, I said, guide my cultivation. Yes, personally. She laughed generously. You should understand, this kind of opportunity is rare. There isn't a single person in the Mu family who has it. The crowd audibly envied me. So I should be flattered, I said. Don't you think so? I genuinely didn't know whether I was looking at confidence or at a person who had never once in her life been told no by somebody who could survive it. Haha. Mu Ning, I didn't expect you to still be this arrogant, but I really don't understand. With that meager cultivation, what exactly gives you the right? Laughter, out of the crowd, full of wit and enjoying itself, and a figure came up off the ground like a bird opening and landed on the main platform. A young man. Bright eyes, thin face, and arrogance coming off him like heat. Wei Donglai. Mu Ning's expression stopped. It's me. He looked her over. Mu Ning. In the capital, you were an ordinary lowly servant girl, and here you are in Yangzhou playing at princess. Life must be comfortable. Shut up. What? You don't like being called a servant? Do you actually think you're a princess? You're nothing but a dog. By saying that, are you admitting your status? Her face went to something I hadn't seen on it. And 100,000 people quietly reorganized their understanding of the city they lived in because the princess of Yangzhou had just been called a maid and had not denied it. You audacious madman, City Lord Mu's voice came down. How dare you cause trouble in my Mu family? You're courting death. Shut up. The young man turned around and shouted at a city lord. You're the lord of Yangzhou City. With one word, I could wipe out your entire mansion. City Lord Mu started laughing in fury. Father, said Mu Ning, leave this to your daughter. And that stopped him cold, because his daughter had just in public told him not to engage. Wei Donglai, why aren't you in the capital? What are you doing in Yangzhou? Collecting a debt, he said. Then he looked at me. All right. That's enough out of you. Go down. I stayed exactly where I was. Get down here. Who do you think you are? I said. What am I? He smiled. You're a pawn I used to enter this tournament, my lackey, and you're asking me what I am? Then to the crowd, Wei Ru. The one you picked really isn't much. Passable ability, extremely poor obedience. The stands made a noise, because he'd said Wei Ru the way you say a name you've said 1,000 times. Brother, Wei Ru said from below with a wry smile. Taking life, don't go against him. You're not his match. Come down. I came to enter a tournament, I said. I'm nobody's man, and as for whether I'm his match, you're calling that early. Heh. I never expected that in a small place like Yangzhou someone would speak to me, Wei Donglai, like that. Wei Donglai. City Lord Mu had gone very still. Wei Ru, you also have the surname Qiu. You guessed correctly. And the humor went out of the young man entirely. My surname is Qiu, and Wei Ru and I are from Yangzhou, the Qiu family, the entire Qiu family that you wiped out in one night. The training ground made a sound like an intake of breath from 100,000 throats. Back then, every member of my Qiu family was exceptionally talented, powerful martial spirits. It was only a matter of time before we became the strongest family in this city. And you, City Lord Mu, being what you are, mobilized the city's elite overnight and slaughtered us in our beds. Do you still remember that debt? Everybody over 30 in Yangzhou knew about the Chu family. They'd risen like a comet, and then one night they were simply gone, and the city had 2 comfortable stories about it, and nobody in Yangzhou has the standing to check a city lord. Mu's chest was moving. What, you want to kill me and cover it again? Wei Donglai said. I'd advise against being impulsive. Your Mu family can survive a while longer, until I personally come back and erase it. Move against me today, and Yangzhou may lose the Mu family tomorrow. Is that so? I'd like to see it. Father, said Mu Ning. And everyone watched a city lord be told to stand down by his own daughter for the second time in 5 minutes, which told the whole city exactly how large this young man's backing was. Wei Donglai, Mu Ning said, I don't believe you dare touch me. I don't dare kill you. I dare humiliate you. I came to Yangzhou to restore my family's name and let this city see what your Mu family actually is. When I come back, that's the day it ends. Then, to all 3 of us, all right, come at me together, you ridiculous geniuses of Yangzhou. I had no problem with him. He had a blood debt, he was entitled to collect it, and I would not have interfered. He had also, inside 90 seconds, called me a pawn and a lackey twice. You have your grudges, and you should avenge them, I said. But you shouldn't have used me as a step on the way. After this tournament, your business has nothing to do with me. Foolish. Who do you think you are? I, Wei Donglai, can kill you whenever I want. How dare a lackey be arrogant? Since you refuse to leave, stay here forever. Lackey, I said. Kill me if you like. He released his martial spirit. He turned gold. Actually gold. His entire body took on a metal sheen, and the sun came off him hard enough to hurt. Golden martial spirit. Mu Ning, you call yourself a genius. Arrogant, conceited, a golden divine arm. Take one of my moves. His hair went up, and he stamped, and the main platform rang. Invincible golden body technique. That's a mystic rank low-grade skill, which is 2 full tiers above anything in the Xingqian Pavilion's first floor, and it fits a golden body the way a hand fits a glove. Dominating divine fist. Gold met gold. Boom. A white torrent came out from between their fists and turned into a hurricane across the platform. Break. Mu Ning grunted and went backward dozens of steps and had to fight to stop. Wei Donglai hadn't changed his breathing. The pride of Yangzhou City. One move. You call yourself a genius? You're only good for showing off in a small place. Then he looked at me and Wei Mei. Your turn. Both of you at once. I don't mind teaching you what the word actually means. And the crowd, who had been ready to worship Mu Ning 10 minutes earlier, immediately began worshipping him instead, because in the 9 heavens, everyone loves the strong, and the turnaround time is roughly 0. And you? I said. Aren't you just showing off in Yangzhou? The crowd flinched on my behalf. Wei Donglai gave me a look of enormous amusement. Seeing as you have some spine, and you were my lackey, I'll spare your life. But you can't escape punishment. I'll ruin that mouth. You use the word lackey constantly, I said. You're probably used to being one. Slap him. He flickered and came, and a golden palm arrived with a wind behind it, and the crowd had already seen Mu Ning bounce. Go back. The sword came out, and the light off my blade met the light off his palm, and there was a sound like a bell. The golden martial spirit isn't only a fence, it's a skin. Blades don't cut it, spears don't pierce it, and that's the foundation of the entire personality. What a joke. Worthless lackey, you don't even have the right to hurt me. The gold surged and my sword nearly came out of my hand. Is that so? I said, and I stopped fighting his strength. Sword, momentum. The blade went cold and the QE at the tip started hissing, and I put it into the golden palm again, and there was a tearing sound, and Wei Donglai's feet moved. He stepped back to avoid it. You said I don't have the right to hurt you, I said, standing with the sword on my shoulder. So why did you retreat? His face went dark. I underestimated you, but in front of me you're still a clay chicken. You talk too much. I let the disdain sit in it. If genius were measured by mouth, you'd be one. The stands were reorganizing again. He forced Wei Donglai back. Mu Ning and Wei Mei, meanwhile, were now both looking at me properly for the first time, and I could see the exact moment each of them realized how stupid the last 10 minutes had been. If I could bring him into the Mu family, Mu Ning thought, and came over. Taking life, I admit I underestimated you. With your ability, you deserve the respect of the Mu family. Work for us, and you'd have frequent contact with me. How about it? I turned and looked at her. Get out of here. And swung. Her pupils shrank, and the golden arm bloomed, and the dominating divine fist came up to meet the blade, and the blade did not slow down at all, and a hurricane of sword chi went through it. She twisted away, fast, genuinely fast. Beat, I said, and threw the left hand. The wave went out in a stack of overlapping shadows, each heavier than the last, and it caught her in the air and put her at the very edge of the platform with one step of stone left. The training ground had run out of ways to be surprised. With that strength, I said, you are going to guide my cultivation? She could not look at me. I'll join your Mu family. I'll get to spend time with you. Who exactly do you think you are, that being near you is a prize? Her face was burning, and she said nothing, because there was nothing. The Mu stand was standing up. And you, I said, and turned to Wei Donglai. I have no intention of fighting you and no intention of stopping your revenge, but you have insulted me repeatedly. So, you say Mu Ning is arrogant, that she only plays the tyrant in a small city. And what about you? A genius? I'm a country bumpkin. Show me what a genius is. And I released my martial spirit. For the first time since the awakening, in front of 100,000 people. They had all released theirs, every single one of them. I was the only person on that platform who had been fighting bear. The world went dark, color drained out. My pupils went cold and deep and gray. Everything slowed, every movement in that arena, every glance, every shift of weight in 4 grandstands, arriving in my head as one continuous, extremely detailed fact. I could hear my own blood, I could hear Wei Donglai's. I was not observing that arena. I was the arena, and everything in it was a thought I was already having. Through the mask, Wei Donglai saw my eyes, and something went down his spine. Because he could not feel me anymore. I was 4 meters in front of him, and if he'd shut his eyes, he would not have known anyone was there. Thump, thump, thump. My footsteps were the only sound in that entire training ground, and something else was happening while I walked, which I only understood as it arrived. My steps had a rhythm, and a rhythm generates momentum. Everything has it. A sword has it. The world has it. And with Suijiao open, my comprehension was running so hot that a dozen half-formed things I'd been carrying since the cliff came together at once and turned into one sentence. Why does the sword's momentum need borrowed sword chi at all? Before, I'd needed to throw sword energy out first and then gather it. Now I made myself the medium. The sword moved where my mind went, the momentum came from will, and I stopped needing a first strike. I was the sword. That's a sword at his waist too? The crowd finally noticed the belt, 12 minutes too late, because my right hand had gone to my hip instead of my shoulder. Martial spirit? Does he have a sword martial soul? No. I can't wait, Wei Donglai muttered, and I heard it, because I heard everything. His confidence was being eaten by a sword, intent he could not locate the source of, and my aura was still climbing, and he had done the math on what would be standing in front of him in another 10 seconds. Gold flooded him completely. Invincible golden body. Sword, I said. The sword momentum tore the space in front of me open, and his golden body, the thing that blades don't cut, made a cracking noise before my blade had touched it. Then the blade touched it. Snap. The gold came apart. His martial spirit came apart with it. He coughed once, and Wei Donglai went off the main platform and did not come back onto it. The invincible foreigner. One strike. Nobody made a sound. What nonsense about chosen ones, somebody said eventually. Taking life is the only protagonist here. Nobody's stealing it from him. I looked down at Wei Donglai on the ground and felt nothing in particular. That's the price of arrogance. Nobody gets to be invincible among his peers and also get to underestimate people. Then I turned around and looked at Wei Mei. It's just the two of us, I said. Shall we continue? Wei Mei did not have an answer. Her strength was roughly Mu Ning's. Wei Donglai had removed Mu Ning casually, and I had just removed Wei Donglai in one motion. You could watch her confidence come apart in stages. First, she'd believed she had few rivals at her level. Then Wei Donglai had appeared and taught her that the first level of Lingwu realm has a long ladder inside it. And now this. Who is this person? She was thinking. How is he this strong? I think we don't need to continue, she said, and kept her voice cold because she was not going to concede out loud. Something in me found that funny, even then. Even here, she would not put it down. I vanished from where I was standing. Wei Mei, retreat. Wei Dong had been watching me the entire tournament like a man watching a dog he doesn't trust, and he was moving before he finished shouting, whirlwind across the open ground toward the central platform. She was already going backward with ice in one hand and fire in the other, throwing both. I waved a hand and the ice came apart and the fire went out and I was in front of her. The sword came down. You dare! Wei Dong arrived with flame going out of both palms and drove it into the descending light. Boom! The fire got there just late enough to matter. The strike weakened, and she still took the sword chi across her and went back to the platform's edge with a sound in her throat. So the rules of a martial arts tournament are that easy to trample? I said. If you're not strong enough, don't embarrass yourself by hiding behind an older generation. Have some shame. City Lord Mu said absolutely nothing, which was its own answer. His daughter had been thrown across a platform in front of 100,000 people. He was not going to inconvenience anyone who wanted to solve me. Wei Dong understood the silence perfectly. You audacious madman. I'd like to see who you actually are. And he struck at the mask. I let him. I did not dodge. I did not block. I stood still and let a Lingwu realm cultivator's palm land on my face because the mask had done its job and the next part required it gone. The silver cracked and fell in pieces. It's you. It's you. Wei Dong and Wei Mei said it at the same time, and I watched a wave of cold go through both of them. In the south stand, the entire Chen family stopped functioning because the arrogant, unstoppable masked stranger who had killed two of the Gu family's best, killed a Mu, destroyed a foreign monster, and put Mu Ning on the deck was a member of their family, the one they had expelled 4 days ago. It was him. Mu Ning, holding her ribs, and something in her face I'd call regret if I were generous. No wonder he treated me like that. No wonder Mu Rui and the others never came back. Impossible. Wei Mei was shaking her head slowly. How are you this strong? Nothing is impossible, I said. It was me, Yang Li, the one you had thrown out of the family with tricks. And I turned around and spoke to a grandstand. Wei Mei, you are arrogant and conceited, and you look down on everyone, and you have only ever been arrogant inside your own house. In my opinion, you're not a genius, you're a fool. Wei Dong, Grand Elder, your strength is beneath my father's. You couldn't survive a few exchanges with him, so you allied with the Grand Elder and took his chair and threw the two of us out, and what you were relying on was her talent. You believed she'd rise, and that made my father and me disposable. I let that sit for 1 second. Now look at the platform. Look at what her talent is worth standing in front of me. 400 Chen family members and 100,000 strangers sat in that arena and did not move. You won't admit it, that's fine. Today isn't the payment, today is the receipt, and one day I'll walk back into the Chen family and return everything you gave my father and me. The Chen stand looked like a photograph. Wei Dong was not stronger than my father. The family hadn't backed the stronger man, they'd backed the better investment, and they had just watched the investment get outclassed by the thing they threw in the bin, and there was nothing whatsoever to be done about it, and both of those facts were now permanent. You beast, shut up! Wei Dong had nothing else. Wei Dong. You disobeyed your own father's arrangement. You took the seat my grandfather left to my father. You disregarded your brother and your blood and set out to kill him and his son. You are worse than an animal, and I am ashamed to have ever been connected to you. He stood there, heaving. Then he turned and looked up at the stands. City Lord Mu, my Chen family's outcast has shown no respect for his elders. Today, I am here to clean my family. You won't blame me? This is a matter for the Chen family, said City Lord Mu calmly. I naturally won't interfere. I nearly laughed. I'd hurt and humiliated his daughter. I had already earned the city lord. Wei Dong only had to ask so that the city lord could pretend not to be the one asking. This tournament is worthless, I said, loudly enough to reach the back. Your city lord's family is meant to win it and cannot bear to lose it. I don't think it should be held again. If a young person here turns out to be genuinely gifted, all that happens is that you get jealous and try to kill him. The city lord of Yangzhou is a joke. I have never in my life been so widely agreed with in silence. Wei Mei, I said, you wanted my life. I'll take yours. I stepped forward and Wei Dong immediately put himself in front of her. Die. The longsword came off my back and flew, thunder behind it, straight at Wei Mei. You think that works? Wei Dong sneered, and his aura came up to swat a thrown sword. Fleeting shadow. And I was gone. Not toward them. Not good. City Lord Mu came out of his seat and off the stand in one movement, because he had worked it out about a second and a half too late. Mu Ning was still at the edge of the platform, still holding her side, and she saw me arrive and threw the dominating divine fist on reflex. I swept the soft sword through it, casually, and it stopped existing, and then the flat of a very cold, very thin blade was lying against her throat. How dare you! City Lord Mu stopped 10 meters away. One more step, I said, and I'll kill her. Nobody in that arena doubted it. I'm not sure I did. Mu Ning looked into my eyes at a range of about 30 centimeters, and what she saw there, she told somebody later, was nothing at all, not hatred, not triumph. She had spent her entire life being the most important object in every room she entered, and she was looking at a person for whom she was a tool. 100,000 people stared at a boy who had, 12 minutes earlier, been an anonymous masked entrant, and several thousand of them arrived at the same realization at the same time, and it is the thing I'm proudest of in that entire tournament. I had planned this before I walked in. Not the details, not Wei Donglai, he was an accident, but the shape. I had known that if I did what I intended to do, I would end the afternoon with 4 families wanting me dead inside a castle owned by one of them. So I'd built an exit first. Everything else, the speech, the insults, the promise to come back for the Chen family, the sword thrown at Wei Mei, all of it was aimed at putting every eye in that arena on the wrong end of the platform. Release her, said City Lord Mu. Let her go? Is that even possible? Go, I said, and moved the soft sword a millimeter, and a thin line of red came up on her neck. She started walking toward the gate. Remember, I said, glancing at Wei Dong, who had drifted a step closer, it's anyone, and the line on her throat got wider. Get back, City Lord Mu roared at Wei Dong, who stopped where he was and privately swore. Yang Li, the City Lord tried once more. What if I let you go and you don't let my daughter go? Do you want her to die right here instead? He did not bargain again because my eyes were wrong and he could see it. We walked out of the City Lord's mansion together, slowly, in front of 100,000 people, and nobody followed. Not one person. And in 3 different parts of that arena, 3 different groups of people said the same name silently at the same time, and none of them said it kindly. I did not think about any of it afterward. Outside the city walls, I let her go and looked back once and rode away. I didn't know when I'd come back. I only knew that when I did, I would not be leaving with a hostage. 10 days later, I was at the foot of the Yunhai sect, looking up at it, and I did not feel powerful at all. I'd made a name in Yangzhou. Fine, Yangzhou is a city. Xiao Tianlong was barely older than me and had flown into a 1,000-year sect and negotiated for a human being with an elder, and he was 6th of 8. 6th. The plan was simple, better techniques, then the sect competition, then the inner sect. Because an outer disciple is not a member of a sect. An outer disciple is a person standing near one. Then the ground started shaking. 30 riders came down the road at a speed that should not have been possible, on horses the color of arterial blood, crimson blood, 3 times faster than 1,000-mile snow and worth 1,000 taels of gold apiece, and there were 30 of them, matched. And the men on them, I compared them against the assassins from that rainy street, one by one, and every single rider came out ahead. Which meant the weakest of them was at the 9th level of Qi Martial and Lingwu realm was routine. That is not an escort, that is a weapon. They slowed as they reached me, and I felt something and turned my head, and one of them was a woman in red armor. Ah, damn it. It's you, Ye Shun said. I did the arithmetic and did not enjoy it. This group could take me apart on that road and be at the summit before lunch. Shun Shun, the young man riding beside her, had turned to look at me, and his expression cooled to match hers. Do you have a grudge against him? No, Ye Shun looked away. We're fellow disciples, of course I recognize him. And that was it. Let's go into the mountain. 30 crimson blood iron cavalry went past me and up, and the handsome young man gave me one flat look on the way that I did not understand at the time. I frowned at their backs for a while, because Ye Shun had shot at me twice and hated me on principle and had just declined a free opportunity, and I had no model for that. Never mind, I said, and rode up. I have no forces, only myself. At the mountain gate, the 2 guards kept their eyes on the ground. I did not comment. They'd learned. The Yunhai sect was full of the noise of the year-end because the sect competition was coming. Here is how it works, because everything after this runs on it. An outer disciple who wants the inner sect does not take an exam. He picks a current inner disciple and challenges him. Win, and he takes the man's place. Inner disciples do the same to core disciples, and being challenged is itself the insult because you get chosen for looking weak. Then come the ranking battles, top 100, top 81, top 36, with stones and weapons and high-grade techniques for anyone who places. I went straight to the Xingqian pavilion, Elder Fang. He was on his stool with his eyes half shut, exactly as before, doing the decrepit old man so convincingly that I now found it funny. His eyes came open and he smiled, which I gather is rare. You're back. I need a cultivation technique and martial skills. 2nd floor, he said. Thank you. Please time me. Because that's the rule. Only Lingwu realm cultivators and inner disciples go up, and even a Lingwu realm outer disciple gets exactly 1 stick of incense up there. 1 stick to choose from a floor of mystic rank material, which is a joke. The entire reason people want the inner sect is unlimited time in that room. No need, said Elder Fang. As long as you don't go to the 3rd floor, stay as long as you like. I stopped. Then I grinned, because apparently back doors exist in every world. Thank you, Elder Fang. Behind me, as I went up the stairs, he muttered to himself, Brat, if I weren't worried your realm couldn't hold it, you could go to the 3rd floor too. 8 bells on the bell and drum precipice. You broke a silence sealed by this sect's history. What's a pavilion? The disciples on the 1st floor watched an outer disciple's robes go up the stairs and made noise about it, but that was their problem. 4 tiers, celestial down through earth and mystic to yellow, 3 grades each. The 1st floor is all yellow. The 2nd floor starts at mystic, and every technique on those shelves was selling the same thing, speed. Faster gains, stronger qi, sharper everything. Speed is what you want when you intend to stop somewhere. Pure origin skill was the only one on the wall that promised nothing today. No combat power. Very difficult. Widens the meridians, thickens the blood, and slows down anyone without the talent to carry it. I had spent 2 lifetimes watching people build tall things on soft ground, careers in the last one, cultivation in this one. In 5 years, when everyone around me hits a wall built out of their own foundation, I won't have one. I took it and didn't look at the others. Then, martial skills, withered wood finger, burning flame technique, ice palm, nothing. Bahuan palm, mystic low grade. At its height, it fills the sky with palm prints and leaves nowhere to hide. I took that, because the wave was a single line and I needed something that covered ground. And then I found the one, Jimi sword technique, mystic, medium grade. Only for owners of a sword martial soul, only for the highest talent, only for someone who has grasped a trace of sword intent, and ideally the practitioner should be able to strike without desire, without heart, without emotion. That's not a warning label, that's a wall, and it's why the thing was still on the shelf. I had no sword spirit and had stopped believing a sword spirit is what makes a man understand swords. I had rather more than a trace of sword intent, and without desire, without heart, without emotion, is what my eyes do when Xuejiao opens. That skill had waited years on a shelf for a person who does not exist, and I was the closest thing. Elder Fang looked at all 3 when I came down. Pure origin skill, knows how to solidify a foundation. A promising student. He turned pages. Bahuan palm. Mystic low grade, hard to cultivate, but with your aptitude, fine. And the Jimi sword technique, 3 moves only. Anyone can learn the shapes. Almost nobody ever achieves it. He looked up. If you ever unleash all 3 properly, it won't matter that it's medium grade, it'll stand against a high grade. And while we were talking, a young man came down the stairs and stopped, and his face was doing something. Earlier, on the 2nd floor, I'd watched a small piece of theater. An inner disciple named Gang Kai, bottom of the inner sect, insecure about it, and therefore constantly showing off in front of outer disciples, had demanded a martial skill from a young man's hands. And the young man had refused, coldly, because he happened to be Gu Lei, first-ranked disciple of the entire outer sect, blazing flame spirit, and Gang Kai's name did not scare him at all. Gang Kai's face had gone through several colors, and then he'd said, "It's a misunderstanding, I won't look at it," and left. The floor snickered, and Gang Kai, humiliated, had turned around and looked for the nearest person to make it up on, which was me. "What are you laughing at? Believe me or not, I'll cripple you." "You couldn't take on Gu Lei," I said, "so you decided you could take on me. You're asking for it." "You're right," I said. "Gang Kai, is it? I'll remember you. I'll see you in Fengyun Gorge, on the life and death platform, during the sect competition." The floor made a delighted noise, because I just declared a death match against an inner disciple, and Gang Kai, who could not back down twice in one afternoon and continue to live on that mountain, said, "Fine, I'll wait for you," and left extremely quickly. That's when Gu Lei had introduced himself, in the sense that he'd told me who I wasn't. "You can enter this floor, so you've reached Lingwu realm. How have I never seen you?" "Yang Li, I'm nobody, it's normal." "Yang Li." He blinked. "The trash?" Then he laughed and shook his head. "Heh. Rumors can't be trusted entirely. There's no such thing as a useless Lingwu realm." And then, because he could not help himself, "Still, we're both outer disciples, but there are differences. You and I are worlds apart. Besides, I'll be an inner disciple shortly." I looked at him. He'd heard what I said to Gang Kai. "It seems you embarrassed yourself in front of an outer disciple, and had decided it was a comparison between the 2 of us. You seem very confident. Among outer disciples, I'm second to none." "All right," I smiled. "I hear an outer disciple gets 1 stick of incense on this floor. You're so strong. Do you dare exceed it?" "You don't need to provoke me. Every outer disciple gets 1 stick. I'm no exception. And nobody else is qualified either." "Really?" I leaned on a shelf. "I've been up here a while already, and I'd like another stick's worth. You're first in the outer sect. If I dare, surely you do." "Are you joking?" "You can watch," I said, and went back to browsing. Half a stick later, he put his book down and started checking the door. I did not look up. At the full stick, he had to leave or break a sect rule with real consequences. "Aren't you leaving? Do you want to die?" "I'm not in a hurry," I said. "Why are you? The first man of the outer sect. A genius. You're courting death. I'm not keeping you company." He went down. "The number 1 outsider," I said to the shelves. "A rat," which he heard, because I intended him to. He waited for me at the bottom, and that is why he was standing there, watching Elder Fang hand me back 3 books and chat with me like an old acquaintance and going a color. "It seems he entered the 2nd floor more than a stick of incense ago," Gu Lei said abruptly. Elder Fang's smile went off by a degree. "I know," he said. Then since you know he violated sect rules, shouldn't he be severely punished? Elder Fang looked him over. I've been here for years, he said. Inner disciple, core disciple. Anyone who wants to enter Xingqian Pavilion goes through me. Who do you think you are? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Goulet's face darkened. As the guardian of this pavilion, how dare you disobey the rules of the Yunhai sect? What is your punishment? An outer disciple was asking the guardian of the sect's vault what his punishment would be. Elder Fang looked at him for a moment with an expression of pure disbelief, and then his face changed, and he said one word. Get lost. It was one syllable, and it was carrying true essence, and true essence is what a Xuanwu realm cultivator condenses when spirit and essence become one, and when it is exhaled properly, mountains come down. Goulet was hit by a word. His body convulsed, and he went down onto both knees and stayed there shaking, and every person on that floor went silent. That old man was… he suppressed it. That was suppressed. I'm getting out, Goulet said when he could. Then, at me, with hatred. You good-for-nothing who relies on others. You still want to compete? I'll make you pay. And he left. Elder Fang watched him go and muttered, those old bastards must be itching after all these years. Then he said, at the ceiling, Shui Yue, the pavilion is yours from now on, and turned into a crane and went into the sky and was gone before anyone finished turning their head. 10,000 meters in one movement. In the air. Not there. The entire room stood in silence with their necks bent, quietly recalculating every time they'd walked past a bored old man on a stool and not bowed. Including me, I did not hear the conversation in the great hall at the summit. I heard about it much later, from a woman crying on a horse. 30 Crimson Blood Riders had come to ask the Yunhai sect for its best young disciples on behalf of something the king intended to build in the capital and call the Shuiyue Sacred Academy. Sima Xuan had agreed instantly and pleasantly, which meant no. And when the handsome young man riding beside Ye Xun pushed, is the Yunhai sect refusing his majesty's decree, the sect master flicked his sleeve and said, when did it become your place to interfere in the affairs of the Yunhai sect, little prince? If you want to speak, fetch your father, fetch Wang Li. I was sitting inside one-line heaven with the pure origin skill open, and Ye Xun's hot spring cave had become, by the sort of accident that turns into a habit, my address. The pure origin skill is exactly as advertised. Origin chi comes in, and instead of piling up as fuel, it condenses. What comes out is purer and denser, and it doesn't sit in a reservoir. It goes into the meridians and widens them, and into the flesh and packs it. No new power, just more room, everywhere, permanently. When I opened my eyes, my inner ki was 2 full grades heavier than it had been. Which meant I could now fight for a very long time without slowing down, and explode harder when I chose to, and both of those matter more than a level. Then I stood up and put my palm at the wall. Bahuan palm. 7 prints went out of one hand and hit the stone, and the whole cave shook, and 7 clear impressions stood in the rock. Bahuan palm has 8 levels. 5 palm prints in one strike is powerful. 6 means real talent. 7 is genius territory. 8 is prince filling the sky with nowhere to hide. One day. 7 levels in one day, because with Shui Jiao open my comprehension and my calculation were not human, and a martial skill is only a shape you have to hold in your head. Then I opened the Jimmy sword technique, and it had exactly 3 lines in it. Life-taking sword. The sword takes life. Sword of death. 1 step, 1 kill. Sword of desolation. All laws extinguished. Everything annihilated. That's it. That's the entire manual. 3 sentences and 3 diagrams. I released Shui Jiao, and the world went black, and I sat down inside it, and let the diagrams come out of the book and stand up in that darkness, and watched a figure of light draw the first sword over and over while I did nothing at all. Then I opened my eyes. 1 step, 1 cry, 1 strike, taking life. Boom! The immortal cave came apart above me. A sword mark opened along the ceiling, and there was something in that mark that looked like a sword. I got out through the entrance about a second and a half before the whole thing came down. I stood outside in the sun looking at a pile of rubble that had been a very nice cave. The first sword alone is well past a 7th level Bahuan palm, I said out loud, and that's the weakest of 3. What I did not understand at the time, and it took me months, is that the Jimmy sword technique is not actually about the sword. Every one of those 3 strikes requires sword ki, sword intent, and sword momentum fused into a single motion. Almost nobody who picks up that book has the 3rd one at all. That's the real barrier. I had been carrying momentum since a cliff full of bells. Which is why the first sword worked on the first try and why it will not work for anyone else. Who's there? I turned around and Ye Xun was standing at the mouth of one-line heaven, looking at the collapsed remains of her cave and then at me. You bastard, you stole my territory and you humiliated me. Today, I'm settling it. I want to be fair. She had a point about the territory. Kneel and kowtow 3 times and beg my forgiveness, she said. and perhaps I'll take pity on you. 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows? I shook my head. You can leave now. I won't make things difficult for you. Because by then I'd worked something out about her. She was arrogant and she was rude, and she had a floor. When Qinlei had offered to kill me, she'd said no. At the foot of the mountain, with 30 crimson blood riders behind her who would have removed me on a nod, she'd said we're fellow disciples. She'd had 2 free opportunities and taken neither. When I went home this time, my father gave me a silver bow, she said. I'll test it on you. She unslung it, and it was beautiful, silver white with a faint sheen. Draw, step, bend, release. I twisted, and the arrow went past me, and the stone wall behind me came apart. I said, Lingwu realm, so she'd broken through too. No wonder she'd come back for a rematch. She was my age, and she was in Lingwu realm, and her talent was genuinely first-rate, comparable to Wei Mei, and given the Crimson Blood Cavalry, her background was almost certainly higher than either Wei Mei's or Mu Ning's. Arrow cultivators frighten me, and I'll say so. At high levels, their arrows outrun their own sound, which means the shot arrives before the noise of the string, which means a hidden arrow is not a fight, it's an administrative decision. Hers were not there yet. Good luck, she said, knocking another. I'll give you one more chance. No need. I did nothing wrong, so I won't apologize, and I certainly won't kneel. And I started walking toward her. You're courting death. Bahuan palm. 3 prints out of 1 raised hand met the arrow, and it fell out of the air. Mystic rank. Her heart skipped, because you don't wave a mystic skill around casually at the first level. You're Lingwu realm too. Then she turned around and ran. Actual sprinting in the wrong direction at speed, and while I was still deciding what that meant, she bent backward at the waist into an arch that should not be structurally possible and shot at me upside down. Galloping, faster and heavier than before. Bahuan palm. 4 prints this time. Damn it, how high has he taken that thing? And she released her spirit, and it had changed. 3 golden arrows appeared behind her now, arranged in a triangle, and the air around them went cold. Her spirit had awakened too. She ran at me and jumped and hung, and in the air the 3 spirit arrows locked on, and 3 real arrows went onto the silver bow at once. Shooting star, falling moon. 6 arrows through the air simultaneously, and the space itself objected. I felt my soul get locked, which is what an arrow spirit does, and I felt the weight of it. Now that's an arrow cultivator. Both palms. 14 prints came out and filled the sky in front of me, and the 6 arrows went into them. Boom, boom. When the dust cleared, she was crouched, breathing hard. She had trained under her father after the breakthrough. 2,000 arrows a day, every day, specifically to build the inner ki that lets her hold a full draw and fire 6 at once. Elite Lingwu realm soldiers in an actual army have trouble with that volley. I'd stopped it standing still. How is he this strong? 14 prints, both hands, 7th level of Bahuan palm at peak. Is this really only the first level of Lingwu realm? I walked toward her, and she scrambled backward and said warily, "What do you want?" And I have to admit that at that point I got petty, because she had done this specific face at me 3 separate times now, and it was starting to be insulting. "What do you think I want to do?" I said, and let my eyes go somewhere unhelpful. She went white, reached back, pulled an arrow out of the quiver, and put the point against her own throat, and every stupid thing in my head went out at once. "Oh, 4. I stopped walking. "If I had any designs on you, I would not have let you off the hook last time." She stood there for a second with the arrow at her neck and then let the hand drop, and I have rarely felt so thoroughly like an idiot. "Since you want this place so badly," I said, going past her, "take it back. Just don't bother me again." And then, because I am, apparently, a 16-year-old boy, I stopped level with her, reached out and flicked her cheek with one finger. "I find you quite cute," and walked into one-line heaven. There was a delay of about 3 full seconds. "You bastard!" The stone walls on both sides of that corridor rang like a struck pot, and I had to cover my ears, and I have never in my life been so pleased with myself. "It was one cheek," I said to the walls, and I laughed the whole way in because the world was cold and joyless, and occasionally a man has to take what's available. I came out of one-line heaven the next morning, and the mountain was running. "Friend, what's happening?" "Don't you know? Beast Tide, Black Wind Ridge, the Yao beasts have gone mad, and every disciple in the sect is heading for it." "A beast tide. Black Wind Ridge is older than the sect and larger than the mountain range, and periodically it overflows. Mostly they're small. 300 years ago, there was one that nearly ended the Yunhai sect. Spirit demonic beasts everywhere, mystic demon beasts trampling the ground flat, and rumors that the thing leading it had learned to wear a human shape. Nobody alive knows the details. What everyone knows is that a beast tide is a danger and an opportunity in the same object. I went. At the mouth of Black Wind Ridge, it was already a slaughterhouse in both directions. Disciples pouring in, beasts pouring out, demonic chi standing up into the sky like smoke. and on a boulder above it all, robes flapping, Elder Shu Tong. Elder Shu, this year's disciples are strong, even the outer sect can hold their own. Hey hey hey, a minor beast tide is nothing, consider it a warm-up for the sect competition. I went past the boulder without looking at it and killed an 8th level beast on the way. Sword howl and thunderous sound. A mad rhino's head came apart, and I flicked the core out of the carcass with my sword tip and bagged it, because cores are money, and I was, at that point, extremely poor. And on the boulder, Shu Tong's face changed. Because this was the disciple who had questioned him in front of several thousand people and asked whether he served the Yunhai sect or the Haoyue sect. Your growth is impressive, he thought. How dare an outer disciple offend me? You're courting death. Stop. I stopped and turned around. What is it, Elder? You bastard. You aren't killing beasts. You're poaching cores that other disciples earned. Selfish, and with no respect for the Yunhai sect. I stood there and looked up at him. Every single person in earshot had watched me kill that rhino from a standing start. Elder, please point out which beast's core I poached. You bastard, how dare you speak to an elder that way, barked a second man beside him. He Chong, an outer sect elder recently elevated with Shu Tong's help, seeing an opportunity to be useful. I said you poached them. That makes it poaching. Shu Tong smiled. Do I need to point? And I understood the entire structure of the afternoon in one breath. A beast tide is chaos. In chaos, an outer disciple dies, and nobody investigates, and a charge gets written afterward by the man in charge of writing charges. He was in charge of law enforcement in this sect. Shu Tong, I said, I know you want me dead. You don't need to invent a crime, but you'll need the ability. His frown was genuine. He hadn't expected the volume. Shu Tong, I'm an outer disciple, and you're an inner elder. What are you afraid of? Kill me. I'm standing right here. Because here's the thing. Last time this man came for me, a shadow with no owner stood on him and told him to go back, and he still has not slept properly since. He did not know that the shadow was not mine. He had spent weeks trying to work out whose it was, and had failed, and the not knowing was doing more work than the shadow ever had. Damn it, Shu Tong thought. That expert. He saved this brat once. He may be nearby now. That's why the boy is this arrogant. He looked at me, and I looked back with a completely relaxed face. He Chong, he said. Go and capture him. Capture, not kill, leaving himself an exit in the wording. Okay, idiot, I said. He Chong stopped. What did you say? He Shu Tong doesn't dare touch me, I said. So he's asking you to. Have you considered the consequences? He Chong's eyes flickered. I would stand here and accuse Shu Tong of abusing an elder's power, a capital offense, and he still won't move. Do you think that's because he likes me? I let it sit for exactly 1 second. He doesn't dare touch me, so he's sending you to be the man who did. And you're excited about it. Calling you a stupid pig. Is that wrong? He Chong glanced sideways at Shu Tong and found a man who was visibly furious and visibly not moving and stopped walking. Because He Chong had no father. If something went wrong, Shu Tong had Shu Ming and He Chong had a name on a list. Around us, disciples who had stopped to watch were staring because an outer disciple had just talked 2 elders into standing still. You're told to kill and you don't dare, I said. What kind of elders are these? And I turned around and took a python's head off. The tide got heavier. More disciples arrived and went in. Ye Shun arrived too, and watched me move through beasts without using more than the 9th level of Qi Martial, killing on the first strike every time, and got annoyed enough about it that she shot the beast I was walking toward. I turned around. She glared. I smiled and let it go. Roar! The ground shook. Something big is coming. Get back. Demonic Qi went up into the sky, and a black mist came out of the deep forest, and the trees it touched died standing. Everybody ran. I ran too. I am not stupid. That was a spirit demonic beast at minimum, and outer disciples are food. And while I was running, something enormous pressed down on my back and my legs stopped working. Aura. Deliberate. Pinning me in place from behind. Beast, I said, because there was exactly one person on that field with the strength to do that and the reason. Shu Tong stood on his rock and did not move a muscle and let a boy hang in the air in front of an oncoming spirit demonic beast. He had gone home after the last time and thought about the shadow for weeks and eventually arrived at the sensible conclusion. No expert follows a nobody around for months. He'd checked the ground for extra shadows twice. This was the test. The mist arrived. Level 7 at least. The equivalent of a 7th level Lingwu realm human, except that beasts of the same tier eat humans of the same tier. I roared and threw myself sideways to go around him. So the shadow expert didn't come after all, and out loud, to several hundred witnesses, as a disciple of my Yunhai sect, you desert at the critical moment, you disgrace us. A vine came out of his body. It was thick as a man's leg, and it crossed 40 meters in an instant and wrapped me from shoulders to knees like a python and locked. Python vine martial spirit. I got the sword up and cut and opened a scratch in it, and that was all. I want to be precise about my situation because it's the only time in this story where talent was worth nothing. I could fight above my level. I could not fight 3 realms above it while immobilized. Against an inner elder using a martial spirit as a rope, exceptional aptitude is a word with no cash value. Shameless elder of the inner sect. That was not me. Every head turned because it was Ye Xun, the outer sect's famous beauty, the one with more suitors than sense. Shu Tong glanced at her and snorted and did not touch her because he knew exactly whose daughter she was. His own father was named Ming, and when people in the Yunhai sect say Ming, they do not mean Shu Ming. She released her arrow spirit and put 6 into the vine. They did nothing. She knew they would do nothing. She fired them anyway, and I hung in a rope of vine watching the only person on that field who stood up for me be a woman who had shot at me twice, and I laughed out loud because you take your allies where you find them. Human hearts are treacherous, I thought. I got careless. The black mist arrived. An illusionary demon beast, Shu Tong thought satisfied. Level 7. Even a genuine 7th level Lingwu realm cultivator couldn't handle one. Mo Fi! How dare you! A shout came across the sky with a man behind it, and Shu Tong's face changed, and the vine whipped me forward and threw me into the mist. A crane came down out of the sky like a dropped stone. Elder Fang saw a boy in the air and went for him, and the beasts around the illusionary demon started screaming because something had arrived that they understood, but the illusionary demon was intelligent. Spirit demonic beasts have opened their apertures, and it had already registered the crane and decided to leave. Tentacles came out of the mist and folded me into it. Crane wings went through the Yao beasts on the outside and they came apart, which tells you what Elder Fang is, and the mist scattered into 100 gray threads that went in 100 directions. I was gone. The illusionary demon art, the crowd said. It has no true form. Even something far stronger can't catch it. Elder Fang's wings hit the air hard enough to flatten everyone standing, and he went into Black Wind Ridge after it, and behind him there were only dead beasts, and 2 more figures came down out of the sky onto that field, the Sect Master and Shu Ming. What's going on? Elder Shu Tong trapped a disciple of this sect, Ye Xun said, before Shu Tong could open his mouth, and fed him to a beast. She hated me. She wanted to beat me herself and take back what I'd taken from her, and she was not going to let it happen this way, because a pillar of the sect being killed by his own elder is not something she could look at. Reporting to the sect master, an outer disciple was poaching cores instead of fighting, and then deserted. The bastard deserves to die. Shu Tong did not blink. Anyway, he's dead. Who can prove otherwise? Well done, you deserve to die. I'll kill you today. A hurricane came across the field and every person on it staggered. Shu Tong's aura came up and a streak of light went straight through it and hit him. Boom! He went into a boulder and the boulder broke and he came off it wrong, and an inner elder of the Yunhai sect went down in front of the entire sect and in front of his own father. Elder Fang walked toward him. As an elder of this sect, knowing the law, you broke it. You attacked a junior of your own sect. His voice was completely flat. If I don't kill you, how does the Yunhai sect survive? Elder Fang, Shu Ming was in front of his son. Aren't you going a bit too far? Too far? Shu Ming, what a fine son you've raised. Get out of the way. Elder Fang, Sima Xuan arrived between them. Why are you so angry? Because Shu Tong still had value, and Shu Ming ran law enforcement, and touching either of them would split the sect leadership. Sect master, step aside. Today I clean house. Elder Fang, and then, privately, mind to mind. Shu Tong must not be touched. I hope Elder Fang will prioritize the sect. Elder Fang looked at him for a long moment. The sect is of paramount importance, he said, and something bitter came into it. Sima, do you know who that young man is? Sima Xuan had no answer because he hadn't thought about it at all. If Elder Zheng were standing here today, Elder Fang said, Shu Tong would already be dead. Then, the sect is important, Sima. After you became sect master, you lost the edge you used to have, and a hurricane came off him and he was gone. Sima Xuan stood very still. Elder Zheng, the old man who lives in the dark under the precipice. And then he remembered, the shadow. On this same day the bells had rung, when the echoes were still in the air, and something enormous went through his head. His killing intent came up for exactly 1 second before he put it away. Shu Tong, said Shu Ming, and his voice had gone somewhere new, because he had just felt the sect master want his son dead. You are becoming a problem. Inside the black mist, the world was cold, and there was no up. Something was corroding me. Not burning, dissolving. It was going through the skin and into the flesh and taking the life out of it, and I could feel my own essence leaving in a direction. I struggled, and there was nothing to struggle against, and I discovered, in a way I do not recommend, exactly how weak I actually was. So I opened both martial spirits at once, and my pupils went endless, and I still saw nothing but dark. Amaterasu. The white flash came up in my eyes and burned through the mist, and I saw it, a pair of eyes, cold, merciless, entirely without interest, in a dark face that was fixed on me the way you look at a plate. The illusionary demon beast's true form. Countless tentacles were reaching into me, and some of them were not reaching for my body at all. Some had gone past it and were touching Xuejiao and touching the little snake and starting to pull. It intended to eat the spirits too. I could feel my life going out of me in units, and I could not do one single thing about it. And then the snake moved. The little snake that had done nothing for 15 years. The one that made an entire family decide a child was worthless. The one that had slept through my innate awakening. It twisted and opened its mouth, and the black mist went in. Devour. I felt it. You feel everything a martial spirit does. And what I felt was a thin, curled, apologetic thing opening its jaws and drinking and getting bigger. The tentacles noticed. The face in the dark noticed. Every single strand let go of me and went for the snake instead, which turned out to be the worst decision that creature ever made. Woo! The snake was excited. Its mouth opened and did not stop opening, and it swallowed the mist and the tentacles together, and it grew from a curl the length of my hand to something 20 times that, coiling in the dark like a python that had never been anyone's joke. The illusionary demon beast screamed and fought it and lost by inches. Something released me and I could breathe. The beast made itself into mist and ran. Roar! The snake made a sound exactly like the beast's own roar and went after it and caught it in the air and ate it. Then it came back and shrank down and curled up on my shoulder, 3 feet long now, nearly solid and utterly asleep. Swallowed? I stood in an emptying darkness and said it out loud like an idiot. And then a wave of power came up through me from somewhere, and my head filled with light, and I went down. I woke on stone in a cave that smelled wrong. I sat up so fast I nearly fell over, because I could feel it. I called Xuejiao, and the gray world came, and the book floated. I called the snake, and it came. 3 feet of increasingly real serpent, still asleep, curled on my shoulder in a way that I can only describe as affectionate. Twin martial spirits, which is 1 in a million. And then a third phantom came up behind me, and I nearly stopped breathing. A cold face, a pair of dark pupils, the illusionary demon beast. How? 3. 3 martial spirits. There is no number after 2. 2 is the number that gets you called a prodigy and a legend. 3 is not a rare event. 3 is not in anybody's books at all. If I had said that sentence out loud on that mountain, people would have assumed a head injury. I put my palm out, and white qi turned over in it, thick and heavy. 2nd level of spirit martial? I sat there with my mind blank for a while, which is not something Xuejiao is supposed to permit. Then I worked it out, and the conclusion is the single most dangerous thing about me. The little snake devours Yao beasts, and when it devours one, it does not simply destroy it. It takes the beast and makes it mine. The creature becomes a martial spirit I can call, and the essence, the accumulated life of the thing, goes into me. A waste martial spirit. The thing they laughed at. Now, before you get excited because I did, for about 11 seconds, here's the part that keeps me from being a god by next Tuesday. It doesn't work on command. I have tested this. It does not activate because I would like it to. In 15 years, it never once stirred. Through beatings, through a death, through an innate awakening. It woke up on a night when my life was actually leaving my body, and only then, and it went back to sleep the instant it finished. It isn't a weapon, it's a last breath. And it took an entire 7th level spirit demonic beast to take it from the length of my hand to 3 feet. So no, I was not going to go hunting through Black Wind Ridge stuffing it. To feed it I have to be dying, and dying does not scale. Heaven devouring, I said, and the name arrived in my head unasked, the way Amaterasu had. Sure, fine, good name. Then I said something else, on my knees on a stone floor in a beast's cave. Shu Tong. If I don't see you dead, I am not a human being. I went outside. The forest had been trampled flat in a strip 100 meters wide. Demonic chi hung in the air like fog. The ground was still shaking somewhere, and beasts were still roaring not far off. Beast-hide, still running. I opened Xuejiao, and the gray world unfolded, and every movement for miles arrived as a picture. And then, without my asking, an eerie mist came up out of the ground around my feet and folded over me, and my outline stopped being a man's. I looked down at myself. The illusionary demon beast's ability. Of course, that's what it did. No true form, impossible to identify. Now it was mine. So I walked out through the deep forest of Black Wind Ridge wearing a dead spirit demonic beast as a coat. And this part changed my sense of scale permanently. Ordinary Yao beasts saw me coming and lay down, not fled. Lay down, flat, and made small noises, Because in the world of beasts, the hierarchy is not negotiated. It is simply visible. And spirit demonic beasts, real ones, the tier that empties a training ground, went a long way around me. An adult illusionary demon is a level 5 spirit demonic beast at minimum, and everything below that has opinions about it. So, this is Black Wind Ridge, I said. I had come here at the 7th level of Chi Martial with 4 teenagers and a bag and thought a level 9 wolf was a crisis and had been completely correct to think so and completely wrong about the scale of the place. If one of the things I was now walking past had wandered out that day, none of the 5 of us would have been a story. I stopped in a clearing because a thought had arrived, and it was an extremely practical thought. I am the poorest strong person in this sect. I own a soft sword an old man gave me out of boredom and a half-empty bottle of pills. Everyone else has spirit stones, weapons, medicine, and family. And the currency here, the thing you exchange for all of it, is beast cores. And I am currently invisible to the beasts. Well, I said, it seems rude not to. 2 days. Over 100 kills. Mostly level 1s. One-horned rhinos. Ground-splitting bears. A handful of level 2s. And on the second day, I found the black python. 20-something meters of it, coiled, head 5 meters up, green light in eyes the size of shields, venom coming off the tongue, and my clothes already had a hole through which you could see the bruise it had given me. The overlord of the second-tier spirit demonics, I said. Understood. It swept its tail down out of the sky and a full-grown tree stopped existing on the way. I moved. It followed. I moved again, and it followed again. And it was faster than me, and stronger than me, and it had decided to be personally offended. Life-taking sword. It opened up and did not care at all. I'm not playing with you anymore. I opened Shuijiao. Gray. Everything slow. Every scale. Every shift. The exact moment its weight committed. I stepped inside a strike and let it go past and looked up at 20 meters of animal coming down at me, and my eyes emptied out. Because the second sword of the Jimi sword technique is not about power at all. It is about death, the actual concept of it, decay and cessation and the ending of a thing, and to draw it you have to be for 1 second a person with no desire, no ambition, no heart, and no feeling. Which is exactly what Shuijiao's first layer does to me. The blade went gray, not the light, the blade, the sword of death. An enormous gray beam went into the sky, the black python came apart in the middle, and both halves hit the ground and the earth jumped. I stepped in and put the second one through the vital spot and the world went quiet. Sword of death, 2 days and a beast tide. I dug out the core, which took a while, and stood up. The demonic key in the air was thinning, the tide was receding, which meant the sect competition was about to start, and I had a promise to keep to an elder. On the edge of Black Wind Ridge, 2 people were finishing a one-horned rhino. Zhang Hu, hold it, I'll kill it. The defense is very strong. Can you kill it? Don't you trust me? I only believe in myself. 2 vines came out of the thin one's body and wrapped the rhino, and it thrashed hard enough to swing him around and his hands did not move at all. Now! And the big one hit it once, and it died. I walked over grinning and got a wall of hostility for it. The thin one spun and threw both vines at me before I'd finished a step, which told me a great deal about him. Zhang Hu, stop. That's a friend. The vines withdrew instantly, and his back foot slid a few centimeters into the ground, and his eyes stayed on me. Yang Li, finally! I've looked for you 10 times. I thought you weren't coming back. Gao Yang, upright, healed, and, I checked, Lingwu realm. You got into Xuan Martial? That fast? Hey, had a few opportunities. He scratched his head. By the way, what about you? Not bad, I said, and looked at the thin one. Oh, this is Zhang Hu, incredibly strong, keeps it quiet. Much better than those top-ranked outer disciples. Gao Yang beamed. Zhang Hu, this is Yang Li, my good brother. You 2 are friends now. Let me take out the core first, said Zhang Hu, and crouched down. Don't mind him. He's just like that. Gao Yang, everyone's gone. Why are you 2 still in here? Because everyone's gone. Nobody's hunting cores today. Zhang Hu and I are cleaning up. The sect competition is today. Of course I'm entering. We can still make it if we go now. Hey. I stood there and appreciated the sheer volume of nothing going on behind that man's eyes. Yang Li, how strong are you now? I thought about how to answer that and gave up. You're keeping secrets. Fine. Could you handle a one-horned rhino at full strength? Full strength against a rhino? Zhang Hu said quietly, without looking up, and shook his head. Because Zhang Hu had felt the sword chi that came off me when he threw those vines and had already privately concluded that if we fought, he'd lose, barring everything he had. I should be able to manage, I said. Hey, knew it. Lingwu realm. 3 of us. 3 intersect places. And from then on, the 3 of us work together at the Yunhai sect. If we work together, Zhang Hu said, who's in charge? Yang Li, obviously. His talent's better than mine. Even if he's weaker now, he'll pass me. And he's righteous. He saved my life. Whatever he says, I do. And me? You can hardly beat me. And I listen to Yang Li, so you should listen to him too. Jianghu and I looked at each other over that sentence and had, I think, an entire silent conversation about it. Fengyun Gorge was packed solid around the life and death platform, and the rim above was lined with the leadership of the sect. Sima Xuan had come in person. Ye Xun was already on the platform, finishing someone. That's Ye Xun. I heard she got into Lingwu realm. It's true, beautiful and capable. I'd marry her tomorrow. Gao Yang said that out loud, in public. If you took her as a wife, I said, could you control her? Heh. I'm not nothing, but I don't think I'm good enough. He looked at me with sudden inspiration. Actually, you too. You're handsome, she's beautiful, you're both talented. Match made in heaven. Me? A chill went down my back. I'd never sleep again. Up on the rim, in a hut nobody used, Elder Fang watched Ye Xun win and thought about her father, and about the capital, and about the fact that Ye Ming could protect her while he was alive, and that this was not a plan. I wanted Yang Li to go to the Imperial City, he thought. He'd grow, he'd meet real people, and one day he could stand next to Ming, and if fate allows… Something cold went through his eyes at the end of that thought, and it was for Shu Tong. Down below, Ye Xun looked at the crowd, and for no reason she could identify, thought about an unruly young man and wished she'd drawn him instead. Yang Li, what a coincidence. Mei Yu in the crowd, with the same clear eyes. It's not a coincidence, it's fate, Gao Yang announced. Mei Yu, you didn't even see me standing here, you only saw Yang Li. Who knows you? Fine, nobody knows me. I also don't know who's been dragging me around every day for a week to look for Yang Li. Her face went scarlet and Gao Yang laughed like a rockfall, and I stood there holding a bag of spirit demonic beast cores, wondering when the honest one had become like this. You lot, shut your stinking mouths. We turned around, an inner disciple with an ancient sword on his back, looking at us the way you look at litter. What's it to you if we talk? Said Gao Yang. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. It's you, I said, because it was, the man in the tree. The one who'd thrown a killing strike at a stranger's back over a woman's mood and left 2 trenches in the ground in front of my feet and said if I see you angering Ye Xun again I'll kill you. Qinlei blinked, placed me and laughed. So it's you, the trash. You got lucky last time. Are you tired of living again? Are you? I said. I had made a promise in an empty clearing at the 8th level of Qi Martial with 2 sword marks in the ground in front of me. I was now standing in Lingwu realm. Heh, I've seen trash before. I've never seen trash this eager. Qinlei looked me up and down. Since you want to die, fine. After the sect competition. That'll be the day. You don't need to wait until after, I said. I'll give you the opportunity now. And I started walking toward the platforms. Yang Li, what are you doing? Said Mei Yu. Trust him, said Gao Yang, pulling her back. This guy always makes a surprise. Qinlei, meanwhile, had not understood at all because his model of the world did not contain the possibility. He watched Ye Xun step off her platform and went to intercept her because a talented and beautiful woman is not going to acquire herself now. There are 10 life and death platforms, and challengers are free to use any of them, and there's an unspoken agreement about which ones you use. You do not climb the highest one. That's for people who intend to be watched. Going up there means challenging someone the entire sect is currently paying attention to, and it makes the leadership look at you. Somebody stepped into my path on the way. Slick, confident, third-ranked outer disciple. Friend, said Wang Mong, smiling, expecting me to let him go first. I nodded politely and kept walking. He frowned and opened his mouth to say something, and then his eyes tracked where I was heading and closed it again. Madman, he said, and stepped back to let me pass. Because I was walking to the center, the whole gorge noticed. Thousands of people stopped talking at once, and somebody said, "It's him. Wasn't he eaten by that illusionary demon? How is he alive?" Up on the rim, Shu Tong's pupils shrank down to points. It's him. Sima Xuan's shock lasted about a second, and then he smiled because it made his conversation with 2 guardians considerably easier. Ha, the little bastard's still not dead. Elder Fang, cheerfully, from a hut. And beside Ye Xun, Qinlei saw the man on the highest platform and laughed. Shun, that kind of trash actually dares to get up on the life and death platform. He has no idea what he's doing. Ye Xun frowned at the nickname and looked up, and something moved in her face. He's not dead. Good, she thought, and it surprised her. Then I'll beat you myself. Shun, we let that trash go last time. Just say the word and I'll kill him after his challenge. You'll kill him? She said, because Qinlei had a sword martial soul and enormous offensive power and had spent a year not cultivating, and she was privately certain about how that fight went. Qinlei, I said. He turned around. Qinlei, get up here. His smile stopped existing. Everybody in that gorge understood it instantly, and he understood it a half-second late. Being named is the insult, and 30 seconds earlier, he had told the woman he was courting that he would kill me as a favor. Qinlei's face went to stone. Zun Shun, he said too loudly. The trash has arranged himself nicely. I'll go and kill him for you now. And he walked toward the platforms with his back very straight. The crowd was already noisy. Nobody had had Qinlei on any list. The outer sect had spent weeks assembling a short list of beatable inner disciples, and a sword martial soul owner was nowhere near it. He climbed up. I was going to let you live a while longer, he said. You chose this. I'm not in a hurry to kill you, I said, and I turned my head and looked out over several thousand people and found a second face. Gankai. You get up here too. The gorge made a noise like a wave hitting a wall. Every inner and core disciple has to be present on the first day, because any of them can be named. Gankai was in that crowd and had spent the morning quietly relieved because he'd worked out that a man who dared to challenge Qinlei was going to die and take the problem with him. Then his name came out of my mouth. He came up onto the platform looking like a man walking to a dentist. Why did you bring him up here? Said Qinlei with contempt. All of you, I said. Come at me together. In 1,000 years of the Yunhai sect, nobody had ever challenged two higher-ranked disciples simultaneously. An outer disciple is already this arrogant, Shutong said loudly from the rim. What happens when he's actually strong? He won't take the sect seriously at all. A dozen voices agreed, because Shutong had a strong father. Sima Xuan glanced at him and said nothing whatsoever, which several elders noticed. Come at me together? Who do you think you are, you piece of trash? Qinlei's face was very bad. He was a sword martial soul owner and an inner disciple, and I was garbage he could step on, and the garbage had shouted his name in public and then asked for a handicap. That's right, Gankai, immediately, gratefully. Who do you think you are, challenging us? Brother Qinlei has a sword martial soul. He can destroy you in one move. Let's see how long you stay arrogant. Qinlei warmed up considerably. Hehe, Gankai's right. He's an outer disciple, not worthy of my sword. You handle him for me. Gankai's face did something complicated. Of course, how could an outer disciple like him be qualified to challenge Brother Qinlei? However, to display Brother Qinlei's prestige, I really think Brother Qinlei should show this petty person what power looks like. The gorge, several thousand strong, made a collective sound of disgust. How ridiculous, I said. Gankai, at the Xingqian Pavilion, you tried to take a martial skill off Goulet, and Goulet looked at you, and you folded and got laughed at, and then you happened to see an outer disciple standing nearby, and you decided to make up the difference on me. You said you'd cripple me, you called me trash. I let that carry. Now the trash is challenging you. Why are you hesitating? And to Qinlei, and you, owner of the sword martial soul, what a genius. You attacked me from ambush for no reason at all, and told me you could kill me whenever you liked, because I was an outer disciple. Now I'm standing in front of you. Where's your sword? The gorge understood the whole thing in one breath, and the noise changed. Qinlei looked at Gankai. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't move, I'll cripple you first. And Gankai's heart went cold, because it was exactly, precisely, word for word the thing that had been done to me, the man above him solving his humiliation by rolling it downhill. Fine, I'll cripple him for you. He came. Roll, I said, and waved a hand. Bahuan palm, 4 prints, casual. Gankai left the platform and did not come back onto it. I didn't watch him land. Weren't you going to kill me? I said to Qinlei. What are you standing there for? 4 palm prints, and you're this arrogant. He recognized the skill. Plenty of people in the Yunhai sect cultivate Bahuan palm, and most of them top out at 4 or 5 prints, and the difficulty is all in the back half. He'd seen 4 and concluded that even if I was holding a 5th, it changed nothing. I did say I'd kill you, he said, but this is the sect competition, so instead I'll cripple your cultivation, break your arms and legs, and let you find out how long a man can want to die. He put his hands behind his back and drew, and the blade came out like water, and killing intent went across the platform. And then his martial spirit came up, a sword of nothing, enormous, pointed at the sky, so sharp the air around it looked wrong. There are no weaklings among sword martial soul owners. Yang Li is in trouble. The people nearest the platform started backing away because the QE coming off him hurt to stand in. Since you like swords so much, I said, let me show you a swordsman. And I drew. Invisible sword chi came off me and went out and pressed down on his, and it was not close. What? He's a sword cultivator too? He has a sword spirit? Qinlei's eyes narrowed, and then he saw that I had not released a martial spirit at all, and relaxed and smiled. Without a sword martial soul, what exactly are you talking about? He took a step and the space whistled, and the QE around him grew and pressed toward me, and even on his spirit a thin edge of it flickered. Does a sword cultivator have to own a sword martial soul? I said. And does owning one make a man a sword cultivator? I took one step. You don't understand swords at all. And every scrap of sword chi in that space turned around. All of it. Mine, the ambient, and his. The QI coming off his own martial spirit, bent in the air and came to me and stood behind my shoulder like water finding a drain. Momentum, said an inner disciple in the crowd, and his voice cracked. That's the power of a sword. He's using every blade in the air, including Qinlei's. My God, he's an outer disciple. He just reached Lingwu realm. He has momentum. Half the outer sect had no idea what anybody was talking about. The other half, the inner disciples, the core disciples, the elders on the rim, had gone completely silent because controlling sword momentum is not a technique. It's a realm. Peak-level cultivators fail at it their whole lives. So it was him, Sima Xuan said quietly, on the rim. Of course it was him. 8 bells. At that age, that understanding, better than I was. This one is a pillar. We nurture him. Shu Tong, 4 meters away from the sect master, had gone the color of a wall. He has to be nipped now, he thought. I can't wait for that to grow. In the crowd, Gao Yang grinned like an idiot. And he still didn't tell me. Mei Yu's face had opened like something in water, and Zhang Hu, who had felt a fraction of that on a forest path and been quietly troubled by it ever since, exhaled and thought, now I understand. On the platform, Qinlei's face had gone gray. You don't understand swords at all. He had spent his entire life being told he was special because of what he'd been born with, and he had just discovered in front of several thousand people that the thing he was born with was a starting position, not a skill, and that somebody had walked past him without one. I concede, he said. The inner sect seat is yours. I looked at him. Concede? And give way? I let it sit. Is it that simple? Because 10 minutes earlier this man had been describing in detail how he would leave me alive with no cultivation and no limbs. I've already conceded, he said, and his voice was not level. What more do you want? What do I want? Simple. I'm giving you what you were going to give me. And killing intent came off me, and he finally understood, and one leg went back on its own. This is a sect competition. Do you dare? You don't dare kill me, I said. I dare kill you. The sword shadow fell. The sword chi rose. Life-taking sword. The sword is drawn, and it takes a life. Qinlei went across the stone, and his eyes stayed open, and even at the end, the expression on his face was not fear. It was disbelief. He genuinely could not accept it. The gorge held its breath, and then let it go all at once. Thousands of people exhaling in one sound. I had broken the sect's history by challenging 2 inner disciples at once. And then I had broken the sect's rules, in front of every disciple, every elder, and the sect master personally, by killing a man during the competition. How dare you? The roar came down off the rim, with real rage in it. In front of the entire Yunhai sect, you show no respect for your elders or your sect master, and you kill a fellow disciple. You deserve to die. Shu Tong. Of course. I looked up at him for exactly 1 second and then looked away and did not answer, because everything on that platform had been for him. I want to be honest about this because it is the coldest thing I did in my first year in that world. I could have taken the inner sect seat quietly, Qinlei conceded. It was over, but Shu Tong had already tried to kill me twice, and a man like that does not stop, he schedules. Sooner or later he would manufacture a crime for me, and there would be no witnesses and no argument. So I made one myself, in front of the largest possible audience, in the most public location on the mountain, with the sect master present. If he wanted to convict me, he would have to do it in daylight. Men, seize this traitor. If he resists, kill him on the spot. Bastard, Gao Yang said, loud enough to carry, and several thousand people privately agreed, because Qinlei had announced his intentions at volume about 90 seconds earlier. Shameless elder, said Ye Shun to nobody. Figures started moving toward the platform. Wait. One word, from the rim, entirely calm. Everybody stopped, and every head turned to the sect master. Sect master. Shu Tong was there in a second, bowing. This man is arrogant and disdainful and shows you no respect at all. He must be punished as a warning. Elder Shu is right. Sect master, this boy deserves to die. Several elders piled on immediately because Xu Ming was senior to Sima Xuan in service, and everyone in that leadership knew which way the wind normally blew. Sima Xuan looked at them. Are you finished? They stopped. Shu Tong, are you the sect master, or am I? Shu Tong's face went stiff. Of course you are the sect master. How would I dare? And you? He turned to the elders. Am I the sect master, or is Shu Tong? Of course you are, they said, and started sweating. Oh, said Sima Xuan. Then let me ask one more thing. Who presides over the sect competition? The sect master. So you all know. He stood up. Then let me ask you, Shu Tong. You say this disciple does not respect me as sect master. What about you? In front of everyone, in front of me, you were pointing fingers and pronouncing sentences. How very arrogant, Elder Shu. Tell me, did you respect me as sect master? Cold went across that rim. Crack. The chair he had been sitting in came apart. Speak. I want to ask you today, do any of you still have any respect for the Yunhai sect's sect master? He let his aura out, and several elders wished visibly and sincerely that they had said nothing at all. Shu Tong bowed very low. Sect master, Shu Tong knows his crime. Since you know, said Sima Xuan, and the temperature came down a little, I'll let it go this time. Don't let it happen again. As for the outer disciple, Qin Lei provoked him first and announced that he would cripple him and break his limbs. Since Yang Li cares about cleaning things up, he can be forgiven. Sect master, but, Sima Xuan looked at him. Sect master is wise, Shu Tong said against his own face. Then the sect master looked down at me. What's your name? I met his eyes. Yang Li. Yang Li, that's right. He said it like a man confirming something. From now on, you are an inner disciple of the Yunhai sect. The gorge made an envious noise, because everyone else collects a token after the round, and I had just been appointed by name. I bowed slightly and I smiled, and there was no gratitude in that smile at all. Only those with sufficient strength earn respect. He'd sent me that sentence himself, weeks ago, aimed into my ear after standing silently while an elder prepared to take my arm. Today I had stood on the most conspicuous stone in the sect and made myself impossible to ignore, and I had gotten my answer. Was it enough? No, not remotely. Because when Shu Tong fed me to a beast, the sect master did nothing. And today, when Shu Tong stood in front of him and tried to have me killed for the third time, the punishment was, don't do it again. An inner elder is still an inner elder. An outer disciple is still an outer disciple, even after you hand him a promotion. Between Shu Tong and me, there is exactly one seat. If this sect chooses me, it's my sect. If it chooses him, then one day I will kill him, and on that day, the Yunhai sect will have to decide whether to stand in front of me. I was not naive enough to think one afternoon settled that. I stepped down off the platform, and every step landed like a stare. So strong, so arrogant. If I had that strength, I'd be arrogant too. 10 of me couldn't touch him. Yang Li, I'll remember the name. So what if you remember? Who remembers you? But he's the real thing. Gu lays a fart next to him. What number one outsider? Really strong people don't advertise. He's not fit to carry Yang Li's shoes. 2 disciples said all that with their backs to a man standing 3 meters behind them, and the man was Gu Lei, and his face was the color of a closed door. At least among outer disciples, I am second to none. He had said that to me in a library 4 days ago, and now he stood in a crowd and listened to 2 strangers say the true version out loud. He probably didn't even consider me a threat, he thought. He was correct. I hadn't. You're way better than me, Gao Yang said, and punched me in the chest. Yang Li. You're amazing, said Mei Yu, glowing. When are you going up? I asked him. Perfect timing. Nobody's up there and I'm itching. And Gao Yang walked to the highest platform, which after what had just happened on it was an act of either courage or complete inattention. I don't know anybody, he announced to several thousand people. Any Lingwu realm inner disciple. Who's coming? I opened my mouth and nothing came out. I had broken the sect's record by naming 2 men. Gao Yang had just broken a different one by failing to name a single one. Mei Yu laughed out loud. The gorge sat in stunned silence for a while, and then an inner disciple climbed up. I'll go. Good. Gao Yang. Zhou Ming. I like a straightforward man. Fight. The earth aura came up, and Gao Yang merged into the ground the way he had that day in the dust, and when he took one step, the platform shook and everyone's chest went tight. Momentum. Again, Sima Xuan said, and his eyes flashed. Through his martial spirit, not comprehension, nothing like Yang Li's depth, but he has it. After all these years, this sect finally produced 2 decent disciples. Zhou Ming lasted 2 steps. I'm no match for you. Congratulations on the inner sect. Haha, brother, don't mind me. I just borrowed my martial spirit. Thank you, said Zhou Ming, and went down with his back straight, because losing is losing, but being handed your dignity is worth something. Xueyu country runs on a handful of forces, the royal family and 3 powers inside the capital, 4 sects outside it, and above every young person in that country stand the 8 great young masters. The Yunhai sect has none. Sima Xuan knew what that meant. Not a bad year. Decay. That afternoon he watched 2 16-year-olds comprehend momentum in front of him and allowed himself briefly to hope. The Yunhai sect looked calm from the outside. It had about a week left. Juhan Peak is where the inner disciples live, and in a large immortal cave at its center there is a stone wall, 81 names, 9 rows of 9, and the names move like pieces on a board. Getting yours higher is the entire social life of that mountain. The butcher's name had come off the top that day, and in its place sat 3 characters. Han Jin. He'd arrived at 16, skipped the outer sect entirely, and taken 1 year to reach first. People said openly that he could have taken a core seat this week and hadn't because ranking low among core disciples was beneath him. He came into the cave with a retinue and everyone bowed. White robes, extremely handsome, eyes of a deep azure that made your skin move. Han, congratulations. It's only first in the inner sect, he said and glanced at the wall. Jian Yu, with your strength you can get your name up there this time. Yes, definitely. Jian Yu had gone quiet and hard since Wei Mei put him on the ground in front of the whole sect and had recently reached the 2nd level of Spirit Marshal and had attached himself to Han Jin the way people do. Heh. Han Jin looked around the cave. From this day forward I declare that Ye Shun is my woman. Anyone who moves on Ye Shun is an enemy of Han Jin. The cave went quiet. Everyone had heard he was interested. Nobody had expected him to file a claim out loud, particularly since some of the men interested in Ye Shun were core disciples, which was the point. He'd become first in the inner sect that morning and had decided the announcement was affordable. Whether Ye Shun is your woman isn't for you to decide, said a voice. It's for Ye Shun to say. Gao Yong, who knew Ye Shun was currently walking somewhere with me and who had exactly 0 instinct for self-preservation. Who dares question Han Jin? Do they want to die? Very good, said Han Jin. He took a small step and a strange light moved in those azure eyes and a pale hand came out like something striking from grass. Boom! Gao Yong hit the cave wall and slid down it and his eyes did not go down. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Gao Yong spat on the floor. Don't think being first in the inner sect for a year is anything. Give my brother a year and he'll destroy you. Oh, who's your brother? Yang Li, said Gao Yong. Ye Shun's man. Which was a lie, an act of loyalty, and a considered political decision all at once because Gao Yong had watched me on that platform and had concluded that the sect leadership would not permit Han Jin to touch me. Who is Yang Li? He's a kid who just got into Lingwu realm, Jian Yu said. He's grasped a few sword techniques. He's nothing next to you. I could crush him. Yeah? That was me from outside. We came in, me and Ye Shun walking beside me, having spent the last 5 minutes trying to recruit me into an academy in the capital, which I'll come back to. Every eye in that cave did the arithmetic and got it wrong in the most entertaining possible way. Han Jin's face did not move. His eyes did. You're Yang Li? I glanced at him and walked past him and crouched next to Gao Yong. Are you all right? This little thing? Nothing. Don't be so impulsive. Talk less. It won't kill you. I checked his ribs. You told a man with azure eyes that Ye Shun is my woman. Do you know what she just did to me with a look? I can't stand this guy. He said she's his. Ye Shun behind me went very cold and very still. Didn't you hear me? Said Han Jin. I asked you a question. The cave temperature dropped and everyone in it started quietly praying for me. His mouth is his own, I said to Gao Yong. What he says isn't your problem. And he said Ye Shun is his woman. What's that got to do with you? Gao Yong looked at me with betrayal. I am asking you a question. I heard you, I said, and turned around. You asked whether I'm Yang Li. So you're not deaf. Since you asked, it means you don't know me, correct? He looked at me the way you look at a broken clock. Nonsense. Nonsense? Maybe. But since you don't know me and I don't know you, why exactly would I answer your questions? I stood up. Who do you think you are? Sword chi came off me and filled the cave, and several people got behind other people. Han Jin went pale and then red. Nobody had ever done that. Yang Li, you have no right to talk back. Jian Yu stepped forward. How dare you offend Han? You're dead. Jian Yu, I said. Formerly the top disciple of the outer sect, a rock spirit, people called you a genius, and then not long ago, in front of the entire sect, a girl from the Hao Yue sect beat you so easily it was embarrassing. In my opinion, using the word genius on you is an insult to the word. His eyes went red because that was the exact wound. That mouth, Ye Shun thought, standing behind me. Every sentence goes straight into the organ. And as for what you just said, I went on, that I'm a kid who's just entered Lingwu realm and can be bullied at will. Well, I'd love that. Fengyun Gorge, the life and death platform. Are you ready to fight? The cave stopped. Jian Yu wavered. He had just reached the 2nd level of Spirit Marshal. He had intended to carve his name into that wall this week and repair a year of humiliation. And I had killed Qinlei in one strike that morning, and Qinlei had not been weak, and nobody knew whether that had been my ceiling or my opening. He couldn't afford to lose twice. I watched his face do it, and then, and this is the part I have thought about since I pushed. It's laughable, I said. You were the first man of the outer sect. The sect valued you when you came inside. and now you're happy to be somebody's retainer. On that basis alone, you're no longer qualified to become strong. A truly strong person is resolute and pursues martial arts single-mindedly. Those who curry favor with the powerful achieve very little. I took one small step and let the pressure land on him. Because I had a third martial spirit now, and the illusionary demon beast reveres illusion, and its ability had come to me along with the rest of it, I did not put a picture in his head. I didn't have to. I just made every word arrive heavier than it should. John Yu, you submit to others, you wag your tail, you say arrogant things, and you don't dare fight. You're not a genius. You're a coward. The word repeated in his skull about 6 times more than I said it. Ah! He put both hands over his ears and ran out of the cave. The silence afterward was total, because I had not lifted a hand and a second-level spirit martial cultivator had come apart in public. That's the moment several people in that cave started being genuinely afraid of me, and it was the first time in my life anyone had. I'll be honest about the ethics later. I'm not proud of it. But his will was soft, and a man with soft will who attaches himself to a strong one is not going to stop being a problem by being asked. Useless, said Han Jin, and his eyes came around to me. You have some strength, but in front of me you're an ant. Kneel and beg to follow me, and I may spare your life. Which, I want to note the craftsmanship, was aimed at the sentence I just used on John Yu. He intended to make me a subordinate specifically so that everyone would remember me saying it. Gao Yang, I said, ignoring him entirely. Did he do this to you? Gao Yang leaned over. Han Jin used to be second only to the butcher in the inner sect. Now the butcher's gone up, so he's first. He's very strong. I'm not in a hurry for revenge. In a while, you'll beat him. Is he that impressive? I ran the numbers. 3rd level of Lingwu realm is high in the inner sect. 4th level is enough to challenge a core seat, and given his arrogance, he'd have taken one if he had it. So, 3rd level at peak, strong, not unbeatable, and even if I couldn't beat him, I could leave whenever I liked. There's nothing to discuss, Han Jin said. You get one chance to consider it. Otherwise, however talented you are, I'm willing to take your life. There's no need to consider it, I said. Even if you knelt down and begged me, I have no intention of letting you go. Several thousand years of collective intersect etiquette died in that cave. Heh, said Han Jin, and laughed while furious, and his azure eyes went down to slits, and something genuinely venomous came out of him. Oh no, he's angry. People started leaving. Ye Xun stepped in front of me. Han Jin, what are you doing? This isn't Fengyun Gorge. This isn't the life and death platform. She knew him. That was the thing I noticed. Not by reputation, she knew what he was, personally, and she was frightened of him in a specific way. You're my woman, Ye Xun. Aren't you afraid of what protecting others costs? I have never said I am your woman, and I never will be. Give up the idea. And then, at volume, to a cave full of witnesses. On the contrary, I am Yang Li's woman now. If you dare touch Yang Li, I will not let you off. Every single person in that cave turned and looked at me with murderous hatred. And on my forehead, I am told, several visible dark lines appeared. Since when? Then I want him dead even more, said Han Jin. You dare? In the Yunhai sect, there is nothing that I, Han Jin, would not dare. Is that so? It'll be available after today. A new voice from outside, entirely calm. What an arrogant fellow. Han Jin, do you think the Yunhai sect is your house? Shui Yue, my affairs are none of your business. The cave stirred because Shui Yue was an outer sect elder, the man Elder Fang had installed at the Xingchen Pavilion, and Han Jin had just spoken to an elder like that in public. Yang Li and the others came here to collect their inner disciple tokens, and you threatened to kill them. What do you take this sect for? You really have no right to interfere on my ground. Another voice from inside the cave, and a man in a blue robe walked out of it. Elder Lu, said Han Jin warmly. Wang Zheng, also an outer sect elder, and specifically the man responsible for issuing tokens and robes and for moving the names on that stone wall. He nodded to Han Jin with real affection and then looked at Shui Yue with none. Shui Yue, why aren't you in your own territory? You mean Han Jin can kill people here at will, including inner disciples? If you're not as skilled as another man, nobody will feel sorry when you die. Shui Yue, you meddle too much. The cave went very quiet. Because that is the sentence that says, this boy is weaker than that boy, so if he dies here, that is correct. I smiled while I heard it, and I felt something in my chest go cold and stay cold. Elder Jue, I said. He turned. Thank you. Then I walked past both of them and stopped in front of Wang Zheng. Elder Lu. Yang Li has come to collect his inner sect token and uniform. He looked at me with complete disinterest. Making an enemy of Han Jin was suicide, and pleasing Han Jin was valuable, and I was neither of those things. Elder Lu, I said, and made my voice carry, neither humble nor loud. Yang Li has come to collect his inner sect token and uniform. You don't know what's good for you, said Wang Zheng. And then he said one word. Get lost. How dare you, Wang Zheng? Shui Yue was furious. He entered the inner sect. Collecting the token is the rule of this sect. How dare you refuse? Elder Shui, I said. He stopped. Today I came to collect my token, and Elder Lu refused and told me to get out. Elder Shui witnessed it, correct? Yes, he said, not following. Then that's enough. I turned around and started walking, and I said the rest of it over my shoulder so that the entire cave heard it. It is not that I, Yang Li, am unwilling to step into the inner sect. It is that the sect has abandoned me. And I left, with Gao Yang's arm over my shoulders and Ye Xun following, and nobody in that cave understood what I meant. They would in about 6 days. 3 days later, Fengyun Gorge was full again, and this time the leadership came down off the rim and into the canyon, onto a viewing stand built out of enormous stones in 3 days by disciples who had been told to make it magnificent. The second round, the ranking battles, top 100 of the outer sect, which everybody knew was theater now because the best outer disciples had already gone up. Top 81 of the inner sect, top 36 of the core. Sima Xuan stood up, and the canyon quieted. And then his eyes went past everybody, and his brows came together. Out beyond the peaks, the sea of clouds was moving wrong. Brother Sima, I, Xiao of the Hao Yu sect, have come to visit with my entourage. The sound rolled across the gorge and went through everyone's chest. Then the sky went cold and white mist condensed out of a clear day, and it began to snow. Bingshu Manor. Bai Xue has come to pay a visit. 2 more. Wang Li, Tangwu Mountain, come to visit. A hurricane came in and drove the snow sideways, and inside the wind there was a sharpness that made everyone's eyes water. In the distance, something enormous and black opened its wings, tens of meters long. Black scales, half fish, half python, and a pair of wings that changed the color of the daylight when they beat. A kun python, a mystic demon beast with a row of figures standing on its back like passengers. And beside it, riding through the air, an actual sword the size of a house, with people standing on that. Sima Xuan's gaze went cold and flat. Xiao Jue, sect master of the Hao Yue sect, and Xiao Tianlong's father. Bai Shui, lord of Bingshui Manor. Liang Hu, deputy leader of the Wanshou sect. Wang Li, a royal prince of Shuiyu country. Heavenly Wolf King, and the father of the young man who'd looked at me on the road. 4 of the strongest forces in the kingdom, arriving uninvited and together on the day of the Yunhai sect's competition. Nobody comes to a competition 4 abreast. Sect Master Sima, I, Wang, have come with my people. Please forgive us. Wang Li stood on top of a flying sword in white armor, and the sword came down onto the viewing stand, and a meter of it turned into dust under the sword chi before he'd finished the sentence. The other 3 landed. Beside his father, Wang Yang looked down at Sima Xuan with the specific coldness of a young man who has been sent away from a place once. Hehe, it is an honor for the Yunhai sect that Heavenly Wolf King has come as a guest. Sima Xuan was still smiling. I only wonder why the sect masters have all come at once. My son Wang Yang visited not long ago. I'm sure you know his purpose. His Majesty has a visionary plan, the Shuiyu Sacred Academy, and it requires everyone's help. The other sect masters have all agreed to His Majesty's request. He paused, except the Yunhai sect, and then he smiled and said nothing else, which was, I thought, standing in a crowd of thousands, a genuinely strange thing, because Xiao Jue and Bai Xue were the most calculating men in that country, and there is no version of the world where either hands his best young talent to a royal family knowing whose asset it becomes in 10 years, and they stood there calm, as if this were simply how things were. So what does Heavenly Wolf King plan to do? Said Sima Xuan. Since Sect Master Sima won't send anyone to His Majesty, I'll have to choose for him. Conveniently, today is your sect competition. I can see the charm of your disciples and select them one by one. The entire Yunhai sect leadership changed color at once. And what if I don't agree? Sect Master Sima will agree. Wang Li's confidence was absolute, just as the other sect masters did. And then he turned around and spoke to us, to the disciples, thousands of them. Don't rush to argue, sect master. Let your disciples compete. Do your best. The Shuiyu Sacred Academy doesn't accept mediocrity, but anyone who enters it will have Shuiyu country behind him. Medicinal pills and weapons without limit, powerful cultivation techniques, martial skills. Choose whatever you like. You will become the swords of Snow Moon. I watched several thousand people's eyes change. They came to a mountain to get strong, and if somebody else is offering more, why exactly would they stay? Mean, Sima Xuan thought. Not a clever scheme, a very effective one, and a public act of contempt performed on his own ground. I'd like to see who betrays the Yunhai sect, he said. Since Heavenly Wolf King wishes to see our competition, I'll grant his wish. Then, to the gorge. The outer sect and core disciple ranking battles are postponed. Today, only the inner sect fights. The crowd worked it out. The outer sect was too weak to display. The core disciples were the future and none of a stranger's business, and the inner sect was the only tier you could show a rival and lose nothing. I am also changing the rules of this year's inner sect competition. Anyone who wishes to enter the ranking battles must first challenge one of the 81 names on the stone wall. Only the winner qualifies, and no challenger may challenge the same person twice. Groans everywhere. Half the inner sect had planned to make their name today. Furthermore, in these qualifying challenges, there is no limit on life or death. Silence. Because challenging a man on that wall publicly informs him you think he's the weak one, and the sect had just removed the ceiling. Winning gets you a ranking battle. Losing gets you buried. It's not worth it. Wait for next year. Yang Li. Gao Yang gave me a sad grin. The sect master's ruthless. I'm first level. The weakest name on that wall is second level spirit marshal. I've got no chance. I looked up at Sima Xuan on the stands and understood exactly what he was doing. He was filtering. Anyone who fights under that rule is either genuinely strong or genuinely fearless, and there would be no embarrassing matches in front of 4 foreign powers. He wanted a highlight reel. The 81 are on that platform, he said. Any other inner disciple may now challenge. He sat down and glanced once at Wang Li. Luo Li is willing to challenge Yu Chen. A figure jumped up. Sensible move. First challenger gets first pick, and Yu Chen was ranked 81st. Yu Chen's face went ugly because being picked first is the loudest possible statement. Challengers will be killed without mercy, said Han Jin from the front of the crowd quietly. Yu Chen nodded to him and went up and used a poison dragon fist without holding back anything at all. One stick of incense later, the life and death platform area was completely silent. 5 bodies on the central platform. Nobody had bothered to move them. 5 challengers, 5 deaths, and all 5 had picked from the bottom 5 names. Defeat equals death. The flame in a lot of people went out around then. Sima Xuan sat with a flat face. Perhaps a bloody lesson would teach these disciples what martial arts costs. A bunch of trash. Han Jin pointed at the corpses and swept his gaze across thousands of people. Dreaming about a ranking battle. Death should cure the fantasy. Nobody answered because he was first in the inner sect and valued by the sect, and nobody wanted to be the 6th body. Sect master. I think we can begin the ranking battle. They have no hope. Sima Xuan looked at the crowd and started to nod. Ridiculous. The word went across the canyon. Han Jin's eyes came around and found me. It's you again. Cold. Murderous. What do you find funny? I stepped out of the crowd. You're the top disciple of the inner sect. You stand at that height and look down and call the people below you trash. I let it carry. Once upon a time, weren't you also trash before you got where you are? Several thousand heads turned, and then noticed something else, and turned harder. I was wearing outer disciple robes. Sima Xuan frowned because he had personally publicly put me in the inner sect 3 days ago. What right do you have to point fingers? In front of me, you're still trash. Short-sighted, I said, walking. I genuinely don't know what qualifies you to call anyone that. Do you think you're more qualified than me? Of course I'm not qualified. That's the difference. I don't do it. I reached the edge of the platform. You stand at the top of the inner sect and call everyone under you garbage. So tell me, what will you say when a core disciple calls you garbage? Even if a core disciple is stronger than me, I'll surpass him. What right do they have? And you will never have a chance to surpass me. The inner disciples in that crowd went red and could not refute a word of it. Ridiculous, I said, and stepped up onto the life and death platform. A lot of people think you're a genius, Han Jin. In my opinion, you're a fool. I don't understand why this sect values you. Every eye in the canyon froze because I had just questioned the sect's judgment out loud. You're asking for it. In a sect competition, it is an honor for a disciple to fight for a ranking. It is normal for a lower-ranked man to challenge a higher one, and there is no shame in losing. But you incited these 5 men to kill their challengers and gave the order in public. You are not humane. Standing first among the inner sect, you insult every disciple behind you as worthless and grind them down. You are not just. You are a man with no virtue and no loyalty. This sect raised you into a talent, and you spend it murdering the people it raised alongside you. If the Yunhai sect is ever in danger, what exactly does the sect expect from you? I think you'd be the first out the gate. So no matter how gifted you are or how strong you become, what use are you to anyone? 3 sentences. The canyon did not make a sound. Boom. Han Jin took 1 step and the temperature on that platform dropped. Are you angry because you're embarrassed? I said. I haven't finished. I jumped up to the central platform and looked down at him. The 9 heavens are enormous. You have been to a handful of places and met a handful of people, and you have concluded that nobody in the world is above you. 3rd level of Lingwu realm. In Shuiyue country alone, there are countless people stronger than you, and Shuiyue country is one kingdom in one region. Han Jin, you are a frog in a well, not merely unkind and unjust, also stupid. Something moved in the crowd. And on the stands, both Sima Xuan and Wang Li shifted, very slightly, and looked at me differently. Han Jin was shaking, because I was not attacking his strength. I was dismantling the position he occupied in several thousand heads, and he could feel it happening. I turned around and looked at the stands. A man this short-sighted, this unjust, this unwise, is adored by everyone here, loved by his elders, valued by the sect, looked up to by thousands. I let it land. As a disciple of the Yunhai sect, I am ashamed. Is the Yunhai sect deserted? A wave went through that canyon that I felt in my feet. How dare you, an outer disciple insulting the sect? You're courting death. Wang Zheng, on his feet on the stands, the man who had refused me a token. It is precisely because of people like you, I said, that this sect is declining. Then coldly, to the whole canyon. And as for outer disciple, so what? Is the inner sect any better? I turned to the 5 men standing on that platform above 5 bodies. You 5, you used your strength to slaughter your own fellow disciples. Very impressive. Did any of you ever consider what happens if somebody stronger comes? Sect master, I raised my voice. The rule says a challenger may not challenge the same person twice, but if I challenge all 5 of these men, I don't think anyone will accuse me of taking advantage. Will they? The canyon stopped breathing. 5 names off the stone wall. At once. He's insane. Even if he can fight above his level, 5 second-level spirit martial cultivators, 1 strike each and he's gone. Gao Yong's mouth was open. Ye Xun, who had spent 2 weeks quietly recalculating me upward, discovered that she'd still been low. 5 is too many, said Sima Xuan. Challenge 1 first. He said it because he did not want me to die, and because 2 guardians of the sect would have questions. No need, I said. All 5. Come up together. If you want to die, I'll grant it. One of us is enough, said one of them. Go together, said Han Jin. I don't want to see him alive another second. 5 figures landed on the central platform and locked onto me. Remember, the man who kills you is called Qin Yue. Flame came off him, and his hand came out, and the air crackled. And the other 4 moved at the same instant. 5 second-level spirit martial cultivators, without even releasing their martial spirits, generate enough pressure that people standing beside the platform felt it. Bahuan palm. Both hands. The sky filled with palm prints. Not 4. Not 7. 8. The highest level of Bahuan palm, prints filling the sky in all 8 directions. Prince came out of nothing and met 5 attacks simultaneously, and the canyon rang like a dropped bell. Die! Qin Yue came through the middle, stacking blazing palms, forcing a lane through the storm. He'd registered that I could use Bahuan palm at its peak, and had correctly concluded that 1 skill can't hold 5 men. Which was true. They had all forgotten something. Sword. A single white line, so fast it left nothing to describe. The sea of fire around Qin Yue went out, his expression stopped moving, and then a thin line opened across his neck. Sword drawing technique. That's a sword draw. Sword drawing has always been treated as a joke skill in the Yunhai sect. First floor of the Xingqian Pavilion, 1 level, no forms, and nobody had chosen it in living memory. Qin Yue was ranked 77th. He was the strongest of the 5. No wonder Elder Fang values him, Sima Xuan thought, and it came out almost helpless. Lingwu realm, 1st level, Bahuan palm at peak, and that draw. Is this really a disciple who just entered the inner sect? The other 4 had blocked the palm storm, and were standing in a row, looking at the body. When you trample on the lives of others, I said, do you ever consider that yours might be trampled by somebody stronger? All of this was your own choice. I took a step, and the sword intent filled the platform. Cold sweat came out on all 4 of them, because from inside it you can feel the size of a thing. Only a trace of sword intent, was it? We can't wait, one of them said. It's getting stronger and we're getting weaker. They came together. Momentum, I said. The pressure landed on them, and my hand moved, and there was a flash. 2 arcs in the air, life-taking sword. The 2 who committed hardest went down. The 2 who'd hung back a fraction dodged, by betraying the other 2, which is what hanging back means. They kept their lives for about a second and a half. Escape. Kill. Another beam. 2 figures stopped in midair and fell, all 5 names off the wall. The Jimi sword technique. Somebody in the crowd had recognized it, and his voice was unsteady. Mystic medium grade, but at full expression it stands against a high grade, and almost nobody can cultivate it. He's already perfected the first sword. Damn it, Ye Shun said out loud. I stood on a platform with 7 bodies on it and looked up at the stands. Sect Master. Although this boy has talent, as he himself said, killing fellow disciples is a calamity for the sect. Shu Tong at Sima Xuan's ear. Immediately, Sima Xuan looked at him. Why didn't you say anything when Han Jin and those 5 were slaughtering their fellow disciples? Sect Master. How can Yang Li be compared to Han? All right, I understand. And Shu Tong retreated with his killing intent doubled, because whatever benefit I might be to the sect, I was clearly going to be a personal disaster. Yang Li, Sima Xuan called down, and he was smiling now. You have proven your strength and you're qualified for the ranking battle. But before you enter, isn't there something you should do first? What? Put on your inner sect robes. Because it was frankly unacceptable. A disciple who had just done that, in front of Wang Li and 3 sect masters, standing there in the wrong uniform. Heh, I said. And I shook my head. I will not wear the inner sect uniform, and I will not take part in the inner sect ranking battle. I stood on this platform for one reason, to tell certain people how ignorant they are. Sima Xuan's brow twitched. What do you mean? Sect master, outer disciple. The word outer implies we are not truly members of this sect and may leave at will, correct? He frowned and nodded slowly. Yes. Then forgive my boldness. After today I may withdraw from the Yunhai sect. Boom. Several thousand people made one sound because I was standing on the highest platform in that sect, having just killed 5 of its ranked disciples, personally promoted by the sect master, in front of 4 foreign powers. Ha 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 ha. Wang Li laughed with enormous enjoyment. How ridiculous. You finally find a decent disciple and he wants to leave. Yang Li, is it? If you'd like, you may join the Shuiyu Sacred Academy and receive intensive training. Yang Li. Bai Shui over the top of him. Bing Shui Manor only accepts owners of ice and snow spirits. I will make an exception today. Come, and you become a core disciple immediately. And my Haoyue sect, said Xiaoshui. Come, and you'll have my personal attention. 3 of the strongest men in the kingdom, bidding for a 16-year-old on the Yunhai sect's own ground, in front of the Yunhai sect's own disciples. I have rarely seen a group of people look the way that leadership looked. I'll consider it, I said politely. You damned sect master. If this brat isn't killed, how does the Yunhai sect keep any face at all? Shut up. Sima Xuan did not look at Shu Tong when he said it, and Shu Tong sat down. Yang Li, 3 days ago I granted you the status of inner disciple, and now you call yourself an outer disciple and speak of betraying this sect. Why? Betray? I said. Sect master, that word is misplaced. It is not that Yang Li betrayed the sect. It is that the sect has no place for me. Explain. May I ask you a few questions first? Go ahead. An outer disciple has no teacher, no patron, and no instruction. He relies entirely on himself, correct? Yes. It was true. Even inner disciples rarely get taught. And he may take techniques only from the first floor of the Xingchen Pavilion, all of it yellow rank, obtainable in a dozen other places, correct? Yes. Then may I say plainly, everything I have done is my own work and has almost nothing to do with this sect. Is that right? The stands went strange, and every Yunhai sect elder on them had to sit with the fact that it was true. You're right, Sima Xuan said. The sect has done you almost no favors, but you are still a member of it. Leaving over an absence of favors seems thin, and if you left for someone else's benefits, wouldn't that be ungrateful? Sect master, let me finish. Go ahead. The first time you and I met was on this platform. That day, I was nobody. Young Master Qianlong of the Haoyue sect came with Wei Mei and asked this sect to hand me over. Because I was an outer disciple, Elder Shu Tong agreed readily, and the sect master did not stop him. If a mysterious expert had not intervened, I would not be standing here, correct? That day was my fault, said Sima Xuan, and he said it out loud, in front of his entire sect and 4 rivals, which moved a great many people, including me. Sect master, when the beast tide came, I went to Blackwind Ridge and killed beasts. Elder Shu Tong held a grudge because I had questioned him. He pinned me with his aura, bound me with his martial spirit, and threw me into a spirit demonic beast's mouth. Hundreds of people watched. I believe the sect master knows, and Elder Shu Tong is still an elder and has not been punished at all because I am an outer disciple, weak and insignificant, correct? Sima Xuan had nothing. He glared once at Shu Tong, and it was not a small glare. That is also my fault, he said. But Yang Li, do you know that Elder Fang was so angry over it that he injured Shu Tong and nearly killed him on the spot? Elder Fang is fond of you. I don't believe he wants to see you leave. That got a reaction on the stands because a number of elders had not known who they were dealing with. And behind Sima Xuan, an outer elder in a blue robe went very pale because Wang Zheng had just worked out whose favorite he'd told to get lost. Setting Elder Fang aside, Shutong is an inner elder and stands high above everyone, and 3 days ago the sect master appointed me an inner disciple. I went to collect my token and my robes, and Han Jin wanted to kill me there. He's a disciple, that's between us. I don't blame the sect. Even when the outer elder Wang Zheng declined to intervene, I have nothing to say. However, Wang Zheng did not merely decline. He said I deserve to die, on the grounds that I am weaker than Han Jin. Does everyone weaker than Han Jin deserve to die? And when I asked twice for the token the sect master had granted me, his answer was one word: get lost. Every head in the canyon turned toward Wang Zheng at once, and he felt it land on him like weather. Wang Zheng, is this true? Sima Xuan's voice was very quiet and left no room at all. Wang Zheng kept his head down. Good. You all have a great deal of power. I grant a man inner disciple status and you give him one word. Tell me, was that word meant for me? Your subordinate dares not. I have made a note of it. Then the sect master looked back down at me and produced a bitter smile. Now you understand how I feel, sect master. I don't know when I'll next fall into Elder Shu Tong's hands, and I don't know how many more Shu Shis and Lu Yuans there are. An inner disciple ranks above an outer disciple, but to an elder, both are weeds. Nobody could refute it, so nobody tried. Yang Li, said Sima Xuan, what do you want me to do? The stand stirred, because a sect master had just asked a 16-year-old for terms with something close to pleading in it, and I stopped being angry. A man who will set that down in front of 4 rival powers is not a coward. He values talent above his own dignity, which is rarer than any martial spirit on that mountain. Sect master, you once told me that only those with strength earn respect, but has the sect master ever considered that every disciple, however gifted, starts at the bottom? Their starting point is always weakness. Some are noticed. Some are not. If a sect does not give a man respect when he is weak, why should it expect respect from him when he is strong? Sima Xuan sat with that. Within a sect, the law must be enforced without distinction between inner and outer. An elder who breaks it is guilty of the same crime as a disciple. Without rules, there is no order. Something happened in Sima Xuan's face. Outside those gates, the strong rule and the strong are permitted to transgress, and that is simply the world. But he had allowed the same logic inside them for 20 years and never once examined it. This one, he thought, is a born general. He stood up. Sima Xuan has learned something today, he said formally to a canyon. Yang Li, if you were ever to govern this sect, it would prosper. I hope you'll stay. The gorge erupted because that sentence had at least 2 meanings. I shook my head because I have no idea how to run a sect. Sect master, I have no intention of leaving. I only wanted to say this out loud and let certain people see how foolish they are. What I want is a reason to stay. Yang Li. As long as I, Sima Xuan, am here, nobody will use power against you again. That is the future, I said. What about the past? Wang Zheng. His voice went cold. You disregarded my word and the rules of this sect. Your cultivation is stripped, your position as outer elder is revoked, and you are expelled from the Yunhai sect. The canyon shuddered, because that is an enormous price to pay for one disciple, and everybody understood it was a demonstration. Sect master, forgive me. Your crimes are unforgivable. Wenren, save me. Han Jin glanced at him and looked away, and Wang Zheng sat down on the stone and understood, far too late, exactly what he'd traded his life for. Yang Li, are you satisfied? I looked at him and shook my head. Sect master, it seems you've forgotten one person. Everyone looked at Shu Tong. Most of them assumed I'd let it go, because the sect master's question had been an offer of an exit. Sect master, Heavenly Wolf King and the others are waiting. Perhaps we should continue the competition and not cause delays. Xu Ming had opened his eyes. He had said nothing all day. Silence is not ignorance. Elder Fang had nearly taken his son's life over an outer disciple, and he had been furious about it for weeks, decades of service, and now his son was to kowtow to a boy who had been in the inner sect for 3 days? Sima Xuan smiled bitterly, because that was the whole problem in one sentence. Yang Li, let's proceed with the competition and discuss this later, yes? And there it was. I was still not heavy enough. Sect master, I know Shu Tong holds a high position and Xu Ming is above him, I said. But that is precisely why he can bully me whenever he likes. If that is the arrangement, then I cannot hold my head up in this sect, and there is no point in my staying. The canyon went absolutely silent, because I had just forced a sect master to choose between an inner elder and a 16-year-old in public. He has guts, several thousand people thought. Ridiculous. An inner disciple on the platform, 21st on the wall. This is nonsense. Yang Li, what is Elder Shu Tong's standing, and what are you? An outer disciple. Elder Shu Tong may have wished to frame you, but you stand here spewing vulgarities and wild words, and I am ashamed to share a sect with you. Shu Tong's eyes warmed considerably. Zhou Li. Why bother with such a foul-mouthed junior? The sect master is wise enough to judge fairly. Beautiful work, both of them, because now if the sect master convicted Shutong, he was a man who convicts elders on the word of a child. Elder Shutong is in charge of law enforcement in this sect, I said. He certainly has plenty of dogs. No wonder he's so confident about bullying disciples. What a foul mouth. And Shutong gave Zhou Li a look that Zhou Li understood immediately. Sect master. I, Zhou Li, am upright and honest, and this boy has called me a dog and a beast. I request a life and death battle. I hope the sect master will grant it. Sima Xuan frowned. Zhou Li was 21st at the 3rd level of Lingwu realm, which is 2 full levels above where I was standing. Sword or no sword, a realm gap is a realm gap. He opened his mouth to refuse. Sect master, I said, I am completely honest and upright. Everyone here knows Shutong framed me, and this man accuses me of foul language and wild words. What is he if not Shutong's dog? Please, sect master, allow it, to the death. And I looked up at him with a completely calm face. Sima Xuan's heart moved. Is he hiding his strength? Granted, he said. Thank you, sect master. Zhou Li was up on the platform in one movement, delighted. This is a death match. The sect master has personally allowed it and everyone has seen it. Yang Li, you are finished. He emphasized that considerably in case anyone changed their mind. You're confident. Of course, you're a junior who just entered the inner sect. Even if you're not weak, in front of the 3rd level of Lingwu realm, you are nothing. I don't even need to release my martial spirit. Aura came off him. White light flickered along his arms with a crackling noise, like something building in a cloud. I'll tell you anyway, my martial spirit is lightning, the lightning of the overlord, terrifying attack power. You aren't qualified to make me use it. He raised a hand, and white lightning ran across his palm, and it was, I have to admit, genuinely beautiful. That spirit was the whole reason a man had put his name at 21 shortly after reaching the 3rd level, 1 place off the top 20. Bahuan palm. 6 prince, without comment. 6 bolts came off his palms and met them, and the prince stopped existing. Momentum. I took 1 step, and there was no sword in my hand, and there was sword chi anyway, and sword intent, and sword momentum, and it came up in that space out of nothing. I took a 2nd step, and the increase was not incremental. It jumped, a single enormous surge, many times what I'd carried while killing 5 men 10 minutes earlier. Invisible weight came down on Zhou Li, and his skin went tight. 2nd level of spirit martial, he said, and then louder. You're not at the 1st level, you're at the 2nd. The canyon reacted, because that changes the arithmetic entirely. 2nd level plus a mastered sword momentum can genuinely threaten a 3rd level. His talent isn't only in martial skills, Sima Xuan thought, and felt slightly numb. He remembered a chi martial boy standing on this platform being handed to strangers. That was not very long ago. You talk too much, I said. Another step. The sword chi went through his clothes and stung his skin. Damn it! Lightning came up around him in coils, snakes of it, and it was spectacular. Bahuan palm. Full. Prince blotting out the light. Thunderwave. He punched into it and turned the prince into spheres of white fire that annihilated everything within reach of his hands. Sword drawing technique. Into the gap before the light faded. Thor's wrath. He put both arms up wrapped in every volt he had. Boom. The collision was white and hot and half the canyon couldn't look at it. And Zhou Li felt his own body hurt and went gray because he'd braced for a 2nd level cultivator. Here is what momentum actually does, and this is the sentence Zhou Li learned too late. The longer it goes, the heavier it gets. I swung again, and the sword chi around me had not weakened. It had grown. A sword strikes like thunder. I put a yellow rank skill into him, the astonishing thunder sword, the first real technique I ever owned, off a dead man in a forest, and it landed like a mystic rank one, because a skill is only worth what the man holding it is. Zhou Li put his fists up, and the lightning caught it, and he still went back several steps. I'm not playing anymore, I concede. The gorge inhaled. 21st on the wall, 3rd level of Lingwu realm. A lightning martial spirit. Conceding to a disciple who had entered the inner sect 3 days ago. Judging by his face, he's about 16, somebody said, and that went around the canyon faster than anything else that day. I stopped and stood there with the sword down, and the sword key did not stop. It went on circling the platform and pressing on the lightning, like weather over a hill. Concede? I said. This is a death match. If you live, I die. If you die, I live. We are both disciples of the Yunhai sect. We have no enmity. Why treat each other like this? I want everyone to sit with that sentence for a second. Ridiculous, I said. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Have you forgotten what you said? That you could annihilate me at will without releasing your martial spirit? Have you forgotten that the death match was your idea? If you were the stronger man right now, would you be telling me we're fellow disciples? Yang Li, you're strong, but you cannot kill me. Even if you defeat me, you'll pay a heavy price. Really? I said. Look closely. And I released the third one, not visibly. The illusionary demon beast doesn't announce itself. It simply reaches into what a person is currently looking at and edits it. I swung one sword. Zhou Li saw 1,000. He saw a rolling dark mist come across that platform with countless blades inside it, all of them arriving at once, and his pupils blew wide. Thunderous slash! He spent an enormous area denial technique, the most expensive thing he had, and wrapped himself in a shell of blue lightning against an attack that did not exist. The crowd frowned. What is he doing? It was one strike. Why would he? They did not understand because they were watching a different fight. It's over, I said, life-taking sword from directly above. The strike opened the space, and from the crowd's angle, a sword-shaped crack appeared in the air. In Zhou Li's eyes, the mist and the 1,000 blades vanished all at once, and there was only a single unbelievably bright line coming down, and he understood, finally, in the last quarter second, that he had spent his defense on nothing. No! There was a thin mark between his brows, so fine you had to look for it. A thread of red came out of it. Then he came down. 21st name on the stone wall. 3rd level of Lingwu realm. Lightning martial spirit. He had stepped in to save Shutong from an awkward moment, and instead had become the stone I stood on to make my point. I turned and looked up at the stands. Shutong, I said, and I made sure my voice reached every corner of that canyon. As an elder of this sect, you acted recklessly and slaughtered its disciples. You are a disgrace to the Yunhai sect. I am not strong enough today to kill this scum, so I will do the next thing. I will do everything in my power to have Shutong expelled from the Yunhai sect. And if I cannot manage it, then that is my own incompetence, because I, Yang Li, cannot bear to stand in the same sect as this man. Boom! The canyon came apart with noise. An inner disciple of 3 days, publicly proposing to have an inner elder removed. Shutong's face was the color of ash. He had spent 20 years reading charges out over other people, and was now standing on a stand listening to one being read out over him. And Sima Xuan had the hardest job in that canyon, because Shutong was an inner elder, and Xu Ming was the grand elder of law enforcement, and I was a boy with no history at all, and one of us was not going to be there next week. I know Shutong stands high, I said. I know Xu Ming has served this sect for decades. I know I am insignificant, and that even if Shutong is guilty, it isn't enough to punish him, but he has tried to kill me 3 times. How exactly am I supposed to sit still? So I'll use my sword to prove something to everyone, that this sect with me in it is 10 times, 100 times stronger than this sect with Shutong in it. A chill went through several thousand people because I had just matched Han Jin's arrogance and gone past him. How? Everyone was thinking. How do you prove that? I turned and looked at the platform where 81 names were standing. Today is the inner sect competition. I, Yang Li, am not talented, but I stand on this life and death platform, and I challenge the inner sect. Anyone who wants to fight, come up. Life and death, or not. I accept either. The gorge made a sound I have never heard before or since. He's insane. He's challenging all of them. Not just the wall. Han Jin is at core disciple level, and the top 10 are nothing like Zhou Li. Yeshun stared at me with her mouth slightly open and said out loud to nobody, "That bastard." Gao Yong grinned like a fool because his brother was standing on a rock with a sword telling a mountain to form a line. And Sima Xuan, who had been a sect master for 20 years, sat down slowly and thought, he still hasn't released a martial spirit. Not once, all day. Nobody moved. 81 of the strongest young cultivators in that sect looked at each other and did arithmetic they did not like, because I still hadn't shown a martial spirit and there was no way to price that. The only sound in that canyon was the occasional whistle of a sword on my platform. Han Jin, I said. His head came up. You called me trash, an ant, something you could kill at will. You told me to kneel and beg to follow you. So, I'm giving you the chance to kill me. What are you standing there for? Several thousand people made a noise. 3rd level of Lingwu realm at peak. Same realm as Zhou Li and not remotely the same thing. Core disciples at the 4th level were careful around him. You overestimate yourself. Killing Zhou Li makes you my equal? Zhou Li isn't fit to carry my shoes. In my eyes, he was exactly what you are. Trash. An ant. Are you saying all of this, I said, to demonstrate how excellent you are? I let it sit. You don't need to. If you're as powerful as you say, and I'm an ant, then come up here and erase me with overwhelming force. Your strength gets rooted in people's hearts, your authority gets remembered, and it costs you 1 minute. That's what real looks like, instead of standing down there talking. Anyone can talk. Before I killed Zhou Li also called me trash and explained at length how powerful he was. How did that end? Han Jin's confidence had a hairline crack in it, and he could feel the canyon seeing it. If he had come up and crushed me, his standing on that mountain would have gone up forever. He did not. Whoever kills him, he announced to the platform, will be richly rewarded. Eyes lit up all over that platform because everyone knew who his master was and what a generous reward from that quarter means. Medicinal pills, the kind that decide careers. I'll kill him. A young man walked out. 17 or 18, eyes like knives. Mad Blade, Ma Gang. It's him. Yang Li's finished. Sixth on the wall, with 4 men between him and Han Jin, and nobody believed those 4 were going to stay there. A saber martial spirit is common enough. Being the only man in the inner sect who had comprehended momentum was not. Saber momentum against sword momentum. His understanding was shallower than mine, and his cultivation was 2 levels above it, and those 2 facts were supposed to cancel. Go, said Han Jin. Don't kill him immediately. Leave him alive, make him kneel in front of me, and let him understand before he dies that he couldn't even beat you and how far below me you both are. Don't worry. He came up onto the platform and took a cloth-wrapped bundle off his back and began, slowly, to unwind it. I haven't used this in a long time. You should feel honored to die by it. So, it's a death match then? Do you think I have time to play with you? The cloth came off an ancient scabbard, and he stroked it the way you'd touch someone you love. The saber is powerful, domineering, unparalleled. It is the king of weapons, and the saber martial spirit is the strongest weapon spirit there is. I've only ever heard the sword called the king of weapons, I said. This is the first time I've heard that about a saber. What do you know? A sword is light. It has no presence at all. Today I'll show you what a king of weapons looks like. A dragon's roar came out of that scabbard when he drew, and the aura came off it like a flood. Saber momentum. I understood the arrogance now, but his momentum was thin. My sword momentum went up to meet it, and the platform between us started splitting into fine lines from the pressure alone. The saber and the sword, both terrifying. People near the platform backed away, because standing inside that was like being under something heavy. Still, Ma Gang's momentum is more domineering. He's at the 3rd level. It seems Yang Li has finally met his match. Do you still believe a sword compares to a saber? Ignorance, I said. I'm ignorant? Fine. I'll show you who's ignorant. The saber momentum surged and filled the platform and started swallowing my sword chi whole. Martial spirit, Amaterasu. I said it silently. The world went gray, and every single thing became clear. Every wisp of saber ki, every strand of my own. The exact places where his momentum was thick and the exact places where it was thin. My pupils emptied out. The saber is the king. Before the saber, the sword submits. Ma Gang took 1 step and the world changed color, and he was in front of me, and the blade came down out of the sky like a hill falling. Cut. I did not dodge. The crowd told me afterward that Sima Xuan came out of his seat, because from the outside, the situation was arithmetically hopeless. His saber momentum was heavier, so his cut would break through faster than mine, and I had chosen to counter instead of guard. Before my light sword got through his momentum, his heavy saber would have gone through me. Ma Gang thought so too, and was disappointed because he'd been told to keep me alive, and I'd made that impossible. Foolish. The 2 of us stopped moving. His saber was a foot above my head. My sword was a foot to the side of his waist. Both frozen. A breeze came across the platform. Somebody coughed. Who won? Nobody in that canyon had seen it. It happened at a speed that human eyes do not resolve. Ma Gang's lips moved. How did you do that? And I straightened up. Sword arts and saber arts are both aids, I said. They enhance an attack. They make it unstoppable. But they are aids. My sword was never trying to outweigh your momentum. My sword is for killing. He folded at the waist, all at once. I understand, said Ma Gang, and closed his eyes and went down, because I had not fought his momentum at all. With Amaterasu open, I had simply looked at the descending saber, found the single weakest seam in it, and put the point there. Bang! The canyon's collective head went off. Mad Blade Ma Gang, 6th in the inner sect. How terrifying! The stronger the opponent, the stronger he gets. Who? Said Sima Xuan, and let out a long breath and sat down with his hands on his knees. Another genius of the Yunhai sect dead, to demonstrate one boy's rise. The price of that afternoon was enormous, and underneath the grief he was, God help him, delighted. Because that arrogance, that dominance, that flat refusal to be pushed, he had not seen it in the Yunhai sect for 20 years, and he had begun to believe he never would. He started to believe me. Given time, 10 shushis would not be worth this. I looked at the 81. Does anyone else want to come up in Han Jin's place? Nobody answered, not even the 4 men ranked above Ma Gang, because Ma Gang had made me use exactly 1 strike, which meant nobody in that canyon had any idea how many I had left. Every eye went to Han Jin. Today's sect competition has become the battle of Yang Li's rise, several thousand people thought, and it was true, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Han Jin, I said. Now would be a good time to prove to everyone that I'm trash and an ant. He looked at me with those azure eyes, and there was a black flame burning silently behind them, because every time I shone, it landed on him. He had spent all morning calling me garbage in public, and reality had spent all afternoon disagreeing in public. Since you're stronger than me, you want me dead, I said. So if I were stronger than you, I'd want you dead too. I meant that literally, and that it turned out to be extremely relevant later. Ridiculous, said Han Jin, and stepped up. Enough, said Sima Xuan. Both of us looked up. You are both geniuses of the Yunhai sect. This sect's future depends on you. Why fight to the death? Step back. Call it a friendly exchange. Nobody should be harmed. He said it because losing either of us was a loss, and because he specifically did not want to lose me. He knew Han Jin's strength, and Han Jin's martial spirit was a rare one. Sect Master, you've seen it yourself. I've been the one handling this trash all day. Do you think I, Han Jin, am afraid of him? Yang Li, step back. I laughed. So the sect master still doesn't believe in me. Am I destined to lose? He gave me a wry look. Yang Li, Han's strength is 3rd level of Lingwu realm at peak, and his martial spirit is the beast spirit Blue Bamboo. You're strong, but it will take time before you can beat him. Blue Bamboo. I knew the name. A blue bamboo is a snake, small, unremarkable, and one of the most poisonous things in the 9 heavens, with demonic blue eyes and a striking speed that has to be seen, and evasion so good that hitting one is a matter of luck. No wonder his eyes look like that, I thought. Was I afraid of it? Sect Master. My Yunhai sect has never restricted duels between disciples. This junior has insulted my disciple repeatedly. He deserves to die, and simply because he's talented, the sect master shields him at every turn. Where does that leave my dignity? A cold and unpleasant voice came from above. A figure came down out of the sky above the canyon, walking on air, and landed on the stands. An old woman, withered face, gray hair loose and wild, eyes with something wrong in them. Who is that? Is that Han Jin's master? She had just questioned the sect master, which told everyone something. Master, said Han Jin. And he said it with genuine respect, the first time all day he'd said anything that way. She nodded at him, glanced at Wang Li and the others, and looked at Sima Xuan. Sect Master, let's not get involved in the affairs of the young. We shouldn't let outsiders laugh at us. Sima Xuan produced another bitter smile, because things had just gotten considerably worse. Old woman, you tell the sect master not to interfere in the affairs of the young. So what are you doing out here? The sky filled with wings. Elder Fang came down onto the stands with the wind of it flattening people 2 rows back. Elder Fang, said Sima Xuan, with the expression of a man watching his afternoon get away from him. Both guardians of the sect had now been dragged out over one boy. Yang Li, what do you think? I understood exactly what he was asking. If I said I didn't want to fight, he would stand in front of me, and that would be the end of it. I am willing to fight to the death, I said, because Han Jin's martial spirit had just been named, and if I backed off after learning what he was, I would spend the rest of my life being a man who backed off after learning what somebody was. Elder Fang nodded. If you truly want to fight, then fight. If you die, it's your own choice and I will not interfere. He paused. You can still back out. No. Good. He looked at me for a second longer. If you win, he said, I'll have Shutong expelled from this sect myself. The canyon rocked. Shutong's face went to something unrecognizable, and he hated Elder Fang with everything he had, and could do precisely nothing, because Elder Fang outranked his father. Now he wanted one thing in the world, for Han Jin to kill me. Old woman, said Elder Fang, I won't interfere if Yang Li loses. You won't interfere if Yang Li wins. Agreed? Am I really that bad? She said. Besides, how could my disciple possibly fail? They stared at each other, and something old and unpleasant passed between them. Then fight, said Elder Fang, and Sima Xuan sat between 2 guardians with a canyon full of witnesses and 4 foreign powers and realized, with some relief, that the decision had been taken away from him. On the platform, Han Jin looked at me. I genuinely don't understand why Elder Fang believes in you. He'll find out shortly how far his expectations were from the truth. You are an ant. Your so-called talent is laughable in front of me. I, Han Jin, will prove to everyone what a genius actually is. An eerie aura came off him, and behind him a snake rose, a blue bamboo viper, small, coiled, with cold blue eyes, and even as a phantom it looked more real than it should. Yang Li, look here. The snake climbed to the top of his head, and two pairs of blue eyes flashed at once. My mind lurched, my vision smeared. For one full second, I forgot how thinking worked. He was already there. His hand came out like something striking from grass, straight at my chest. So fast, I got the sword up on instinct, and the impact bent a soft sword into a bow and threw me. Fleeting shadow. I twisted, stopped, planted. He didn't chase. He stood there. Do you see the difference? Your so-called talent is nothing. I can play with you however I like. Even if I never attack, you cannot touch me. The canyon went quiet in the specific way that means the crowd has just changed its prediction. And I stood there and did not look at his eyes, because one glance had shut my brain off, and that is not a thing that had ever happened to me. That's talent. Some people are born with the right object and everyone else has to build. Martial spirit, Amaterasu. The gray came down, my pupils went cold, and my senses opened until the platform, the stance, the canyon, and every person in it were simply present in my head. Sword chi came off me in a wave. Sword momentum? Is that supposed to impress me? He vanished. Something locked onto me, stronger than the first strike. I moved, slightly, like a breeze changing its mind. His palm hit the stone where I'd been, and the platform trembled. Huh? He spun and came again, and I drifted out of it again, effortlessly, and the crowd started making noise. What movement technique is that? That's not agility, that's perception. Nobody at his level has perception like that. They were right. I don't have that agility. What I have is a martial spirit that slows the world down and hands me my own reflexes with the delay removed. Get out of here! I swung, and the sword intent went out to annihilate, and he twisted away from it at a speed that made my stomach turn over. How could you possibly dodge it? Those blue eyes were fixed on me. Weren't you going to play with me? I said. Why are you backing up? Our eyes met, and his body twitched. Because my pupils were gray and empty, and there was nothing behind them, and Hanjin concluded, reasonably and completely wrongly, that I had an eye technique like his own. Yang Li, look me in the eyes. I did. Nothing happened. So it is a pupil technique, he thought. It couldn't even paralyze him. Don't rush. I've been playing. He raised a palm, and gray origin chi gathered in it with a smell of dead things. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant it. Poison palm, mystic medium grade, and almost nobody can cultivate it. You need a spirit that agrees with it. His did. It turns his chi into venom, and a hit paralyzes before the poison starts. He arrived, and my body went stiff just from the edge of it. I went sideways like wind and swung, and he bent out of the line like a snake, and the light exploded past his shoulder. No wonder he's proud, I thought. Demonic eyes for the opening, poison for the kill, a snake's evasion for the defense, speed for everything else. He had no weakness at all. If I hadn't had Sui Jiao, I'd have died in the first 3 seconds. I didn't, and he noticed. Let's see how long you can hide. The poison chased me around that platform until a section of it was simply unusable. Enough. Life-taking sword. The sword chi went out like a cavalry charge and cut the poison mist in half and drove him back because Jimmy momentum is not something he could afford to stand in front of. You said you were playing with me, I said. Wasn't I playing along? First in the inner sect? Genius. Nothing special. Don't try to provoke me. It's childish. Provoke you? You overestimate yourself. You're not the only one with a martial spirit. And I let the second layer out. A black shadow rose behind me, enormous, and inside the black there were 2 white pupils. The canyon stared. What is that? I've never seen anything like it. My God, wasn't Yang Li's martial spirit a useless little snake? A worthless spirit. Where did that come from? An outer disciple said it and got ignored. That's right, I remember it too. He had a waste spirit. Has he got twin spirits? Nobody believed them. Twin martial spirits are 1 in a million. Yang Li was already a genius. If he also had twins, he'd be something with no name. They had it wrong in the wrong direction, and nobody would have believed the real number either. Hanjin, I said. Let me show you my actual strength. Black mist came off me and swallowed my outline. Amaterasu. A blinding white light came up inside gray eyes, and everyone agreed afterward that it was considerably more unsettling than blue. I looked at him. And Hanjin's cultivation, his martial spirit, his stance, the tension in his left calf, the fractional lean that told me which way he'd break, all of it arrived at once, complete, like a page I'd already read. He felt it. Something invisible closed on him and would not let go no matter where he went. Sword. I arrived and cut. He dodged, brilliantly, and threw poison into the gap, and black mist came out of me and ate it. The illusionary demon beast devours. That is what it is for. Another sword. He twisted at an angle a spine should not permit. And I was already there because I had not needed to react. I'd watched him decide. How is that possible? Sword after sword. He defended with everything, and his poison kept disappearing into a mist that did not care, and it must have felt like the world was built specifically to cancel him. Genius, I said, conversationally, while cutting. What have you been hiding from? Han Jin, didn't you say the gap between us was insurmountable? You're avoiding me. Do you feel ashamed? You wanted to prove to everyone what a genius is. This is the proof. You called other people trash, and now that you're the trash, do you feel shame, or is there simply none in you? He roared and stopped dodging and came in with both palms full of venom, fearless of dying, which is what happens when you break a proud man's rhythm with your mouth. I've been waiting for that. Every scrap of sword chi came into the blade and turned gray, and the concept of ending came with it. Sword of death. The gray went out of me like a howl. Hanjin's face changed, and for the first time there was despair in it. Retreat! A shout from the stands. He threw himself backward at a speed his body should not have survived. Kill, I said. Disperse. An avalanche of origin chi came down out of the sky and hit my sword of death, and the two of them came apart together in a series of explosions, and the old woman was standing in front of me on the platform. Enough, she said. You've won this battle. I stood there with an empty sword. Won. That was all I got. If I'd lost, the price was my life. I'd won, and Han Jin was standing behind her without a scratch on him. Old woman, said Elder Fang, and his voice had gone dangerous. Have you forgotten our agreement? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. She did not turn around. But Han is my only disciple. Even if I have to be shameless once, I am not going to stand and watch him die. Which confused everybody, because those two sentences contradict each other. They did not contradict each other. I understood that 6 days later, and by then it was much too late to thank her. All right, said Elder Fang. That concludes today's sect competition. Everyone, disperse. And he did not argue with her, which surprised the entire canyon. Sima Xuan stood staring at me. Hey. Excellent. Wang Li, who had been silent for an hour, spoke, and there was something harsh under it. Today's Yunhai sect competition has broadened my horizons considerably. Why end it so early? Sect master, said Elder Fang. Give the order. Send the disciples away. Sima Xuan looked at him, and closed the sect. Something went through that canyon like cold water. Don't waste your time, said Wang Li pleasantly. Every road down this mountain is already blocked. Nobody is leaving. Sit still. And the noise of thousands of people arriving at the same conclusion at once is a sound I still hear sometimes. But that's where I have to stop, because what happened over the next 6 days isn't a scene, it's the reason for everything after it. Shutong first, because a promise is a promise, and Elder Fang kept his that same evening, stripped of his position as inner elder, cultivation sealed, expelled by name, in writing, on the wall where the 81 names hang, with Xu Ming standing there, and not one man in that leadership willing to say a word in front of a guardian who had already broken his son once. I watched them read it out. 6 weeks earlier, an elder of that sect had stood over me and offered, as mercy, to take only one of my arms. 3 days earlier, an elder of that sect had refused to hand me a token and told me to get lost. And that evening, a boy who had been the joke of an entire family, a boy whose relatives had been arranging his funeral in the next room while he lay dying, stood in a stone cave under a wall of names and watched a sect remove one of its own elders because he had made a nuisance of himself to me. I did not feel triumphant. I felt something smaller and much more useful. I felt heavy enough. That was the whole point of the exercise. Not revenge. Wait. A man is only as safe as he is expensive to kill, and for the first time since I woke up under a wooden ceiling, I had made myself expensive. Shu Tong went down the mountain at dusk with nothing. You'll regret it, he said as he passed me. He was wrong, and also completely right, though not in any way he intended and not for long, because 6 days later he came back, and he was not the worst thing on that mountain when he did. I stood on the rim of Fengyun Gorge that night after everyone had gone, looking down at 10 empty platforms with the stains still on them. Gao Yong was in the inner sect. Mei Yu had gone down to Yunyang with her young master. Zhang Hu had a name on the wall. Ye Xun had come and told me again about an academy the king intended to build in the capital and left annoyed again because I said I'd think about it again. I had one thing on my mind, and it was not any of that. Somewhere south of that mountain, a man was walking into the imperial city with a set of paintings and no house to go back to. And I finally looked at the thing I'd been carefully not looking at since the day he left. When my father took that palm from the Grand Elder and knelt against me with frost in his hair, I was holding his head, and I saw something between his eyebrows, a mark, small, dark, closed. It looked like a gate. I had never seen anything like it, in 15 years of another boy's memories or a lifetime of my own, and I did not ask, because he was bleeding, and because sons don't. I did not know what it was. I did not know that it had a name, or that the people who put it there had a surname, or that I'd spent that whole afternoon on a stone platform arguing with a man who wore it. I only knew this. My father had lived his whole life not wanting a chair, in a family that despised his son, in a city he never left, and when they finally took everything from him, he did not go somewhere quiet. He went straight to the capital. Nobody walks into the imperial city to take a walk. All right, I said, to an empty canyon, in the dark, alone. I'll come and find you. And behind me, up on the peak, 4 uninvited powers sat in the Yunhai sect's guest halls drinking the Yunhai sect's tea, waiting for the roads to be sealed.